모든 게 궁금해질 때 tell me oh yeah oh yeah oh yeah oh yeah 뭐가 널 행복하게 하는지 text me oh yeah oh yeah oh yeah oh yeah
Your every picture 내 머리나 듣고 싶어
Come be my teacher 네 모든 걸 다 가르쳐줘 You want your tongue Listen to my baby 나는 저 하늘을 높이 날고 있어 네가 내게 잡은 분위기를 이제 저기 너무 높아 난 내 눈에 널 맞추고 싶어 Yeah, you make it me your boy with love Oh my 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 oh my 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 Made it all my life 내 전부 함께 하고 싶어 Oh my 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 oh my 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 Into something right 이제 조금은 나 알겠어 I want something stronger I really love
그전에 후야 내 삶은 on top 너야 관계에서 꽉지 않게 만들어버린 너라는 백 하나부터 열까지 모든 게 특별하지 너의 관심사 걸음걸이 말투와 사소한 작은 습관들 같이 난 말했지 너무 작다 내가 영웅이 된 거라고 난 말했지 운명 따윈 전부터 내게 아니었다고 세계의 평화 거대한 질서 그저 널
Listen to my baby 나는 저 하늘을 높이 날고 있어
그저 네가 내게 조금 편하게도
이제 여기 너무 높아 난 내 눈에 널 맞추고 싶어 Yeah you make it me your boy with love Oh my 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 oh my 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 Get me high so fast 내 전부 함께 하고 싶어 Oh my 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 oh my 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 Get me fly so fast 이제 조금은 나 알겠어 Love is nothing stronger You're my boy with love Love is nothing stronger You're my boy with love
까놓고 말하기에 나도 모르게 힘이 들어가기도 했어 높아버린 sky 커져버린 헛 때론 도망치게 해달라며 기도했어 But 너의 상처는 나의 상처 깨달았을 때 나 다짐했던 건 네가 준 이 그 후세 나에게로 태양이 아닌 너에게로 Let me fly
Oh my 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 oh my 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 Made it all my life 내 전부 함께 하고 싶어 Oh my 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 oh my 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 Looking for something right 이제 조금은 나 알겠어 I want something stronger than a moment love Something stronger
내게 사실 I do my thing I love myself
I love myself I love my fellow my things and my way 내 손 안에 몇십 명 백 명의 내가 있어 오늘도 다른 날 맞이 어차피 전부 다 나에게 고민보다는 게 달리는 Running man running man running man 뭘 어쩌고 저쩌고 떠들어올 때 Do what I do you can know 너나 잘하셔 You can't stop me loving myself You can't stop me loving myself You can't stop me loving I'm so fine wherever I go 가끔 멀리 돌아가도 It's okay I'm in love with myself It's okay 나 이 순간 행복해 You can't stop me loving myself You can't stop me loving
날 위해서라면 난 슬퍼도 기쁜 척할 수가 있었어 널 위해서라면 난 아파도 강한 척할 수가 있었어
사랑이 사랑만은 너 완벽하게 내 모든 열정들은 다 숨겨지기에 이루어지지 않는 꿈 속에서 피할 수 없는 꽃을 키웠어 I'm so sick of this fake love fake love fake love I'm so sorry but it's fake love fake love fake love
I wanna be a goon
Just for you
세상을 저는
Just for you
전부 바꿔서
Just for you
나를 너무
Who are you
Hey 우리만의 수 너는 없었어 내가 완전 루 잊어버렸어 나도 내가 누구였는지도 잘 모르게 됐어 거울에다 뒤걸려봐 너는 대체 누구래
위해서라면 난 슬퍼도 기쁜 척할 수가 있었어 널 위해서라면 난 아파도 강한 척할 수가 있었어 사랑이 사랑만을 너무 완벽하게 내 모든 이점들은 다 숨겨지게 이루어지지 않는 꿈속에서 키울 수 없는 꽃을 키웠어 Lie you're so bad, lie you're so bad 날 위해 예쁜 거짓을 빚어내 Lie you're so mad, lie you're so mad 널 지원해 여기 도래해 Lie you're so bad, lie you're so bad 날 위해 예쁜 거짓을 빚어내 Lie you're so mad, lie you're so mad 널 지원해 여기 도래해 I'm so sick of this fake love, fake love 있었어 사랑이 사랑만으로 완벽하기에 내 모든 약점들은 다 숨겨지기에 이루어지지 않는 꿈속에서 피울 수 없는 꽃을 키웠어
처음엔 널 알아보게 됐어 서로를 불러왔던 것처럼 내 혈관 속 뒤에 네가 말해줘 내가 찾아 헤매던 너라는 걸
우리 만남은 수학의 공식 종교의 유법 우주의 선미
내게 주어진 운명의 증거 너는 내 꿈의 주석 세계 너에게 내민 내 손은 정해진 숙명
걱정하지 말라 이 모든 건 우연이 아니니까 우리 완전 달라 baby 운명을 찾아낸 둘이니까 우주가 생긴 그날부터 계속 무한의 세기를 넘어서 계속 우린 저생에도 아마 평생에도 영원히 함께니까 모든 건 우연이 아니니까 운명을 찾아낸 둘이니까
I want it this love I want it real love 난 너에게만 집중해 좀 더 세게 날 이끄네
태초의 DNA가 널 원하는데 이건 필연이야 I love it 우리만이 true love it
그녀를 볼 때마다 소스라치게 놀라 신기하게 자꾸만 숨이 멎는 참 이상한 설마 이런 게 말로만 듣던 사랑이란 감정일까 애초부터 내 심장은 널 향해 두니까
걱정하지 말라 이 모든 건 우연이 아니니까 우리 완전 달라 baby 운명을 찾아낸 둘이니까 우주가 생긴 그날부터 계속 무한의 세계를 넘어서 계속 우리 전생에도 아마 딴생에도 영원히 함께니까 모든 건 우연이 아니니까 운명을 찾아낸 둘이니까
돌아보지 말라 운명을 찾아낸 우리니까
후회하지 마라 baby 영원히 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 함께니까 걱정하지 말라 모든 건 우연이 아니니까 우리 완전 달라 baby 운명을 찾아낸 둘이니까 우연이 아니니까 우연이 아니니까
누가 내 수저 더럽게 I don't care 마이크 잡은 굽 수저 여러 개 버럭해 잠못 익은 것들 새끼 여러 개 거듭을 씹어 죽겠다 에이 저녁에 Work business 핵심 섭외 일스니 매진 많지 않지 이 클래스 같이 많기 동향의 악진 반지 마이크 번지 마이크 번지 블랙 전진 난 알 것 같았겠지만
미안해 엄마 대신해줘 네가 못한 협조 우리 콘서트 절대 없어 포도 I do it 너만 없는 날 I do it 꼭 내가 아프다면 고소해
Just see my back, you just see my back. Drop it to the back, you got it, girl. How you feel about it? How you feel about it? Hate it, get it, feel so hot, girl. 이미 황급해, 나의 성공. I'm so fire, 손나 봉소. 너는 황급해, 도면 형조. How you there, how you there, how you there? 그 손에 촛불이 너무 많나. 너무 heavy, 내 두 손이 못 잡나. 러리러리 너무 바빠 너무 busy 내 몸이 모자라
지금 완전 내게 짝짝 사플리기 좀 Once upon a time 이 소부와 싸 비현실을 봐라 새생터 지금 죽어도나 행복 이번엔 어디 날아가 비행기가 시간을 타 Yeah with the mountain Yeah with the bottom 무대에서 타이틀 mic drop bam
You just see my back You just see my back Drop it to the back you got it girl How you feel about it How you feel about it Hate it girl feel so hot girl 이미 황급해 나의 성공 I'm so fire 손나 봉소 너는 황급해 도면 형조 How you there how you there how you there 손에 촛불이 너무 많나 너무 heavy 내 두 손이 모자라 러리러리 너무 바빠 너무 busy 내 몸이 모자라 볼 일 없어 마지막 인사야 말도 없어 사과도 하지마 볼일 없어 마지막 인사야 말도 없어 사과도 하지마 사과도 콜라지 우리 다 사과도 콜라지 너의 난 깜짝 놀라지 깊게 폼나지 폼나지 girl
All the underdogs in the world. A day may come where we lose, but it is not today. Today we fight.
No, not today. 언젠가 꽃은 지겠지, but no, not today. 그때가 오늘은 아니지, no, no, not today. 아직은 죽기에는 더 그때. No, no, not today. No, 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 not today.
그래 우리는 extra but still part of this world extra plus ordinary 그것도 별거 아니야 오늘은 절대 죽지 마라 빛은 어둠을 뚫고 나가 새 세상 넌 원해 baby yes I want it wow
날아갈 수 없음 뛰어 뛰어갈 수 없음 걸어 걸어갈 수 없음 기어 기가서라도 길러 그나 찾아는 발사 Not today Not today
멘트들 하다 hands up 친구들 하다 hands up 나를 믿는다면 hands up
찾아는 발사 죽지 마라 묻지 마라 소리 질러 Not today 걷지 마라 오지 않아 손을 들어 Not today Not today Not today Not today 찾아는 발사
Too hard 성공은 더블 Too hard 샷들이 덤블링 Too high 네 own trampoline Too high 누가 좀 멈춰길
우리 할 수가 없어 반만 쇼파 서로가 서로 덤봅니다 yeah What you say yeah Not today yeah 오늘은 안 죽어도 play yeah 천장 따윈 부숴 승리의 그날까지 무릎 꿇지마 지금은 That's not today Not today Not today 맘새들하다 hands up 친구들하다 hands up 나를 믿는다면 hands up 저자는 발사 죽지 마라 묻지 마라 소리 질러 Not today 걷지 마라 오지 않아 손을 들어 Not today Not today Not today Not today 저자는 발사
Take your eyes off of me so I can leave. I'm far too ashamed to do it with you watching me. This is never ending, we have been here before. But I can't stay this time 'cause I don't love you anymore. Please stay where you are, don't come any closer. Don't try to change my mind, I'm being cruel to be kind. I can't love you in the dark. It feels like we're oceans apart. There's so much space between us. Baby, we're already defeated. Everything changed me. You have given me something that I can't live without. You mustn't underestimate that when you are in doubt. But I don't want to carry on like everything is fine. The longer we ignore it all, the more that we will find. Please don't fall apart, I can't face your breaking heart. I'm trying to be brave. Stop asking me to stay. I can't love you in the dark. It feels like we're oceans apart. There's so much space between us. Baby, we're already defeated. Everything changed me. We're not the only ones, I don't regret a thing. Every word I've said, you know I'll always mean. It is the world to me that you are in my life. But I want to live and not just survive. That's why I can't love
Hi, future RNs! Kamusta kayo? Kamusta kayo ngayong araw? And I know weekend ngayon, pero thank you for coming to our class today. Ayusin ko lang yung share screen ko. Okay pa ba kayo? Walang nagsasagot ng kamusta ko. ng pangamusta ko. Kamusta kayo, guys? Ready na ba kayo for recalls 4? Saan ba kayong school galing? FEU, BPSU, main, SPU, QC, okay. Lumalabarn. Yan ang gusto ko. Lumalabarn. Medyo sabog, ma'am, pero go lang. Uy, matulog kayo, ha? Kailangan nyo rin yan sa board exam. From the land of Davao, Nax. We miss you, ma'am. I miss you too. Ayan. Lumalaban pa, ma'am. Haha. Wala naman tayong choice, di ba, kundi lumaban lang. Kaya lalaban tayo hanggang sa makakaya natin. Go lang ng go, di ba? Ayan na. So, 101 na. May hinihintay pa ba tayo? Or gora na? Bale, ang i-discuss ko pala for today's video, nursing practice 1 to 3.5. Nasaktan, lumaban, nagtap. Nax! Nasaktan, lumaban, nagtap ng board exam. Nahiya naman ako. Miss Mary Grace Tade. Gina po, Ma'am Shannon. Okay. Thanks, Ma'am Bell. Okay. Sige, go na. Okay. So let's start with number 1. When Boy James is a 15-year-old adolescent who lives with his mother, father, and several siblings. He is hospitalized in a provincial hospital after a suicide attempt. Okay, so suicide. 1. When performing a family assessment, select what the nurse must first determine. Okay, so yung unang-una daw na hahanapin natin. Family assessment. Okay, isa-isahin natin yung choices gaya ng dating gawe. A. How the family expresses and manages emotions. Okay, so tatanungin mo kaagad kung paano ba sila nag-express ng emotions nila pagkadating mo sa kanila. Ma'am, paano niyo po ina-express yung emotions niyo? 'Di ba? Parang ang weird. Tingnan pa natin yung other choices. The communication patterns between the patients and parents. Okay? So underline lang natin expresses communication patterns. Tapos itong C, names and relationships among family members. D, the meaning that the patient suicide has for family members. Okay, so when assessing, 'di ba, kailangan alamin mo muna yung names tsaka yung relationships ng family members. Kasi paano mo sila i-address kung hindi mo alam yung pangalan nila, 'di ba? Pwede mo nang gawin tong A, B, and D after mo alamin yung mga pangalan nila. So 1 is cat. Okay, 1 is cat, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, next. 2. Which of the following is the best question for the nurse to ask to assess a family's ability to cope? So, best question daw ang tinatanong dito. And regarding coping, so yun yung focus natin. Hanapin natin dito sa options kung saan yung may coping. A, do you think your family copes effectively? Ito kasing letter A na to, kung mapapansin nyo, close-ended siya. Nasasagot lang siya ng yes or no. Yes or no, di ba? Limited lang siya sa yes or no. How about yung other choices? Check pa natin. B, what do you think of the current family problem? Ito naman ang focus niya yung family problem, not the ability of the family to cope. So, X to. C, what strengths does your family have? Kagaya ng letter D, strengths ang focus dito sa C and not the ability to cope. So, X din yan. D, can you describe how you successfully handled one family problem? Ito, better to kasi close-ended siya and at the same time, it's about coping. Yung, can you describe how you successfully handled one family problem? So this is about coping and so the answer is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, 3. The mother of boy James asked the nurse, "Why do you want to do a family assessment? My teenager is the patient, not the rest of us." What is the best response of the nurse? Nagagalit sila, nagagalit si nanay. Tanong ka pa kasi ng tanong. So, anong sasabihin natin? A, family dysfunction might have caused the family illness. Ito, yung option na to, may pagka-negative siya. So, sinisisi yung family dysfunction kaya nagkaroon ng mental illness. So, siguro kung among the choices, ito yung least answer kasi negative yung statement. Okay? B, every family member's perception of events is different and adds to the total picture. Pwede. Check pa natin yung other options. Family members provide more accurate information than the patient. So, ang tawag dito? Negative statement to kasi dapat mas accurate pa nga yung sa patient kasi siya yung mas may alam ng nararamdaman niya kaysa sa family members, di ba? So, X yan. D, family assessment is a protocol for care of all patients with mental illness. So, nung tinanong kasi, sinabi mo, ma'am, protocol po kasi, kailangan po kasi. Di ba? Mas mabuti kung explain mo kung bakit talaga. And that is to get the perception, the different perception of events they have that adds to the total picture kung ano ba talaga nangyari sa pasyente. So the answer here is boy. 3 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 4. Which information is the nurse most likely to find when assessing the family of a patient with mental illness? Okay, so tingnan natin. A, power in the family. Ay, wait lang, sorry. Naku, sorry guys. Aga-aga nag-aaway na sila kaagad. Ayan. Okay, pasensya na ulit. Let's resume. Okay. A, power in the family is maintained in the parental dyad and rarely delegated. Okay, pwede to. Pero kasi not all the time the power in the family is maintained. 'Di ba? Most especially kapag isa sa member ng family ay may mental illness. Okay? So this is not all the time. Itong letter A. So X yan. B, several family members have serious problems with their psychological health. So ang focus natin dito, teka lang. Kasi ang focus dito sa question, 'di ba, ay when assessing the family of the patient, what are we most likely to find? Okay, sige. Sa letter B, ang focus niya naman yung several family members, okay, tama yung focus, have serious problems with their psychological health. Okay? Pero kasi, same with letter A, not all the time, yung family members ay may psychological problem din, gaya ng patient. Okay? So, X din to. C, stress that living with a mental ill member has challenged the family's function. Pwede to. Kasi this is true. Yun nga, dahil nga sa stress, dahil nga sa mentally ill member of the family, nagkakaroon ng parang change. So that brings about the stress na na-challenge yung family function. D, the family exhibits many characteristics of dysfunctional families. Hindi mo rin naman masabi yan and not all the time, 'di ba? Na nag-exhibit sila ng characteristics of dysfunctional families. So X to. So the best answer here is cat. 4 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Guys, PM kayo kapag may hindi kayo mag-gets ha. Tsaka kung mabilis ba ako or masyadong mabagal. Kasi last time, sabi niyo masyado ako mabilis. Tapos meron ding masyado ako mabagal. So, medyo nagugulahan ako doon. Kaya sabihan niyo lang ako if ever. Okay? 5. Parents of boy James say, we have never known anymore who was mentally ill. We have no one to talk to. Ayan. emphasis dito, no one to talk to because none of our friends understand the problems we are facing. Which of the following is the nurse's most helpful intervention? So, ang issue nila dito, they have no one to talk to. So, this is about, we have to help them regarding, regarding some social aspect, di ba? Kasi wala silang makausap regarding sa problema nila. They have to verbalize, di ba? So, let's see with the options. A, facilitate achievement of normal development tasks of the family. So, ang focus dito ay normal development task. Anong connect niya sa socialization or sa verbalization? So, X rin to. B, build the parent self-concept as coping patterns. Ito kasi focus din dito self-concept eh. Wala siya masyado sa socialization. So, X rin to. C, teach the parents techniques of therapeutic communication. Itong Theracom na to, syempre most probably para sa anak nila to, not about themselves. Wherein, yun nga yung issue nila, wala silang makausap. How about D, refers the parents to a support group? This is the best answer. Kasi, through the support group, may makakausap sila, may mapagmagsabihan sila ng mga problema nila. Okay? So, the answer here for 5 is dog. Okay? Yan. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 6. Which of the following is not recognized as part of the nurse's role as members Which of the following is not recognized as part of the nurse's role as member of the health team? Okay. So dito tingnan natin. A, care manager and supervisor. Ang hinahanap pala natin dito is again negative, okay? Etong care manager and supervisor, yes, this is part of the nurse's role. So, positive to. B, provider of care and education, positive din. C, patient advocate and supporter, positive din. How about this one, D, performing physician's functions with supervision. This is negative. So, the answer is dog. 6 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 7. The health team has brainstormed for ideas on creating a more collaborative environment in a healthcare facility. Which idea or action would be best to develop further? So, ang tinatanong dito, ano daw yung idea na pwede pa daw na i-develop? Okay? So, minsan tagalogin nyo rin yung tanong para mag-gets. Kasi, I think nung una ko itong nabasa, nalito ako. Pero sige, tingnan natin yung choices. A, develop a plan for the different team members to follow and show impact of their work. Okay, wait lang. Ito pala sa question, which idea or action would be best to develop further? So, ibig sabihin, since kailangan pa siyang i-develop further, may pagka-negative yung statement na hahanapin natin. More than yung positive. Okay? Sige, para lang madalian tayo in eliminating. A, develop a plan for the different team members to follow and show the impact of their work. This is positive. B, emphasize that no one profession has all the necessary competence to provide all care. Ayan o, may no one. So, negative statement to. And at the same time, dahil nga, yung isang profession, wala siya lahat as in complete necessary competence to provide all care, kailangan niya ng other profession. Okay? Tingnan pa natin yung other choices. C, hold education sessions regarding collaboration for each unit. Tama naman to. D, institute collaborative strategies that are traditionally practiced. Tama rin to. So, best answer here, yung may pagka-negative B, kasi this is something that we can develop further. Okay? Through collaboration. Ayun, yung topic din kasi, in creating a more collaborative environment. Okay. So, 7 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8. Which patient scenario describes the best example of professional collaboration? Okay, tingnan natin. A. The nurse, physician, and physical therapist have all visited separately with the patient. And tinatanong nga professional collaboration kasi may separately. X to. Kasi if they're collaborating with each other, di ba dapat nagtutulungan sila nakikipag-usap sila sa isa't isa, hindi separate. Okay? B, the nurse mentions to the physical therapist that the patient may benefit from muscle strengthening evaluation. Okay. How about other options? C, the nurse and physician discusses, ayan, may nurse, may physician, discusses the patient's muscle weakness and initiate a referral for physical therapy. So, para naman din to sa PT. So, tatlo na dito yung may collaboration. D, the nurse, physical therapist, and physician have all developed separate care plans for the patient. So, X rin to kasi separate sila. Ayan. So, between B and C, ano kaya ang mas nakaka-depict ng professional collaboration? Kasi dito sabi lang ng nurse, minention niya lang sa PT na baka yung patient may benefit from muscle strengthening evaluation. Dito sa C, nag-discuss talaga sila. And yun na nga, mag-i-initiate sila ng referral sa PT. Kaya ang best answer dito ay CAT. A is CAT. 8 is CAT, sorry. 8 is CAT. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9. Which activities are appropriate for the nurse to collaborate with the patient? Okay, so collaboration ulit. 1. Prescribing a new medication dose. Okay, again, with the patient to ha. Can we collaborate with the patient in prescribing a new medication dose? Hindi, dapat with the doctor yan. 2. Health promotion activities, tama. We can do that with the patient. End of life comfort decisions, tama. 4. Interpreting laboratory results, hindi. We can do this with the medtech, siguro, kasi interprofessional collaboration yon. 5. Lifestyle changes to improve health, tama. So that leaves us with 2, 3, and 5. The answer is apple. 9, apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10. The rural health nurse and the rural health physician are explaining the home care that will be needed by a patient with tuberculosis. The patient's spouse angrily, nagalit siya, that it will not be possible to provide the care recommended. What is the best response by the nurse? So kapag may nagagalit, as nurses, the best thing that we can do is to let them verbalize. Huwag mong awayin. Diba? Alamin mo kung bakit siya nagalit. And doon, baka may mapulit din tayo na baka pwede pala nating matulungan pa siya. Okay? Like, for further education, ganon. A, I would like to listen to your concerns about a prescribed care. Yes, kasi this is also making the client verbalize. B, it is important that you do what the physician has prescribed. So, sinabi mo lang na importante siya. Wala ka na ibang ginawa. So, X yan. I can come back after you talk with your spouse about the care. Mas maganda sana kung ngayon na. Diba? Babalik ka pa mamaya So, X yan. Let me review what is needed again, then I'll talk to you later. So, mamaya ulit to. So, X din yan. The answer here is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next, 11. Which of the following best defines a disaster? Okay. So, sa ERDN, emergency risk and disaster nursing, di ba? May dalawa yan na usually dinidefine natin. Merong emergency, and meron ding disaster. So, kapag sinabing emergency, these are serious, unexpected, and often dangerous situation requiring immediate action. Kapag naman sinabing disaster, sudden event siya, such as accident or natural catastrophe, that causes great damage or loss of life. Okay, so now, tingnan natin. Ano ba dito, among the options, ang disaster? Okay. A, any event that results in multiple death. Tama naman, pero kasi, parang kulang. Tingnan pa natin yung other options. B, devastation that occurs abroad geographic area. Kapag naman dito, medyo may pagka-vague siya dahil sa broad. Parang how broad is broad? Diba? Okay. Tingnan pa natin yung other options. Devastation that cannot be relieved without assistance. Pwede to, pero kulang din siya. And best answer here is actually dog. The event results in multiple injuries. May injuries na, may deaths pa, and then may property damage. That is a disaster. Okay? Kasi ang tinatanong dito, best defines. Maraming pwede, pero ang pinaka-best, may best pa, di ba? Bonggang-bongga, ay yung dog. 11 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 12. Nurse Ram is guided by the ICN framework of disaster nursing competencies. This framework consists of 4 areas in the continuum of disaster management that corresponds to the 4 stages of disaster. What consists of the first stage? Okay, so ito yung 4 stages: mitigation or prevention, preparedness, response, at yung recovery or rehabilitation. Tinatanong dito yung first stage, and that is mitigation or prevention. Saan yung dito? That is CAT. Okay, yung second ay itong preparedness. So bago ka muna mag-prepare para sa gagawin mong response, diba dapat mag-prevent ka muna. Okay, so second ang preparedness. Pangatlo naman itong response. And pang-apat tong recovery. So answer again is CAT. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ayan. So ito pala, kasi ito medyo luma na to. The original set of disaster nursing competencies was organized into 4 areas and 10 domains. Ayan. So ito yung 10 domains niya. And this is from the International Council of Nurse Core Competencies in Disaster Nursing, version 2.0. So yan, paki-screenshot and you can read more on this later. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 13. Nurse Ram has invited several agencies in the community to a meeting to discuss the disaster plan for the community. Which of the following best describes the purpose of the meeting? So ito yung tanong, di ba? Which of the following best describes the purpose of the meeting? And nandito na actually yung sagot sa mismong tanong. The purpose of the meeting, has invited several agencies in the community to a meeting to discuss the disaster plan. Okay, and that is the purpose. Diba? Now, hahanapin na lang natin siya dito sa choices. May mga ganitong tanong talaga. A. Enhance communication among agencies in the community. So yung communication, can we account that in, wait lang. Yung communication, pwede rin ba siyang maging discussion? Di ba pwede? So, part natin yan. Tingnan pa natin yung other options. B. Increase stability in the community. Ang focus nito ay stability, not about discussing the disaster plan. So, X to. Manage response. Ito naman managing na. So, masyado na siyang advanced. Ito, i-discuss pa lang yung disaster plan. X to. Improve overall community functioning. Masyado na itong broad. So, X. Best answer here is A. Enhance communication among agencies in the community. Kasi pinatawag mo nga yung agencies para nga ma-discuss yung disaster plan, and that enhances the communication among them. Okay, so 13 is Apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 14. Nurse Ram adapts professional nursing skills in recognizing and meeting the physical and emotional needs resulting from a disaster. For people who are willing to talk ensuing a disaster, which of the following is the most appropriate approach? Okay, so most appropriate daw na approach. Yung client ready na mag-verbalize. Okay, so tingnan natin. D, you need not cry. You need to move on and build your life again. So ito, kung mapapansin mo, hindi mo naman kailangan umiyak eh. Kailangan mo lang mag-move on at mag-build ng buhay mo ulit. Mag-move on ka na. Di ba? Napaka non-therapeutic nga. So X to. You don't feel bad. Others are in the same situation as yours. So ito naman, parang dinidiscount mo yung feelings ng pasyente. Hindi rin to therapeutic. So X yan. B, what you need to do now is to wait for instructions and services to be provided. So ready na magsalita yung client mo. Tapos sinabihan mo pa na, ang gawin mo na lang ngayon, mag-wait ka na lang dyan. Di ba? So parang hindi mo siya pinag-verbalize. So X din to. A, I am with you. It is good that you are trying to release your distress by crying. It will make you feel better. So ito naman, sinabi mo sa pasyente, I am with you. Pinapakita mo dito na na present ka, nandyan ka para sa kanya, and at the same time, validate mo yung pag-express niya ng emotions niya, which is by crying. Okay? And ano yung magiging good effect na yon sa kanya? So answer here is apple. 14 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 15, as he passed by a road going to an evacuation center, Nurse Ram encountered a flash flood. A flash flood is, okay. So, ito yung definition ng flash flood. Yan, sa mga nag-notes dyan, ayan, it's caused by heavy or excessive rainfall in a short period of time. Usually less than 6 hours lang yan. Okay. So, tingnan natin yung options. Occur suddenly and for a short duration. Tama. How about the other options before natin bilugan? B is caused by the blocking of drains. Not true. Because yung flash flood usually it is caused by heavy or excessive rainfall. Okay? Yung matinding pag-ulan. Dahil doon nag-uumapaw ang mga rivers, ganyan. Tapos nagkakaroon ng flash flood. Is caused by heavy rains. Tama naman. Occurs in urban areas only. No. It can happen to both rural and urban areas. Okay, so which among these options, A and C, ang magiging sagot natin? Ang magiging sagot natin dito, kasi itong C is caused by heavy rains lang eh. Kulang siya. Best answer here is apple. 15 is apple. Occur suddenly and for a short duration. Ayan. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Situation. In public health service, a good record system is important in the delivery of quality care to clients. As a public health nurse, you have the responsibility of assisting in the preparation, maintenance of good records and reports. So, dito tayo sa record keeping. You want to distinguish between records and reports as applied to the public health. The following are type of records except. Okay, so ano daw yung hindi record? So we're looking for something negative, not a record. But before that, i-discuss muna natin yung difference ng record at ng report. Okay, so kapag sinasabing record, it is for data entry. It includes facts about the patient's life history, ayan, past and present illnesses and treatments. So may facts dun sa record. Kapag naman sinabing report, it is generated from the data, from the facts written in a record. So nandiyan na yung pag-analyze ng problema, ganyan. Basta something na we can come up from the facts written in a record. Yun yung report. Okay, so tingnan natin isa-isa. A, events such as births, illness, and deaths. This is pertaining to facts. So this is a record. Kapag naman sinabing analysis of a problem situation, nandiyan na rin, this is a report. Kapag may analysis ka na. Kapag clinic consultation, this is record. And written data on home visit, ayan din, mga facts, mga data, ganyan, record yan. So, hinahanap natin ulit ay hindi daw record, which is yung report. And so, the answer here is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 17. Reports are prepared usually for administrative purposes. Which of the examples below is not a report? So, kung hindi siya report, baka record siya. 'Di ba? So, pwede nating hanapin yung record. So, ano ba dito ang record? Dito, sa letter A, summary of services delivered. So, na-process na yung data ng services. So, this is a report already. Kasi may pag-process na ng data or ng facts. So this is a report. B, accomplishments and failures of services. This is also a report. Kaya nga tayo may tinatawag na accomplishment report. Ayan. Diyan pumapasok yan. C, description of a program and planned services. So dito, report din to. Yan. And D, client information and profile. Now, this is a record kasi nga, it involves data, mga facts, ganyan. So, the answer here is dog. 17 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 18. There are commonly used records and reports in public health nursing practice. The individual clinical record contains which of the following information? So, tinatanong dito individual clinical record. The record contains, again, facts and data. Okay. So, tingnan natin. Socio-demographic characteristics. Yes. Data yan. Patient's shift complaint. Data rin yan. Physical examination findings. Data rin yan. Prescription of drugs. Yes, data rin yan. Ito namang frequency of clinic check-up. Attendance to community settings. Hindi na yan kasama. Kasi, teka. Teka lang. Frequency of clinic checkup. Can it be a record? Is it a data? Is it a fact? Pwede, actually. Teka. Attendance to community settings can also be a data. Di ba? Pero kasi in elimination, di ba? Sure tayo dito sa socio-demographic characteristics, sure yan na record. Sure din to na record. Sure din to na record yung physical examination pati itong prescription of drugs. Di ba? Kung ano yung drugs na na-prescribe sa pasyente. So, hanapin natin yon sa choices. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. So, ito na siya kaagad, boy. Okay? Ayan. So, the rest mali na. 18 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ayan, by method of elimination. 19. The family service and progress record serves as a tool to operationalize the concept of the family as the unit of care. The SPR consists of 4 parts. The first being, okay. Yan, so merong 4 parts daw ang SPR. Itan ko lang, hindi kasha. Yan, yung una, assessment of the family, home, and environmental conditions. 2, health condition and problem sheet. 3, nursing care plan. And 4, service and progress record. So, mahanap to sa 5th edition ng Blue Book ng nursing practice in the community. Page 461. So, ang tinatanong dito, the first being yung assessment. So, the answer here is CAT. Yung pangalawa ay ito, yung A. Ito naman yung pangatlo, NCP. Tapos, service and progress notes yung pang-apat. Okay, so 19 is CAT. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which of the following relates to the nursing problem? Okay, nursing problem. Teka lang. Okay. So sa family's nursing problem, makikita rin to kay Maglaya. Discuss muna natin to before natin sagutan itong question na to. Ayan. So may tinatawag tayong typology of nursing problems in family nursing practice. Teka. Lang. Ayan. Yan. So, ito yung typology of nursing problems in the family nursing practice. Meron tayong 2 levels. May first level assessment, merong second level assessment. So, sa first level, usually indicate mo muna yan kung wellness condition ba yan, health threat, as in risk factor pa lang siya, health deficit naman, kapag mismong sakit na, may diabetes na, may TB na. Okay? Kapag naman stress point, foreseeable crisis situation, mga yun nga, sources of stress point. Kapag foreseeable crisis situation, mangyayari pa lang. Okay, kapag naman second level assessment, kapag na-determine mo na, kung kunyari meron siyang health deficit na tuberculosis, ang client ba may inability to recognize pa ng tuberculosis, ng presence of tuberculosis? So, titingnan mo yon. Kapag na-recognize na naman niya na may TB na siya, ganyan, doon ka na sa second, inability to make decisions with respect to taking appropriate health action. Meron ba siyang inability to make decisions about sa pag-handle niya ng tuberculosis, ganon. So, pipili ka dyan. Step by step yan. Hindi ka, hanggat, hindi mo pwedeng simulan dito sa providing inability to provide adequate nursing care kung hindi niya pa na-recognize. Dapat dito ka magsisimula. Parang ganun siya. Okay, so now ang tinatanong dito sa question, which of the following relates to the family's nursing problem? So, tingnan natin dito. Inability to assume health tasks with respect to health problems. May ganito ba dito sa second level of assessment? Inability to assume. Wala. Dapat, eksakto talaga siya ng word per word. Kaya kinabisado ko to ng board exam. Okay? B, crisis situation or developmental deficit. Walang ganyan. Health threats, risk, or hazards. Meron, ayan o, health threats. Strained relationships or disunity. Wala rin ganyan. So the answer here is cat. 20 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, clear pa ba tayo, guys? Chat lang kayo, Situation. Miss Luna, a public health nurse supervisor, is preparing a supervisory plan for midwives under her charge. A supervisory plan is a written document on how to organize and systematize supervisory activities. Okay, yan. So yung supervisory plan, makikita nyo lang din siya sa Maglaya. 21, the need for supervision may arise from the followings. Okay. So according to Maglaya, yung needs of supervision arise from inadequate skills, knowledge, and attitude. Okay, meron ba yun dito? Lack of knowledge and skills, yes. Yung pangalawa, conflict between organizational and individual goals. Yes. Ito. Yung number 2, work and personal situation, meron ba dito mismo? Wala. Lack of motivation, meron, yung 1. Okay, so tingnan natin, 1, 2, 3, meron ba dito sa option? 1, 2, 3. So, kailangan meron siyang 3, diba? So, X na, ito. And then, dapat meron siyang 1. So, X tong A. Best answer is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 22, Miss Luna would require information regarding the supervisory needs of the midwives which can be taken from which of the following. Okay, so ito ulit. According to Maglaya, information regarding the supervisory needs of the workers can be taken from the following. Review of records and reports. Meron dito yung 1. Observation of the person at work. Meron din dito. 4. Interview of the worker or interview of the midwife. Meron din. Interview of the co-workers and clients of the worker in the community. Meron? Wala. Magkaiba yun sa review of literature tsaka sa results of survey. Walang ganyan. So the answer here is 1, 2, and 4. The answer is cat. 22 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Miss Luna prioritizes supervisory needs and problems based on the following criteria except. Okay? So something negative na hindi kasama. Okay. Ayan. So supervisory needs and problems may be prioritized based on the following criteria. So ito yung criteria ni Maglaya. Ayan. Degree of importance or urgency of the problem or need. So positive ito kasi kasama siya. Activities or strategies needed to meet the identified need. Ayan. Yung letter D, positive din. Availability of resources needed to meet the identified need. Yung cat, positive. Time frame to carry out actions, wala. So, that leaves us with Apple. Convenience to both parties to address needs, hindi siya kasama when prioritizing supervisory needs and problems. Okay, so 23 is Apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 24. During the actual supervisory visit, which of the following is not expected of Miss Luna? Okay. She, A. Si Miss Luna pala, siya yung supervisor. She discusses the objective of the visit. Okay, wait lang. Bago pala tayo mag-isa-isa ng choices, ito yung, ayan, nag-load lang. Ayan, fresh from Maglaya's book. Ito yung pagkakasunod-sunod ng actual conduct of visit kapag nag-supervisory visit. Okay? Merong opening, merong body, and may closure. Okay, so opening, the nurse creates a warm, open, and friendly atmosphere. She discusses the objectives of the visit, expected outcomes, the process, and the time frame. Sa body naman, dinidiscuss niya lang tong points na to sa worker, yung result and recommendations nung last visit niya, actions taken by the midwife, and the outcome nga nung actions na yon. New areas of concern, actions to address concerns, review objectives and extent to which they were attained. Kapag naman sa closure, dito naman in-express ng nurse yung appreciation niya and support na in-extend during nung sa visit niya, together with the workership plans for the subsequent visit. Okay, so contrary to usual beliefs, parang kasi diba kapag sinabing supervisor, kailangan stick to, ganyan. Pero actually, in the context of community health nursing, kapag sinabing supervisory plan or supervisory visit, ganyan, the nurse acts or the supervisor acts as a coach. Hindi, ayun nga, parang yung typical na supervisor na iniisip natin na stricto. Okay? So, supervision is seen more as a coaching function rather than a function of control. Okay? Ayan. So, balikan natin to. Teka. So, A, discusses the objective of the visit. Ang hinahanap pala natin dito, not expected. So, hindi ginagawa. Negative. Tingnan natin yung A, discusses the objective of the visit. Tama. Positive to. B, expresses the appreciation and support given for the visit. Tama rin to. Sa closure part. Conveys formal, strict approach to the midwives. Negative to kasi hindi naman dapat strict. Okay? Explains the process and outcomes of the visit. Positive. Okay. Ayan. For additional notes, ito yung definition ng nurse supervisor. So, a nurse supervisor, a coach that uses persuasion, exhortation, and a judicious mixture of reward and punishment to motivate players toward higher levels of performance. This nurse supervisor emphasizes group goals rather than individual goals. Okay, hindi siya strict, pero meron siyang reward and punishment para daw ma-motivate yung midwives toward higher levels of performance. Okay? So answer here is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next, 25. After setting the objective and selecting the activities, Miss Luna would need to identify the indicators for evaluation. Which one is not included? Okay. So ulit, teka, gayang to kay Maglaya, the indicators for evaluation are if they met the needs, if the performance increased, and if the quality of service improved. Okay, so tingnan natin dito sa choices. Needs are met, check. Ay, wait lang. Di ba, which one is not included? So, negative ang hahanapin natin dito. And itong A, it is positive. It is positive kasi kasama siya dyan sa indicator. Performance increase, positive din. Quality of service improved, positive. Ang di lang kasama ay promotion achieved. 25 is cut. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Situation. As a public health nurse, Miss Isabel intends to focus on a specific population to advocate, educate, collaborate with members from a community to improve health of the people. Okay. 26. Nurse Isabel collects data and monitors the health status of the population. Which of the following core public functions is being implemented? So, merong tatlong core functions ang public health. Yan, merong assessment, merong policy development, and merong assurance. Ang hinahanap dito, ito, Nurse Isabel collects data and monitors the health status of the population. Yung data collection, that is part of the assessment. So the answer here is cut. 26 is cut. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next, 27, Nurse Isabel included in her data collection the number and proportion of persons aged 25 or older with less than a high school education. Which of the following best describes this data? Okay, so tingnan natin. Kapag sinabing health status data, this actually refers to the state of health of a person or a population. So, this usually includes yung mga morbidity, yan, mortality. Dito siya papasok sa health status. Kapag naman sinabing healthcare resource information, this refers to all materials, ayan, all materials, personnel, facilities, funds, and anything else that can be used for providing healthcare. So, with the term itself, healthcare resource, so yung mga ginagamit mo para ma-provide yung healthcare. Kapag naman sinabing health risk factors, ito naman yung, wait lang, hindi na kasya. Anything that increases a person's chance of getting a disease or other health-related condition. So sa chances, anything that increases that chances, health risk factor yun. Okay? Teka lang. Sige ako lang ng linya. Kapag naman sinabing social demographic data, of course, ito yung kinukuha natin sa mga pasyente natin. Kapag nag-NHH, refer to social and demographic factors that define people in a specific group or population. So again, anong hinahanap na itong question na to? Which of the following best describes this data? Proportions of persons aged 25 or older with less than a high school education. That is DOG, socio-demographic data. Kasi nandiyan na yung age niya, yung educational attainment niya, di ba? That is socio-demographic data. So the answer is DOG. 27 DOG. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Working in the community with an aggregate or population, who does Miss Isabel most likely to interact with? Okay, ito na. So kapag sinabing aggregate or population, actually, sinahit siya sa Maglaya book. Ayan. So according to Allender and Spradlett 2001, as cited by Malaya, page 18, population is defined as aggregates with developmental needs and those that are vulnerable. Populations are usual targets or beneficiaries of social services and health programs. So saan ba dito ang masasabi natin with developmental needs at vulnerable? Okay? So doon natin masasabi na population siya or aggregate. D, Christians in the community. So dito sa community, medyo vague tong community actually. Kasi, hindi mo alam kung saan siya mag-end. 'Di ba? So, paano mo masasabi na aggregate siya or population? And at the same time, wala ring sinabi dito kung vulnerable ba? Or may developmental needs. Kasi usually ang developmental needs, yan yung infants, ganyan. Or per age bracket siya. Infants, toddler, ganyan. Yun yung mga developmental needs. Adolescent, older adult, ganyan. C, kaya X yung dog. Residents who play basketball. Ito, wala rin, hindi rin masasabi to na population siya or aggregate kasi wala siyang developmental need. Nakakapaglaro nga siya ng basketball eh. Tsaka hindi siya vulnerable kasi nga nakakapaglaro siya ng basketball. Okay? B, patients at a local hospital. So dito naman, this can be considered as an aggregate. Kasi, syempre, yung mga pasyente natin, different age groups yan. 'Di ba? Merong baby, may infant, nagre-range yan hanggang sa older adult. 'Di ba? So meron siyang developmental need. At syempre, since pasyente sila, vulnerable sila. So ito ba yung sagot natin? Hindi. Kasi nasa community tayo. Wala tayo sa ospital. Okay? So X yan. So that leaves us with Apple, students in a local high school. Masasabi mo na may developmental needs sila kasi syempre, 'di ba sa school, as students, may age bracket lang din yan. Yung mga nasa school age, or pwedeng adolescent, 'di ba? Yung mga developmental needs sila as students. And ayun, since students pa lang sila, bata sila, vulnerable sila. Masasabi silang vulnerable. Okay, so 28 is Apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Clear ba tayo dun, guys? Ayan. May nag-chat ba? Lang nga. Oh my gosh! Wait lang, hindi ko kasi nakikita. Kaka-open ko lang ng ano, ang dami na pala. Wala nang intro, ma'am. Oo, gora na agad. Kasi last time na late ng ano. Ayan. So, continue na tayo. If ever, guys, ha, chat nyo lang. Kung may hindi ako nasagot kanina, sorry. Ngayon ko lang kasi nakita yung chat. Ayan, natatakpan pala nitong bar na to. So 29, Miss Isabel has a clear understanding of the population-focused practice. Okay, population-focused practice. Ayan, underline natin to emphasize. Which of the following characteristics would she most likely display? Okay? So kapag sinabing population-focused practice, ito. Medyo ma-terms siya ngayon, yung exam. Ayan. The population-focused practice focuses on disease prevention, on health promotion and protection, and on primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare services. So, alin daw dito sa options, nagpapakita ng characteristics ng most likely display the characteristics of the population-focused practice. Okay? So, tingnan natin. Teka lang. Okay. And ito ring population-focused practice, meron na siyang naka-indicate na characteristics niya. Okay, characteristics of the public health staff in a population-focused practice. Improves their effectiveness and efficiency of practice. Have professional satisfaction by seeing how individual care contributes to the health at the population level. Appreciates the practice of others who are population-focused specialists. So, looking at the options, ano yan dito? Dog, providing health interventions for individuals. Not really about the characteristics, no, of the public health staff. Okay, so X to. Volunteering for community action, X rin yan. Sponsoring a fundraising project, X. And the characteristic that the public health staff would most likely display is itong improving effectiveness of care provided. Ayan o, improve their effectiveness. So the answer here is apple. 29 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, may question. Ma'am, would you recommend for us to buy the Maglaya book or we can avail it somewhere else? Ako personally, ano ba? Wait lang, March na kasi ngayon, tas May. Sa ngayon kasi, kung bibili kayo, ang tanong, may time pa ba kayong magbasa? 'Di ba? Tsaka ano rin siya, mga nasa 600, 700 ata siya nung pinurchase ko siya. Ayun, PDF na lang po. So kung sinong merong PDF dyan, baka naman, pa-share naman sa mga walang PDF or physical copy ng book. Ayan, 700 po. Ayun. So kung tingin nyo wala na kayong time para magbasa-basa, I suggest wag na kayo bumili ng Maglaya book. No? Ano po mas better, white book or Maglaya? Actually, hindi mo siya talaga makompare kasi iba ang laman ng white book sa Maglaya. Okay? Ayan, parang meron siyang different specialization kumbaga ang white book at Maglaya, kaya both talaga sila binili ko or naghanap ako. Okay? Yan. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 30. Miss Isabel is working to improve population-focused care and population-focused care na naman in the community. Which of the following best describes a key opportunity for nurses like her to accomplish this goal? Okay. Wait lang. Key opportunity for nurses like her to accomplish this goal. Okay, key opportunity daw ang hinahanap natin dito in accomplishing yung goal. Which is yung pag-improve ng population-focused care. Okay? Yung goal natin is to improve the population-focused care. Ano yung key opportunity natin? A, assuming traditional nursing rules. Dito naman, di ba, to improve, to go beyond, to grow. Siyempre, nurses must go beyond the traditional roles. Okay, so X to. How about B? Conducting community assessments. Ito naman kasi, is this a key opportunity to improve the population-focused care? Di ba dapat given na tong community assessments, dapat ginagawa na natin to? So X lang yan, hindi siya key opportunity. Katinang ko na naman. C, specializing in community health practice. Hindi siya masyadong relate sa pag-improve ng population-focused care, di ba? Yung pag-specialize lang in community health practice, X din yan. So that leaves us with dog, influencing public health policy. Kasi through this, may influence yung population, okay? And at the same time, improve the care being given to them through the public health policy. So the answer here is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Situation, ethical issues on a day-to-day basis often involve patient communication and advocacy. It may also question about end-of-life care. Nurses are often the one working closest with patients and families while administering care. So, ethical issues tayo. 31, what is the appropriate approach for the community or public health nurse in balancing individual privacy and community needs for safety and security? So, may balancing effect siya dito sa question na to. Balancing individual privacy and community needs for safety and security. Okay. A, tinatanong ang appropriate approach. Okay. A, fulfill agency policy first. So dito, kapag may first, does that indicate a balance? No. Okay, kasi may inuuna ka. So X yung A. Implement professional standards of nursing practice. parang wala siyang relate sa pag-balance ng privacy and safety and security, di ba? So, X rin to. C, remember the group needs outrank individual needs. Walang balance, so X rin. D, seek a balance. Ayan. Mismo na siya nagsabi, yung option na to, seek a balance between individual's need and the community needs. Okay, so individual and community. The answer is dog. 31 dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 32. Ay, ma'am, mali po sa G4, ma'am. Okay, wait. Ma'am, mali po sa G4. Etong 31, anong sagot sa G-form? C po. Ayun nga. So, ito kasi wala siyang balancing act na nagaganap dyan. Kasi may outrank. So, okay, sinasabi ko na the answer is dog. Yan, itaman nyo na yan yung dog. Okay, mali ang cat. Okay, 31 is dog. Okay, 32. In regard to informed consent, which of the following statements is true? Okay, informed consent. A, client may not be told about the cost and alternatives to treatment. Mali to. Kasi, dapat sabihin mo sa kanya, siya yung mag-a-avail ng treatment eh. Sabihin mo sa kanya kung magkano, ano yung mga alternatives, ganyan. Diba? Para alam niya. And that is part of the informed consent. So, mali tong apple. Consent must be voluntary. Tama, positive. Actually, dito pala we're looking for something positive kasi true eh, diba? C, only parents themselves should give consent for minor children. Merong definite word na only. Diba? Usually mali yan. Pero analyze mo, only parents ba ang makakapagbigay lang ng consent sa minor children nila? Hindi. Pwede rin guardians. Diba? Ayan. Hindi legally incompetent. Adults can give consent. Nakasabi na nga incompetent sila mag-give ng consent. So, X yan, they can't kapag incompetent sila. So, negative. The answer is boy. 32 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 33. The client has a living will in which he states that he does not want to be kept alive by artificial means even at home. The client's family wants to disregard the client's wishes and have him maintained on artificial life and life support. The most appropriate initial course of action for the nurse would be to, okay, kakagulo sila. May gusto yung pasyente, may gusto yung pamilya. Sino ba talaga ang may karapatan? Parang, ano lang, drama lang, di ba? Ayan. So, tingnan natin yung options. A, allow the family to ventilate their feelings and concerns while maintaining the role of client advocate. Tama to. How about the other options? Tell the family they have no legal rights. Ayan. Baka bigla kang sigawan ng family dito. Magalit sa'yo. Diba? Dapat therapeutic ka pa rin kahit papaano. Kasi sensitive case to. Diba? Siyempre, kung tanggalin naman nga nila ang artificial life support, mawawala ng tuluyan ang pasyente. So, we have to understand them. Okay? So, X to. Report the situation to the hospital's ethics committee. Ang tinatanong dito, initial course of action. Magre-report ka kaagad. Wala kang gagawin dun sa people involved, which is the client and the family. Diba? So, X to. Advise the family they have the right to ignore the living will as the patient cannot speak. So, dito naman, parang tinapakan mo naman ng autonomy ng patient. So, X naman to. So, the best answer talaga dito ay apple. Allow the family to ventilate their feelings and concerns while maintaining the role of client advocate. Okay, you make them, you allow them to verbalize kung ano yung nararamdaman nila. So, yan. 33 apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. During a routine visit, the nurse noted that Perlita, 20-year-old wife and mother, has several bruises at the various stages of healing. So, iba-iba ang pag-heal ng bruises. So, probably, matagal na itong nangyayari. May nag-heal na, merong bago lang, diba? She tells the nurse that she fell down. She fell down. Ayan. Failure to report your findings is an example of A, malpractice. B, reasonable prudence. C, maleficence, which is to do harm. Okay? D, negligence. Ayan. So, eto na. So, di ba may tinatawag tayong elements of negligence? Isa-isahin natin. Para malaman kung may negligence ba na naganap, tingnan natin. Isa-isahin natin tong elements of negligence. At masasabi lang siyang negligence kung lahat to ay, ang tawag dito? Lahat to ay present dito sa situation to. Duty. May duty ba? May relationship ba ang nurse sa client na nag-i-involve ng pag-provide ng care and following an acceptable standard of care? Yes. Diba? May duty siya actually to report her findings. May breach of duty ba? Yes. May failure to report her findings kasi. Okay? Hindi niya na-observe yun. Kasi dapat, yung duty niya which is to report, hindi niya ni-report. So there's a breach of that duty. Okay? How about causation? Harm occurred as a result of the breach of client. Walang sinabi. Kasi sinabi lang dito, she tells the nurse that she fell down. Ayan, she fell down, pero hindi naman talaga siya nahulog, di ba? Ang suspicion natin dito, si client ay inaabuso, physical abuse to. Okay? So wala namang sinabi na yung failure mo to report your findings ay nag-cause ng harm sa pasyente. Wala namang sinabi, di ba? So walang causation. Wala ring injury na nangyari dahil hindi mo ni-report yung findings mo. So this is not negligence. Okay? This is not negligence. Hindi rin to maleficence, which is to do harm, ang ibig sabihin. Kasi, hindi naman sinasadya. Wala naman din sinabi na sinasadya niya. Okay? How about itong reasonable prudence? What is reasonable prudence? Reasonable prudence means, dito ko na lang ilagay an individual who uses judgment or common sense in handling practical matters. So example ba ito ng failure to report findings? Hindi. So that leaves us with malpractice. And that is professional. Negligence. Pero kasi ito, kung ang basis mo sa malpractice ay negligence, mali siya. Pero kung hindi naman, pwede siya. Tsaka by method of elimination, answer ko dito is malpractice. Okay, ma'am, ulit sa G-form, but noted po ma'am, negligence po sa G-form ma'am. Yes, actually, ayun, original answer talaga dito ay negligence. Pero 'di ba, may elements tayo ng negligence. So walang causation, walang injury na nangyari due to the failure to report your findings. Okay, so best answer here is apple. Ayan. Regarding this pala guys, kapag mga ganito, ma'am, please read this in silence. Okay. Kapag mga ganyan, paano ba? Wait lang. Wait lang kasi meron ditong concern, ayaw niya ipabasa ko sa class. Class standing daw kapag ano. Best thing to do. You should take note of your you should take note of your corrections, ganyan. And siguro kapag sa mga ganito, tatanong ko rin kung paano. Okay? Hindi rin kasi ako sure sa totoo lang. Okay? Ayan. Next question, ma'am, kapag walang injury, negligence. Kapag may injury, negligence. Okay? Kapag may injury, negligence. Ulit. Etong elements of negligence na to, ito yan, merong duty, merong breach of duty, may causation, may injury. Dapat lahat yan present para masabi mo ang isang situation ay negligence. Okay? So dapat meron siyang injury kapag negligence. Ayan. Negligence daw po, unlicensed person. Kapag malpractice daw po, lisensyado. Ay! Lang, sorry, naggulat ako sa mga aso dito. Squid. Ma'am, di po ba same elements yung negligence and malpractice? So, if walang injury and causation, paano po na-classify as malpractice? Okay. Ma'am, ano po difference ng malpractice ng negligence? Thank you. Opo, lisensyado ang malpractice. Ma'am, same lang naman po ang element ng malpractice at negligence, sabi ni Attorney Capili. Okay, sige. Sige, dahil dyan ilalabas ko na ang notes ko. Char. Pero totoo nga, ilalabas ko. Wait. Teka lang ha. Kasi notes ko rin yun kay Attorney Capili. Ayan. Oo, for the naguguluhan talaga. Actually, teka lang ha. Wait lang, stop share muna ako. Teka lang. Alam niyo yung maganda sa sa typewritten na notes? Nababalikan ko pa hanggang ngayon. Teka. Ito, professional adjustment, no? Professional adjustment pa to. Lang. Ay, hala. Biglang di mahanap. Kinabahan. Teka lang. Ito. Share ko to. Ayan. Failure to report ng nurse po ang issue. Professional negligence, malpractice yan. Okay. So basing nga dun sa sinabi nga ni Professor, ni Attorney Capili, o nga, kasi nga nurse yung may gawa, malpractice, professional negligence. Okay. Hanapin natin ang negligence. Para lang din malinaw. Kasi si Attorney Capili din naman ang nagsabi nito. Discussion niya to. Negligence and malpractice. Kapag sinabing negligence, carelessness, commission or omission of an act, did not practice due diligence. To commit negligence, all elements should be present. May duty, may breach of duty, and may causation, at may injury. Most important or essential element ng negligence. Absence of injury, there is no negligence, no cause of action. Everybody, di ba? Everybody can commit negligence. Yan. Kasi everybody has a duty. Ikaw, ako, may duty ako. Yan. Ito naman, may binigay siya example. Wait lang. Ito naman yung malpractice. Professional negligence or carelessness. License. Stepping beyond authority. That is also malpractice. Ito. If basis of malpractice is negligence, injury is material. Kapag walang injury, walang malpractice. Kung ang basis mo ng malpractice ay negligence. Okay. Pero kapag ang basis mo ng malpractice ay stepping beyond authority, hindi naman kailangan may injury. Okay? Ayan, kapag sinabing malpractice, stepping beyond one's authority, Improper or unskillful care of patients. Ayan. Oo nga, tama. Kapag nurse, malpractice. Kapag NA, negligence. Okay. So, yun lang. Minisita ko lang just to remind myself ulit and i-share yung notes ko. Yan. Ma'am, baka naman. Sure. Kasi niya ba i-share ko? Pwede naman. Ma'am, yung question daw is failure report is an example of, ayan. Oo nga, malpractice nga. Baka pwede mayas. Ang pretty ng notes mo, ma'am. Pinaghirapan ko yan. Yan. Pabulong po naman, ma'am. I-send ko na dito. Teka. Send ko na dito. Para hindi ko na hanapin ulit mamaya. Ayan. Nagkonting ano lang tayo. Ayan na guys, baka matabunan. You're welcome. Ayan. So, tuloy na tayo. Ay, wait lang. Shemina! Wait lang. Oh my gosh. Teka lang. Ayan. So, okay na tayo dun guys ha. Malinaw na tayo dun. Ayan, number 34, malpractice. Pero alam nyo guys, pina-check ko pa kasi ito sa research team, kay Sir Maniaco. So, siya talaga final answer. Pero based on my, my personal assessment, analysis, kung anong gusto nyong sabihin doon, my answer is malpractice talaga. Okay? Ayan. Yung final answer sa question or sa recalls natin talaga, recalls for NP 1 to 3.5, isa-send ko. Okay? Pero yun yung explanation ko ngayon. Sana clear tayo doon. Ayan. So 35, which of the following examples would indicate observance of client confidentiality? Okay, so confidentiality tayo ngayon. Wait lang, annotate lang. Yan. A reading a friend's chart in another healthcare facility. Dito nag-exhibit ng confidentiality kasi, yan, confidentiality, yan, pa-define lang natin, is a state of keeping or being kept secret or private. Ito, wala ka namang kinalaman sa friends chart mo sa ibang healthcare facility, di ba? So, baka mo binabasa. So, this is a breach of confidentiality. So, X to. B, describing a difficulty with a client in a health team conference. So, dito hindi ka naman nagsiwalat ng anything secret or private eh. Ang pinag-uusapan or yung focus dito sa statement na to, yung difficulty mo with caring for the client, okay? So, ito, park muna natin. C, using a client's name in a social conversation. X to kasi breach of confidentiality. Talking about the client's symptoms in front of family members, X din to. Kasi, paano pala kung may sensitive case, si client ayaw niyang ipaalam sa family members, di ba? So, breach of confidentiality to. And so, that leaves us with boy, describing a difficulty with the client in a health team conference. Kasi, hindi mo naman sinawalat yung about sa pasyente dito. This is about your experience, your difficulty with caring for the client. So, B ang tamang sagot for 35. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Situation, non-communicable diseases remain to be the major health challenges in the Philippines and globally. The specific population group that are mostly afflicted by these chronic conditions, such as diabetes and cardiovascular diseases, are those aged 60 and above. So NCDs tayo. 36. When caring for a patient with type 2 diabetes who has been discharged, which topic will be most important to include in your health teaching? Okay. A, impact of the family's health impact of the family's of the patient's family history on likelihood of developing diseases. So imagine mo, pa-discharge na yung pasyente, i-discuss mo pa yung impact ng family history niya sa pag-develop niya ng diabetes. And na-diagnose na nga siya. Diba? Anong relevance nun, diba? Most important ba yun? Hindi. B, symptoms indicating that the patient should contact the healthcare provider. Pwede to kasi aalis na siya madi-discharge na siya. Wala na yung mga nurses, doctors, ganyan, 'di ba? So kailangan niya malaman yung mga simptomas na dapat ay wina-watch out for niya kapag nasa labas na. C, effect of endogenous insulin on transportation of glucose into cells. So yung mode of action ng drug, ng insulin, diniscuss mo. Pa-discharge na yung pasyente. Dapat, while in the working phase, ay diniscuss mo na to. Okay, so X din to. Function of the liver in the formation of glycogen and gluconeogenesis. Ganun din. Same with the concept of C. Okay, so X yan. Ang best answer ay boy. 36 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 37. To obtain the most complete information when doing an assessment for a 75-year-old patient, you will. Okay. A, ask the patient to write down medical problems and medication. So, inutusan mo yung pasyente na isulat niya yung mga problema niya, yung mga medications niya, ganyan. That is not appropriate. Okay? Ayan. Use geriatric assessment instrument to evaluate the patient. Pwede. C, interview both the patient and the primary patient caregiver. Pwede naman. Review the patient's chart for the history of medical problems. So dito kasi 'di ba, ideal if we interview the patient talaga at hindi lang nagbe-base sa charts. Okay? Ayan, so X to. Dapat ideal tayo when answering sa board exam. Okay, B or C, use geriatric assessment or interview. Ano kaya ang most complete information dito? Dito kasi sa geria assessment instrument, may guide ka na. Diba? May susundan ka na ng guide. Ang gagawin mo na lang ay pupunan mo yun. Pwedeng through interview din. Pero may guide ka. Okay, dito naman, interview both the patient and primary patient caregiver. Sa C, wala kang guide. So, ang best answer dito ay boy because of the guide. Okay, pwede ka rin naman mag-interview, ganyan, using this guide. Okay, so 37, best answer is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Which information about a 77-year-old patient who is being assessed by the public health nurse is of utmost concern? Okay. Ano daw yung information? Okay. A, says, I don't go on my daily walk since I had pneumonia 2 months ago. So, meron siyang health history ng pneumonia. And siya ay geria patient. Okay. Teka. Ayan. B, tells the nurse, I prefer to manage my life without much help from others. Okay. This would also cause a concern kasi pwedeng depress yung client. Okay. Pero tingnan pa natin yung other option. Uses 3 different medications for chronic heart and joint problems. Ito, common to sa geria. Diba may tinatawag tayo ditong polypharmacy. And, ayun nga, common to sa geria. Okay? So, ito yung utmost concern. Organizes medications in a marked pill box so I don't forget them. Actually, okay nga ito, hindi siya concern. So, X rin yan. Ang hinahanap kasi natin, concern. So, A, I don't go on my daily walk since I had pneumonia 2 months ago, or tells the nurse I prefer to manage my life without much help from others. Okay, kapag sinabing utmost concern, di ba yung pinaka to? So kapag ganun, anong mas matimbang? Yung actual disease or yung kasi parang nag-i-indicate yung B ng parang baka meron siya neto, parang ganon. And at the same time, psychosocial to eh. So when prioritizing, 'di ba? Mas uunahin natin yung may actual na disease. And at the same time, ayan, kasi 'di ba, ang patient natin ay geria. So, nagkaroon na daw siya ng pneumonia. And so, pwede pa siyang magkaroon ng pneumonia in the future. They're susceptible to infection. Parang ganon. So, ang utmost concern talaga dito ay yung may actual disease na. Okay, so A. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 39. When caring for an older adult who lives in a rural area, you will. Okay. Di ba kapag sa rural area, mapapansin natin na kalat-kalat yung mga bahay, maraming mga white spaces in between bahay nga, ayun. Tapos, yung transportation din, medyo limited lang din. Okay? So, tingnan natin yung options. D, suggest that the patient move to an urban area for better healthcare. Wow, grabe ka ha. Grabe mag-suggest. Ayan. So, kapag ganito kasi, this will incur a cost sa pasyente. Magastos to. So, hindi natin siya sasabihan ng ganito. Okay? Obtain adequate medications for patients to last for 4 to 6 months. Okay? If ever man pumayag yung physician niya na ganito yung setup, masyadong matagal yung 4 to 6 months. Okay? B, assess the patient for chronic diseases that are unique to rural areas. Pwede to. And ito na nga, yung ensure transportation to appointments with healthcare provider. Pwede rin yan. Kasi nga, nangyayari naman talaga yan. So, between A and B, anong pipiliin natin? Yung pag-assess? Or yung mismong pag-ensure na may transportation siya sa appointments niya? Tsaka chronic diseases to. Di ba ang priority natin, usually yung mga acute diseases more than yung mga chronic. Diba? So, ang pipiliin natin, mas pipiliin natin dito ay yung apple. Kasi, one of the concerns talaga to sa rural area. Okay? So, 39 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Which of these patients assigned to you is most likely to need planning for long-term nursing management? A 71-year-old with appendicitis who has had an emergency appendectomy. So, kapag nagkaroon ng appendectomy, mawawala na yung appendix, mawawala na yung appendicitis, di ba? So, most probably, hindi to magkakaroon ng long-term nursing management. X. 60-year-old with bilateral knee osteoarthritis who weighs 350 pounds. Hindi siya nagbigay ng solution sa problem niya na bilateral knee osteoarthritis. Nag-weigh daw siya ng 350 pounds or 159 kilograms. Mabigat to. And possibly nakaka-cause pa to or nakaka-contribute pa to sa paglala ng osteoarthritis niya. Okay, so pwede tong for long term. How about yung other options? 54. With cholecystitis who has had laparoscopic cholecystectomy. So, ito naman, tinanggal mo yung gallbladder and meron siyang inflammation ng gallbladder. So, short term na lang din to na nursing management kasi tinanggal mo na yung mismong problema eh. So, a case. 62-year-old with acute sinusitis will require antibiotic therapy for 5 days. So, nagbigay ka ng solusyon sa problema niya. Diba? And for 5 days, this is acute. So, hindi siya long term. X. That leaves us with boy. Okay? Kasi this will require long-term nursing management at kailangan niya magpababa ng timbang. Okay? Hindi naman agad-agad yung pagbaba ng timbang, di ba? So, long-term nursing management yan. 40 boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Situation. After passing the NLE, Nurse Magbanwa takes her first job in the RHU. She reviews concepts and principles in the primary healthcare. The key global agency that initiated the Alma-Ata conference on primary healthcare is actually dalawa yan. Isa dyan, WHO, isa dyan, UNICEF. Okay? Hindi kasama to, pampagulo lang yung World Bank, pampagulo yung Care International. Pero ano ba yung key global agency na tinatanong dito? Okay, originally, ang sagot dito ay dog, but actually my answer is WHO. Okay? 41 boy. Yes, yun nga, original answer nga is dog. Kasi, ayun nga, dalawa sila eh. Pero kasi usually kasi, nung binabasa ko yung mga sources, kapag silang dalawa yung minention, talaga nauna lagi ang WHO. So I'm assuming it's the key global agency. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Which Asian country is considered among the first to adopt the principle of primary healthcare? Okay? So actually, yung Philippines, bida-bida tayo dyan. The Philippines claims to be one of the first, perhaps the first countries to have adopted the primary healthcare as a national strategy for healthcare. Okay? Tsaka, dito daw unang ginanap yung first conference on primary healthcare for countries in the Western Pacific region. Ayan. Nangyari daw dito sa Manila noong November 1977. So the answer here is dog. 42 dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Guys, okay pa ba kayo? Okay pa ba? Paki-chat nga. Yes. Okay, tuloy tayo ha. Pagdating ng 50, break tayo. Okay? 43, Nurse Magbano is aware that she has to use tools and methods that are suitable and acceptable to the families and communities that she serves. This primary healthcare principle is referred to as. Okay. So dito, actually, may tinatawag tayong 4 pillars of primary healthcare. Diba? And palatandaan ko dyan, ayos. Ayos yung 4 pillars of primary healthcare. Yung A, active community participation. This is the most important. Yung I, inter and intrasectoral linkages. Yung U, use of appropriate technology. And S, support mechanism made available. So dito, tools and methods that are suitable and acceptable. That is appropriate application. Okay. Teka, cultural application. Ano naman sinabi about culture? X. Essential methodology, hindi naman methodology, yan, tools yan, X yan. Community participation, parang unrelated siya dyan sa tools and methods, diba? So, syempre, yung mga tools and methods, we apply that. We use that for application. So, B ang best answer. 43 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 44. Wait lang. Okay. 44. Nurse Magbano recognizes that health services offered are too in accordance. Health services offered are too in accordance to the prevailing beliefs and practices of the intended clients of care. This primary health care principle is known as prevailing beliefs and practices. So kapag sinabing prevailing beliefs and practices, this is something that needs to be accepted, di ba? Okay, but before we go there, let's first define yung isa-isa na yan na option. Kapag sinabing availability, it's the quality of being able to be used or obtained. Available, okay, from the word itself. Kapag sinabing acceptability, of course, it's the quality of being accepted. Kapag naman sinabing affordability, it's the cost or price of something. Kapag accessibility, it's the quality of being able to be reached or entered. Okay. Ngayon, ang tinatanong niya dito, recognizes that health services offered are too in accordance to the prevailing beliefs and practices of the intended clients. So, may kinalaban dyan ang acceptance sa mga beliefs and practices, di ba? So, B ang tamang sagot. 44 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 45. Collaboration. Question lang po ma'am, pagdating sa actual exam, ano po sundin namin? Yung reference sa G-form or sa ratio po? Okay. Pagdating sa board exam, susundin niyo yung sarili niyo. Okay? Pagdating sa board exam, mag-isa ka na lang as in. Kung ano yung alam mo, yun na yun. Kung ano yung pagkakaintindi mo, yun na yun. So, tayong lahat, may kanya-kanya tayo ng pagkakaintindi sa bagay-bagay. Kumbaga, ganon. So, ang marirecommend ko, kung kayo mismo sa pag-analyze yun ng tanong, ano yung sagot nyo dun? Okay, huwag kayong, ito yung sinabi sa amin, ito yung magiging sagot ko. Iisipin nyo rin kung bakit yun yung sagot. Tama ba yung sinasabi ko? Ganun, i-analyze nyo. Okay? Ayan. Kasi pagdating sa board exam, wala na kami dun. Kaya nakadepende talaga sa analyzation nyo to. Okay? Kaya marami ng pa-exam ang top rank. Kasi dun namin kayo hinahasa sa pag-analyze ng exam questions. Okay? Hindi dahil para bigyan kayo ng sagot, ganyan. Hindi doon. I think it's more of yung pag-analyze. Kung paano pagdating na board exam, kahit hindi yun yung eksaktong nandun na question, alam nyo pa rin kung paano siya sagutan. Ganon. Okay? Yes, critical thinking. Ayan. 45, ayan, let's resume. Collaboration and cooperation is crucial to the achievement of the primary healthcare goals. Ayan, collaboration and cooperation. Ayan. The referral system among the RHU, non-government organization, and local social welfare and development office is classified as what type of relationship? Okay, wala tong coalition building, wala tong network linkage name. It's either intra or inter. Okay, so let's differentiate what is intra and intersectoral collaboration or linkages. Kapag sinabing intra, it's a collaboration within the healthcare delivery system. So, di ba yung intramuros, intra, parang it's a walled city, so it's within, parang ganon. Isa yun sa pwedeng palatandaan yung intra, within siya. Okay? Kapag naman inter, collaboration outside in partnership with government organizations and non-government organizations. So dito, may referral system na among the RHU, non-government organization, and local social welfare and development office. Papasok dito yung inter. So the answer here is CAT. Ayan. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Situation. Assessment at the community level of care is a multidisciplinary undertaking that involves the member of the health team. Okay. Assessment. Ayan. The public health nurse uses data that have already been collected and are available and or gathers primary data for community diagnosis. Okay. Okay, so assessment tayo. Assessment is the first step in the nursing process. In the setting, which of the following objectives of assessment by the public health nurse is not included? Okay. In the setting, teka lang assessment is the first step in the nursing process. In the setting niya, ang setting dito yung community. Which of the following objectives of assessment by the public health nurse is not included? So ano daw ang hindi objective ng assessment dito? A. Identify specific risk factors related to health and health problems. Tama naman dito kasi we want to identify the risk factors, di ba? Ang hinanap pala natin dito ay negative and yung A ay positive kasi we want to identify the risk factors. Define the nature of the health status and health-related problems. Tama, we want to assess the health status of the patient. Identify clients who should be given priority. Prioritization na to. Okay? How about dog? Determine who should be referred to different healthcare facilities. So dito i-assess din natin kung sino ba dapat ang i-refer natin. Diba? So, positive tong dog. That leaves us with cat. Identify clients who should be given priority to care. Kasi prioritization na to, hindi na siya part ng assessment. Okay? Kasi to be able to prioritize, dapat kompleto yung assessment mo, diba? So, 46 is cut. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 47. Conducting Ma'am, confusing po yung sagot nyo kanina. Want to clarify po what do you mean po na kami mag-decide regarding sa i-follow namin sa correct answer sa guide, either G-form or ratio po. Okay. So, dito, ngayon ha, hindi sa board exam ngayon, follow niyo muna kung ano yung sabihin ko. Okay? Yung final answer, ilalabas ko yan, hopefully, after neto, kung may bumalik na sa akin. Okay? Yan. Pero nasabi ko naman, na-explain ko na naman, I hope na understand nyo rin kung bakit yun yung sagot ko. Okay? Yan. Yung sinasabi ko kanina na depende sa inyo yun, ganyan-ganyan. Sa board exam na yun. Kasi, syempre, wala na kami dito. Wala na kami doon sa habang nagbo-board exam kayo. So, depende sa inyo kung ano yung sagot. Yung context kasi kanina is sa board exam eh. Ayan. Okay, let's resume. 47, conducting a community assessment leads to a community diagnosis. Its products consist of a profile of the community's state of health as a process. Okay, wait lang. Conducting community assessment leads to community diagnosis. Okay, tama. Its products consist of a profile of the community's state of health. As a process, the public health nurse actively participates in community diagnosis, okay? The most common method of data collection that is accurate and provides the biggest bulk of community data is the, okay. So according to Maglaya, the most accurate or the most common method of data collection that is accurate and provides the biggest bulk of community data is interview. Page 158 to 160, kahit i-check nyo pa, sinasabi niya that the most common method of data collection is interview. Tsaka diba, biggest bulk of community data, paano mo yun makukuha with just observation? Okay, and yung community census kasi, it's not indicated. It's the most common method of data collection. Okay, yung records review naman, hindi rin yan. Community census daw po to Sir Daklis. Okay, so sa mga conflicting answers, ayan, at yung mga magkaiba sa G-form, okay, babalikan ko kayo dyan. Okay, klaro tayo doon? Okay. Okay, good. Clear tayo. Basta, na-explain ko naman sa inyo guys, diba? Bakit yun yung sagot ko. Okay. Ang hirap din kasi i-explain or sabihin yung sagot na ganito, which is hindi ko naman pinapaniwalaan na sagot ko. Parang ganun. So, paano ko siya ma-explain? Paano ko siya ma-rationalize, ma-justify, ganyan. Parang ganun. Kung nagbase lang din ako sa answer key. Diba? Pero all of these, as I said, will be clarified, okay? Ipaplansyahin natin to, yung recalls 4. Okay? Dapat kasi same answer ng lahat. Okay? Okay. 47 is cut. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 48. The data on health and disease can be gathered from different sources. Okay. Which of the following sources provide a most accurate set of data? Let's see. Most accurate daw. Population health profile from school and factory clinics. From school and factory clinics. Yan, part muna natin, tingnan natin. Births and deaths from city or municipality registrar. Wait lang. Kasi kapag sinabing most accurate data, dapat dun sa source na yon, primary source siya. 'Di ba? Wait lang. Yung boy, births and deaths from city or municipality registrar. Diyan talaga nire-register yung births and deaths. Okay? So, this is the most probable answer. Check natin yung C, morbidity data from filed personnel and mortality cases from medical death certificates. Ang most accurate dapat talaga na sources ay yung municipality registrar kasi primary source na to. Okay? Yung school and factory clinics, medyo may pagka broad siya. Kasi population health profile, ba't mo kukunin sa school and factory clinics? Di ba? Kasi to, from filed personnel, bakit nasa kanya yung morbidity data? Siya ba yung nagkasakit? Ganun. Di ba maraming tao ang involved dyan? Doon tayo sa official, city or municipality registrar. Okay? Doon nire-register yung births and deaths. So, 48 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Data analysis involves qualification, description, classification of data, which would reveal community health problems. An analysis of the social, economics, environmental, and political factors that influence health is characterized as. Okay. So dito, yan, for the benefit of time at para makapag-break na rin tayo, yung health resources, that involves lacks of manpower, ganyan, money, materials needed to solve the health problems. With the word itself, resources. Health status naman, this refers to or includes increased or decreased morbidity or mortality, fertility, or reduced capability for wellness. Kapag naman health-related problems, dyan na pumapasok yung mga other factors, yung existence of social, economic, environmental, and political factors that aggravate the illness. So dito sa question, it refers to the health-related problems. The answer here is CAT. Comprehensive problems, walang ganyan. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Situation, collaboration is being able to work cooperatively and efficient with co-workers and any other people the nurse may have to interact with. This includes other health professionals, clients, and their families and communities. With the stated problems, the nurse and the community prioritize these using a set of criteria. Which of the following criteria refers to the probability of reducing, controlling, and eradicating the problem? So we have 4 criteria in determining the priorities. Okay? Ay, pabang liitan to. Hindi na. Teka. Okay, mag-overlap siya. Okay, discuss ko na lang. 4 criteria for determining priorities. 1, nature of the condition or problem. So this is categorized into wellness ba siya, state or potential, health threat, health deficit, or foreseeable crisis. Ayan, yung first level assessment. 2, modifiability of the condition or the problem. So with the word itself, modifiability, yung problema ba, wait lang. Kaya ba natin siyang i-minimize or tanggalin or totally eradicate gamit yung mga intervention? So yung modifiability of the condition. Preventive potential. Kaya ba nating i-minimize or totally prevent kapag ginawa na natin yung mga interventions? Kapag ginawa na natin yung mga interventions, parang ganon. 4, salience, the family's perception and evaluation of the condition of the problem in terms of seriousness and urgency of attention needed or family readiness. May mga ibang families kasi na sa'yo urgent as a nurse, pero sa kanila hindi. So, yun yung salience. Kung seryoso ba yun sa kanila or urgent, dapat ba ganun na, ngayon na, parang ganun. So, these are the 4 criteria for determining the priorities. So, ang tinatanong dito, which of the following criteria refers to the probability of reducing, controlling, or eradicating the problem? And that is the modifiability. Kasi, through the interventions, kaya ba nating i-reduce, i-control, or i-eradicate yung problema? Okay, so that refers to the A, modifiability of the problem. Okay, so the answer here is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Situation: as a new nurse assigned in a municipality, you want to be a good player in healthcare team that you belong to. You plan to initiate a community. Guys, ano na? Break time na. Okay, 10 minutes, okay lang ba? Yeah, break time. Balik tayo ng 3 p.m. Okay? Tapos pagbalik natin, baka mag-ano na ako ulit, mag-wrap na ako ulit. Char. Ayan. Thank you guys. See you again at 3 p.m. Yung notes, nasan ko na yung notes? Saan ko ulit? Ay! No. Wait lang. Sige, send ko. Sent. 3 p.m. See you guys. Hi, everyone. Okay. 3 o'clock na, guys. Balik na tayo sa mga kinauupuan natin. Hi. Okay. Yan. Okay, sige nga, pakitype 1 nga if ready na. Go na tayo. Okay, sige, go na. Situation. As a new nurse assigned in a municipality, you want to be a good player in healthcare team that you belong to. You plan to initiate a community health project that will require interdisciplinary collaboration. The attributes of collaborative teamwork are the following, except. So, something that shows about collaborative teamwork. Okay? Okay. A, professional turfing. Okay, ano ba yung professional turfing na yan? Wait lang. Okay. Sa question na to, ang hinahanap pala ay except. So, something na hindi collaborative teamwork. Okay? Wait lang. Punta muna tayo sa letter D. Shared decision making. Is that an attribute of collaborative teamwork? Yes. Positive. Joint responsibility, positive din yan. Attribute yan. Unity of purpose, positive din. Attribute yan ng collaborative teamwork. Ang hindi lang kasama itong professional turfing. Ano ba ang professional turfing? Okay. Okay. Ayan. So, some patients transferred from one doctor's care to another are referred to as having been turfed. Okay, so the individual doctor or service becomes a territory and the patient is moved or turfed from one to another. So minsan nangyayari itong professional turfing kapag lumilipat yung pasyente kasi kunyari may mas magaling pa na doktor na iba. So lumilipat siya, professional turfing yon. Or kaya naman nire-refuse siya ng specialista na ito, kaya napunta siya sa'yo. Parang ganon. Pero, na-assess na siya ng specialista na yon, parang ganon. Pero ikaw yung sumalo. So, yun yung professional turfing. And that is the answer for 51. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teka lang. Ayan. Narinig niyo pa ba ako, guys? Yes. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, next. Situation ulit. Nurse Hidelin has just passed the NLE. She directly needs to refresh herself regarding the law that governs the practice of nursing in the Philippines. 56. By virtue of Section 16... Ay! Oh my gosh. Oo nga, ang bilis. Ba't naging 56? Madali much. Ayan. Thank you, thank you. Ayan. 52. In any community project, the activities of healthy members are needed for success. Okay, the activities of healthy members are needed for success. Defining the relationship and responsibilities and tasks of each member are important. Which stage of collaboration does this statement refer to? Okay. So kapag collaboration, ano ba yan? Ano ba tong dinidefine? The relationship and responsibilities and tasks. Okay? So saan ba yan? Is it D, collegiality? Okay? Kapag sinabi kasing collegiality, its focus is on the relationship of colleagues working together. Okay? Emphasis on working together. So yun yung collegiality para may pakikisama ka. Ito kasi, dinidefine mo yung relationship, hindi lang relationship, but your responsibilities and tasks of each member are important, na importante. Kapag naman trust building with the word itself, you're building trust, di ba? Na medyo unrelated naman siya dito sa pag-define mo ng responsibility and tasks and relationship, ganyan ang isa't isa. Consensus,
Kapag naman consensus, ibig sabihin lang yan, general agreement. Pero kapag sinabing commitment, it's the state or quality of being dedicated to a cause, activity, etc. Okay? So what do you think is the answer sa tingin nyo? Mismo kayo. D, collegiality. D, A, D, C, D, ang daming D. Okay, na-encounter nyo na ba itong question na to dati? Yes. And ang sagot ay D. Okay. Ayan, okay. So sa collegiality kasi, ayun nga, the relationship of colleagues, ito mismo yung sabi dito. For note-taking, ayan. Collegiality, the relationships of colleagues working together provides a framework in which professionals are expected to hold each other accountable for the care that is given and for its congruence with local and national standards. Okay. Ayan, so holding each other accountable yung collegiality. Thus, the answer here is dog. 52 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 53. Health teams have an obligation to work together to improve patient care. Which of the following messages does not support this statement? So not improving patient care. Use unique and complementary abilities of team members to optimize patient care. Yan, positive to. Ang hinahanap pala natin dito ay negative. Forge independent relationship from other professions to advance learning. So, independent, di ba? So, this is not collaborative, not about working together. So, negative to. Recognize one's limitation in knowledge and skills. Positive to. Kasi through this, makakapag-collaborate tayo with each other, makaka-work tayo with each other. Kasi, limited nga lang yung knowledge and skills natin. Bale, the more the merrier para mag-a-add up yung knowledge and skills, di ba? D, communicate with team members to clarify each member's tasks. Ayan. Tama rin to kasi this is part of working together and it supports a statement. So that leaves us with boy kasi this is forging independent relationship. Okay, 53 boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 54. A member of the health team proposes another community project. And what is the most appropriate thing to do when you disagree with the proposal? Okay, tingnan natin. A, question the proposal indirectly by telling your opinion to others. Okay, di ba? Ideal tayo. Mas magandang direkta tayong nag-o-object or nagko-question. Okay? Pero dapat with respect pa rin. Pero X natin do dahil indirectly siya. B, blame the proponent and tell him he is unprofessional. So, naging personalan ang nangyari. Parang proposal lang ang pinag-uusapan, may pag-blame na and unprofessional na daw, ganyan. Be frank while remaining flexible and open-minded. Tama to. Be absent in the next scheduled meeting of the health team. So, may pagka-passive-aggressive to. Non-therapeutic. C ang answer. Cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 55. In a conflict situation, healthy members have mutually reached an acceptable resolution to the issue that partially satisfies parties concerned. This approach is referred to as, kapag sinabing competing, yung isang party lang yung na satisfy. So one party seeks to satisfy interest regardless of the impact to the other party. So isa lang yung nanalo dito. May win-lose situation na nangyari dito sa A. B naman, ito kasi partially satisfies parties concerned. So both sila. So this is win-win, lose-lose to. Diba? Ito kasi win-lose. Yung isa nanalo, yung isa natalo. Competing. Kapag naman avoiding, lose-lose to. Pareha sila ng lose. Both parties nag-lose. Kasi hindi naman nila parang inayos yung conflict, sinupress lang nila. So that is lose. Both of them, both parties lost. C, compromising. Ito naman, ito na yung sagot. Partially satisfies. Okay? Win-win and lose-lose siya. Okay? Kapag partially satisfies. Kasi nag-compromise ka eh, 'di ba? From the word itself, nag-compromise ka. Meron kang napanalo pero meron ding natalo, parang ganun. Compromise 'yon. Accommodating naman, ito naman nagpatalo talaga siya. Yun yung accommodating. So the answer here is cut. 55 cut. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nurse Hidilyn has just passed the NLE. She directly needs to refresh herself regarding the law that governs the practice of nursing in the Philippines. By virtue of Section 16 of the Philippine Nursing Law, the first step Nurse Hidilyn needs to do after passing the NLE is to. So according to RA 9173, the first step is to take the oath of profession before the PR bon. Okay? Pwede mo lang gawin yung iba after mo mag-oath taking. Pwede ka na mag-apply for ID, PRC ID, kumuha ng board rating, and mag-apply for the certificate of registration. 56 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next, 57. Which government body has the power to revoke or suspend Nurse Hidilyn's certificate of registration professional license should she commit unprofessional and unethical conduct in the future? Okay. Ayan. So according to Section 23 of RA 9173, the board shall have the power to revoke or suspend the certificate of registration or professional license or cancel the special or temporary permit of the nurse. Okay, so the answer here is the board, the Professional Regulatory Board of Nursing DOG. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 58. What Republic Act provides a more responsive nursing profession? Okay? Kapag sinabing more responsive nursing profession, that is the Philippine Nursing Act of 2002 or yung RA 9173. Okay? Yung RA 7164, ito yung dating Philippine Nursing Act. Teka, ito i-type ko na lang. Yung RA 9173, this is the Philippine Nursing Act of 2002. Kaya sinasabing more responsive nursing profession siya kasi marami nang ni-revise, may mga in-amend na ng mga sections, kanyan. Yung RA 7164, this is the Philippine Nursing Act of 1991. Okay? Ayan. Pero ang sagot dito, kasi nga more responsive na, dapat yung pinaka-recent na, which is yung RA 9173. A yung tamang sagot. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next, 59. Nurse Hidilyn intends to work as a public health nurse. Which part of the nursing law should Nurse Hidilyn refer to for her safe practice as a novice nurse? Ayan. So meron sa RA 9173, which is Section 28, yung scope of nursing practice. Okay, walang nursing research, walang nursing personal system dyan. Ayan, merong scope of nursing practice, which indicates yung scope of nursing practice para maging safe siya sa pag-practice. Okay, so 59 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 60. When Nurse Hidilyn eventually gets employed in the rural health unit, foremost, she is required to utilize which of the following in rendering care to her clients in the community? Okay. Itong eksaktong nakasulat dyan sa Section 28 of RA 9173. It shall be the duty of the nurse to provide nursing care through the utilization of the nursing process. So the answer here is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Situation. Public health nurse Jojo asked the new nurses about their membership to the Accredited Professional Nursing Organization, which is the PNA. Okay, PNA yan. And their plans for personal and professional growth. Okay, personal and professional growth. Which of the following statement is true about the membership of the PNA? To the PNA. It is voluntary and is encouraged in by the PRC Code of Ethics. Hindi siya actually voluntary. Kailangan ka talagang maging member ng PNA. Okay? Wait lang. Ito ang sinabi mismo sa Code of Ethics. And according to Section 17 of Code of Ethics for Registered Nurses in the Philippines, registered nurses must be members of the Accredited Professional Organization, which is the PNA. So yun ang sinabi niya, must be members. So hindi siya voluntary. Okay. Is it compulsory for new nurses wanting to practice nursing in the Philippines? Is it mandatory as stipulated in the Philippine Nursing Act? Hindi. Kasi nga sa Code of Ethics siya, di ba? So, EKIS yan. Hindi siya sa Philippine Nursing Act of 2002. Required for those employed in government health facilities lang ba? Hindi. It's for all nurses. So, best answer dito ay boy. 61 boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 62. Why would a nurse choose to be an active member of several professional associations? Okay. Primarily to participate in the discussion and political action activities concerning the profession. Okay. Able to spend time with friends and colleagues. So, hindi to primary. Kasi, mag-spend time ka lang, di ba? Paano yung growth mo as a profession, di ba? C, part of the organization's annual convention or conference. Talagang yun lang yung pinunta mo, yung mga conference and conventions, ganyan. Hindi rin. Be able to have professional development opportunities. Tama to. And yung D, mas okay siya sa letter A, which is the discussion and political action activities concerning the profession. Ito kasing dog, umbrella answer to. Be able to have professional development opportunities. By going to the convention or conference, di ba, you develop din naman. Ganyan. So, dog ang best answer dito. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 63. Which of the following is the most important step to developing cultural competence for the nurse? Okay. Yan. So, cultural competency is defined as being aware of your own cultural beliefs and values and how this may be different from other cultures, including being able to learn about and honor the different cultures of those you work with. Okay, so this is about you as a nurse. Okay? So tingnan natin. Understand and recognize your own cultural background. Pwede. Kasi this is about the nurse. When talking about the cultural competence, understand the culture of her client. Hindi client ngayon ang pinag-uusapan natin, ang nurse. Identify the goals of cultural congruent goals. Hindi rin. Gain proficiency in another language and dialect. Hindi ito yung most important. Okay? So best dito na answer ay apple. 63 apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 64. Quality of patient care is ensured not only by continuing education. Wait lang guys pasensya. Okay. So guys, ito po yung salarin. Ayan, si Tiny. May special guest po tayo ngayong araw. Dahil maingay siya, dito muna siya sa akin. Ayan. Okay, continue na tayo. Ayan. Hello, Tiny! Ayan. Okay. Ayan. 64 tayo, guys. 64. Quality of client care is ensured not only by continuing education. Okay. Professional responsibility along this line requires, foremost, the nurse-centered care. Okay, di ba nga dapat as much as possible, client-centered care tayo? So, hindi to. Dito pala, pinag-uusapan na natin ang client care. Okay? So, hindi na nursing care. Ay, hindi na about the nurses to. Okay? C, getting master's degree in nursing. So, ito naman, hindi naman required ang pagkuha ng master's degree in nursing. Okay? Kasi tinatanong dito requires eh. So, X yan. Understand the social economic background of patients. Foremost, tingnan natin, knowing the standards of practice. Required to. Okay? And foremost siya. Kasi ito yung magiging basihan natin. So, the answer here is apple. 64 apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 65. Quality of client care is ensured not only by continuing education. Ay, wait lang. Okay, same question siya, guys. Ayan. Professional responsibility along this line requires foremost, obtaining an advanced academic degree in nursing. Hindi naman siya required. Diba? Attending as many as nursing conferences. Hindi rin naman. Conforming to the institution's policies and guidelines. It's not the foremost. Okay. Monitor one's own practice according to the standards set by the profession. So again, the standard is mentioned. So D is the correct answer for 65. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Situation. Nurse Franz is part of health team of a rural health unit that implements the Philippine Package of Essential NCD Intervention, PhilPIN. He is particularly assigned to conduct hypertension screening among 15 years old and above during home visits. 66. The most accurate and reliable technique for indirect BP measurement is the... Okay, so kapag sinabi natin indirect, walang kinalaman yung blood. Okay? So, hindi siya in contact with blood. Kapag sinabing direct, in contact with blood. Okay? So dito, wala namang in contact with blood dito. So wala tayong i-eliminate. Pero ang tinatanong dito, most accurate and most reliable technique. Okay. Sa pagpalpate, anong mas accurate? Ang pag-auscultate o ang pagpalpate? Okay? Kasi yung sensation na touch, ayan, minsan meron, minsan wala. 'Di ba? May mga times na ganun. Mas accurate ang auscultation kasi mismo naririnig natin siya with the use of a mercury manometer or aneroid BP status. Dito, ang most accurate and reliable, ang gold standard talaga ay ang mercury manometer. Okay? Pero ang ginagamit ngayon ay yung aneroid BP apparatus. And bakit? Kasi yung mercury manometer, it's unsafe for the environment, di ba? May mga mercury spills na nangyayari before, di ba? Kaya iniiwasan na yung mercury. Pero ang tinatanong naman kasi dito, yung most accurate and most reliable technique. And ayun yung mercury auscultatory using a mercury manometer. Okay, so 66 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Nurse Franz remembers that blood pressure taken in the upper arm versus the forearm varies. Thus, there is a need to document which side is used. Which of the following values is the correct variation in millimeter mercury? So dito, gusto natin malaman kung ano yung difference ng upper arm na blood pressure sa forearm blood pressure. Okay? So according to data, The average niya. The average difference of pressures between the upper arm and the forearm ranges from 4 mmHg in systolic and 2.3 mmHg in diastolic. So, saan yung range na yan dito? That is 1 to 4. Okay, dog. So, the answer here is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 68. Nurse friends needs to expose the patient's arm and position it with palm upward and arm slightly flexed with the whole arm supported at which level? Okay, so yung standard reference level for measuring of blood pressure is at the level of the heart. Okay, it's not above, it's not below, it's not any level lang, but at the heart level. That is the standard reference level. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nurse friends took the blood pressure of a 45-year-old family member and got the reading as 146 over 92 mmHg. This reading is classified as, so ito na, meron na tayong table dito. Ayan. So 146 yung systolic niya. So dito siya, stage 2, tas 90 or higher yung diastolic niya. So nasa stage 2 siya ng hypertension, and that is C. Okay? 69 is C. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 70. In defining and classifying hypertension, okay. Mali ulit sa G-form. Okay, dito, for sure, C talaga to. Hypertension stage 2. Okay? Kita niyo naman. Yes, nagkabaliktad yung letter. Pero kasi ito kasi yung letter talaga sa wait lang. Etong hypertension stage 2, anong letter to sa sa G-form? C. Okay, so tama naman. Tama. Oo. Oo, napansin ko yun. Oo. Ayan. Yung sa PNA membership, hindi siya voluntary. As stated nga doon mismo sa Code of Ethics. Okay, siya? Kailangan talaga na member ka, hindi siya voluntary. Kasi may must eh. Must be a member. Okay? Pero sige, ano bang yun? Sorry, number yun? Yung sa PNA? Yung may voluntary? Sorry. I-note ko na lang din. 61 yan. Okay, sige. Sige, yun yung isa sa mga ika-clarify ko para lang tayo. Consistent. Okay. Yan. Next tayo. In defining and classifying hypertension, blood pressure readings must be based on measurements done during. Okay, sa pag-classify na tayo ng hypertension. So it is said that usually 2 to 3 office visits at 1 to 4 week intervals are required to confirm the diagnosis of hypertension. Okay, so lagay ko dito. Ayan. 2 to 3 office visits at 1 to 4 intervals are required to confirm the diagnosis of hypertension. Pero, pwedeng 1 visit na lang kapag yung BPI ganito kataas. 110, greater than 110, 180 over 110 mmHg. And there is evidence of cardiovascular disease. Okay, kahit isang visit na lang dyan, diagnose ka na ng hypertension kapag ganyan yung BP mo and meron kang cardiovascular disease. Okay, so anong sagot dito? Okay, the answer here is apple. At least 2 visits taken 1 week apart. Ayan, usually 2 to 3 office visits at 1 to 4 week intervals. Okay, the answer is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Situation: the Code of Ethics of Registered Nurses in the Philippines was promulgated by the Professional Regulatory Board of Nursing in consultation with the national nursing organizations. The code's preamble recognizes that the primary responsibility of the nurse is to A. Treat and cure simple disease. B. Preserve health at all cost. C. Support client in health matters. Or D. Achieve quality of life for clients. Okay, tingnan natin dito. Yan. So, ito yung nakasulat sa preamble. Health is a fundamental right of every individual. The Filipino registered nurse, believing in the worth and dignity of each human being, recognizes the primary responsibility to preserve health at all cost. The answer here is boy. 71 boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Article 2 of the code outline the ethical principles governing the registered nurses and the people. In relation to this, the following are the guidelines the nurse must observe except, okay, tingnan natin in the next slide. Ayan, ito yon. Registered nurses and the people. So A, in the event of conflicts, culture and values, in the event of conflicts, culture and values take precedence over welfare and safety. Mali na agad. Ang hinahanap pala natin dito ay yung hindi kasama daw sa guidelines. Okay? So negative. And this is negative. The answer is apple. Kung babasahin niyo yan, respect the spiritual beliefs. Yan, consider the individuality and totality of patients when giving care. Uphold the dignity and rights of the patient. Lahat yan ay kasama. Okay? 72, apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As a citizen and a member of society, the nurse must 1. Be involved in the community, concerns and projects, tama naman to, positive. Be equipped with knowledge of the community health resources, tama rin to, positive. Lead their lives in conformity with the principles of right conduct, tama. 4. Project an image that will uplift the nursing profession at all times, tama. 5. Be on guard that her or his words and actions are always agreeable with others, tama ba yon? Not all the time dapat nag-agree ka with other people. Okay? So, 1, 2, 3, 4. The answer is dog. Ayan. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 74. As a professional, the nurse must always conduct herself appropriately. Which of the following behaviors does not correspond to this statement? Okay? Yan. So, ano daw yung statement na hindi nagpapakita na nagkakonda ka daw ng sarili mo appropriately? Okay, so something negative to. Avoid any abuse of the privileged relationship which exists with patient. Positive to. B. Accept gift or hospitality from any person in exchange for a requested favor. Malito. Dapat hindi ka nag-accept ng gift, nag-refuse ka dapat. C. Not demand and receive any commission, fee, or emolument for referrals made. Tama. Not allowing themselves to be used in advertisement that would demean the image of the profession. Tama rin. So the answer here is boy. Kasi this can be bribery. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ayan. So dito nakasulat, decline any gift, favor, or hospitality which might be interpreted as capitalizing on patients. Ayan. So answer is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ay, meron na pala kayong kopya ng Code of Ethics, guys? Yes. Wala pa. Meron po. Yes po. Okay, sige. Magsasend ako later sa next break. Okay, para hindi na kayo maghanap. Okay, next. 75. In the said Code of Ethics for nurses, the nurse in relation to her profession is expected to do the following except. Okay. So dito, ayan, registered nurses and the profession, nakikita naman na ang hinanap nito ay negative. So tingnan natin. Participate actively in the growth and development of the nursing profession. Tama. Strictly adhere to the nursing standards set by the Professional Regulatory Board of Nursing. Tama rin to. Positive. This is positive. Yan. Strive to secure equitable socio-economic and work conditions for nurses. Tama rin. Ito, tama. Be a member of the accredited professional organization, which is the International Council of Nurses. So dito, dapat PNA ang accredited professional organization natin at hindi ang ICN. Okay? So the answer is DOG. 75 DOG. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Situation. Excuse me. Legally binding ba ang Code of Ethics? I would say yes. Kasi it is from the PRC. And di ba yun yung parang basis din natin sa mga responsibilities or mga guidelines natin as a nurse. Di ba? So kung kunyari, hindi or na-breach mo yun, hindi ka nag-refuse ng gift, ganyan, tumanggap ka ng gift, ganyan. Di ba? So, pwede kang pwede kang makasuhan dun. Wait lang. Legally binding. Pwede ka bang makasuhan dun? Babalikan kita dyan. Okay? Legally binding. Code of Ethics. Okay. Balikan kita dyan Okay. Tuloy muna tayo. Situation, you're making a home visit to Mr. and Mrs. Hoson, who are both in their 70s. Communicating with older person requires effective and therapeutic techniques. Okay, you noted that Mrs. Hoson frequently shifts the conversation to reminisce. Okay, which of the following communication techniques would be most effective with Mrs. Hoson? Okay, di ba yung reminiscing, it's actually a way of parang a way of comfort for the elderly. Kasi when they reminisce, they're able to be reminded of who they were before. Ayan. So tingnan natin, ano ang most effective na communication technique with Mrs. Hoson na nag-reminisce? A, asking exploring questions, pwede. B, changing the subject, parang may pagka-rude to, and this is non-therapeutic, okay? Giving information, pwede pero medyo unrelated siya with reminiscing. Restarting, inulit mo ulit yung conversation dahil ayaw mo nagre-reminisce siya. So, X yan. Okay, so the best answer here is A, asking exploring questions. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 77, the assessment of the older adult should focus on. Okay? So dito naman, using the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, etong social functioning, this is part of the love and belonging needs. Okay? Yan. Relationship needs, dito rin sa love and belonging needs. Itong chronological age, wala siya masyadong relate sa Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Pero kung i-relate natin siya, kasi older adult to no? Okay, medyo unrelated siya. Yung functioning level, dito siya sa safety needs. Yung ability to function daily. Diba? Okay, so ang priority natin dyan ay Apple. 77 is Apple. The assessment of older adults should focus on the functional level. Kung ano yung ability niya to function on a day-to-day basis. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 78. When communicating with the cognitively elderly clients, it is important to understand the use of touch. Which of the following is true in relation to the using of touch? Which of the following is true in relation of using touch with the elderly? Okay, paulit-ulit tayo sa question. Ayan. A, it is calming. Okay. Pwede for others, pero ayun, not all the time siya na calming. May mga iba kasing pasyente na ayaw ng touch, ganyan. Especially yung mga clients na feel nila unsafe, ganyan. Ayan. So not all the time to calming. The use of touch must be determined on an individual basis. Tama to. Okay, kasi nga depende nga naman yun sa pasyente. It increases their agitation and confusion. Not all the time then. Ayan. The face should be touched to establish rapport. Ito naman, weird to, and at the same time, overstepping na siya ng personal space ng client. Okay, dapat professional space lang yung meron tayo. Okay? So, best answer dito ay boy. 78 ay boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 79, Mr. and Mrs. Hoson are an elderly couple that you are interviewing at home. Mr. Hoson asked to speak you alone. To speak to you alone. He tells you that Mrs. Hoson has become forgetful lately, and yesterday he received an overdue water bill. He asked, should I take over this responsibility? What would you say to Mr. Hoson? Old people get forgetful at times. Ito masyado na to, generalizing. Okay, na naging non-therapeutic na siya kasi remember, si Mr. Hoson, part din siya ng age group na to. So parang sinabihan mo na rin siya na forgetful siya, di ba? So X yan. Could you tell Mrs. Hoson that you will help with the bill paying? Ayan. So ito, you didn't decide for the client, which is at this time si Mr. Hoson. Tinatanong mo siya kung pwede niyang gawin to. Okay, pinag-decide mo siya. Okay, so this is the probable answer. C, tell Mrs. Hoson that you will assume responsibility now. So, ito naman yung C, imposing siya, and at the same time, hindi mo hinayaan si Mr. Hoson na mag-decide. Okay, na kung gagawin niya ba yun or hindi. D, you don't know what to suggest. This is a family matter. So, X to, kasi dapat, as much as possible, may gawin tayo as nurses. Okay, so the answer here is boy. 79 boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. It is critical to assess hearing loss in the elderly because only adults can only hear at 90 words per minute. Walang ganyan. There is initial inability to hear at low frequency consonants. Malito. Kasi usually, yung mga older adults, they have initial inability to hear high pitch sounds. Okay, high pitch sounds. C, deafness causes hair loss. Hindi. Actually, may tinatawag tayong presbycusis. So, yung presbycusis, it is the age-related hearing loss that is mainly caused by damage to hair cells. And not necessarily hair loss. Okay. Ayan. Yan yung presbycusis. D, hearing loss has direct impact on communication. Tama. Okay. Kaya kailangan na i-assess natin ang hearing loss ng elderly kasi maapektuhan yung way of communication. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 81. A strong typhoon hits a rural community in the Visayas where 300 families are left without food and shelter, which reaction demonstrates the community's readiness. Okay. Paano natin masasabi na ready ang community? Community leaders activate the community disaster plan. Tama to? Kasi hindi na sila magpaplano pa. I-activate na lang nila. Diba? Ready sila. B, community leaders contact the National Disaster and Relief Center about the disaster. Okay, park natin yan. Residents run to DSWD local office to ask for donation of food and water. So parang nagkagulo sila, diba? So this does not demonstrate community readiness. Typhoon victims are relocated to church patios, school gyms, and municipal playground. Okay. Pwede naman to kung kasama siya sa plano. As well as ito, yung contacting. Ayan. So, itong letter A, pwede na siyang umbrella answer for B and dog. So, the answer is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 82. Nurse Kiko is working in a temporary shelter of victims immediately following a natural disaster. Which condition is a nurse most likely to encounter? Okay. Ito naman, okay, mag-eliminate na tayo dito. Yung chronic illness ba, usually na-encounter yan due to the natural disaster. Kagaya ng diabetes, ganyan, heart disease, ganyan, dahil basta natural disaster yon. Chronic, ibig sabihin pang matagalan lang. Ito kasi, parang nangyari lang eh. Parang ganon. So, X tong chronic illness. Dapat, ang usually makita natin or ma-encounter natin ay yung mga acute illnesses. Okay? Communicable diseases. Ito naman, hindi rin to acute kasi yung pagkahawa-hawa, it happens over time. Okay? How about hallucination? It's not always encountered following a natural disaster. Minsan meron, minsan wala. So it's not most likely. Okay? Ang most likely na encounter talaga natin dyan ay stress yung mga tao kasi there's change of environment, yung iba nawalan sila ng tirahan, yung iba minawawala silang kamag-anak, ganun. So, stress talaga. 82 is buhay. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which task would a nurse be most likely to perform while volunteering on a disaster medical assistant team? D. Provide medical care for for disaster victims. As nurses, dapat na pinoprovide natin ay nursing care and not medical care. Set up immunization clinics to administer anti-tetanus vaccine. Ito naman, yung anti-tetanus vaccine, para to sa mga, Yung anti-tetanus vaccine kasi, pwede siya. Especially kung kunwari maraming mga nasira na mga establishments, maraming nakakalat na mga debris, ganyan. So, pwede yung pag-setup ng immunization clinics, pero tingnan natin yung other options, okay? Conduct a needs disaster assessment of the community. So, dito nag-assess ka muna. Ayan. Ito naman, nag-assess ka na sa pag-triage ng disaster victims. So, ano yung mas urgent dito? Most especially, nasa disaster medical assistant team ka. Ang mas urgent dito ay yung mag-assess sa triaging ng disaster victims kaysa mag-conduct ka ng assessment, ganyan, at mag-set up ka pa ng immunization clinic. So, the best answer here is Apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 84. Which population has a greater risk for disruption after a disaster? Okay. So, last 3 calls, nag-share ako ng listahan and mag-share ako ulit this time. So, yung mga vulnerable when the disaster strikes, yung mga children, and mga pregnant women, elderly people, malnourished people, and people who are ill or immunocompromised. Okay? So, dito, at greater risk din, although wala dito sila sa listahan, pwede itong single parent families. Okay? Kasi mag-isa lang yung parent. Ano kung marami siyang anak? Ayan. Itong middle income families, dapat low income families. So, X natin yan. Yan. Pwede itong substance abusers. Okay? Kasi at the time of disaster, pwedeng under influence pa sila ng substance. Okay. Ito naman, healthcare workers tayo, dapat tayo yung tumutulong. So, hindi tayo dapat at great risk. Okay? So, ang sagot dyan ay 1, 2, and 4. The answer is Apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 85, after the devastating typhoon hits the community, a grassroots organization is formed to improve conditions post-recovery. Nurse Kiko joins the organization and volunteers to contact and meet with the public key officials and key informal leaders about the community's concern. What role daw. Does Nurse Kiko demonstrate? Hindi siya educator kasi hindi siya nagtuturo. Citizen na siya bago siya magkaroon ng role. Diba? Given na siya na citizen siya. So, X yan. Political ally, wala naman sinabi dito na political ally siya or kakampi siya ng mga public officials and key informal leaders. Sadyang, gusto niya lang makipag-contact and meet para ma-discuss yung mga concern ng community. And that is the role of an advocate. The answer is boy. 85 boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Situation. The World Health Organization stated that the climate change is the biggest threat to public health in this century. Climate change is happening and scientists believe that global warming results from human activity. As a public health nurse and as a citizen, you are concerned about the Earth's warming up fast from the production of greenhouse gases, which are involved in a greenhouse effect. The most common greenhouse gases are the following, except. Okay, so something negative, hindi kasama. Okay. Ito yung listahan ng mga main greenhouse gases. Please take note. Ayan. So, merong water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, ozone, nitrous oxide, and chlorofluorocarbons. Hindi kasama dyan ang oxygen. Okay? So, 86 apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Along with the natural greenhouse gases, there are some man-made ones that keep on increasing the atmosphere that contribute to the heating up of the Earth's surface. These harmful human activities include the following exempt. So since harmful ang hinahanap, negative yan. Use of liquefied petroleum gases. This is actually positive kasi LPG is already established as eco-friendly and does not contribute to global warming. Okay? Burning of fossil fuels, negative to. Use of aerosols and plastics, negative din to. Cutting down trees, of course, this is negative. Burning waste materials, negative din. And use of recycled paper, positive. So, hinahanap natin negative. So, ang negative ay 2, 3, 4, and 5. And that is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 88. You are aware of the consequences of the Earth's climate getting warm on the weather, which eventually affect people. Which of the following is not included? So, ano dito ang hindi kasama? Storm and floods. Consequence to ng global warming. This is most probably because of the melting ice caps sa North and South Pole. Okay, mga floods. Droughts, pwede rin. Kasi nga, nag-warm na yung yung atmosphere natin. Yan. More rains and winters. Tama. Ang hindi lang kasama dito ay cool ang summer. Kasi ang summer, with the global warming, dapat hindi siya cool. Diba? So the answer is boy. 88 boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 89. You are concerned about the effects of global warming on the health of the people. In your advocacy, which of the following statements should not be included? A. Increased. Wait lang. B. Changing pattern results in increases in vector, food, and waterborne disease. Positive to. Hinahanap ay negative. Okay. Increased exposure to ultraviolet rays result in increase in skin cancers. Tama. There is an increase in mental health problems due to harmful and unexpected consequences. Tama rin to. And increased air allergens result in increase in cardiovascular disease. So, mali to. Bakit? Kasi, research showed or reported that air allergens exacerbate pre-existing cardiopulmonary diseases. Okay? But, wait lang. Ayan. Pero, it's not directly, it does not directly contribute to the development of mismong yung cardiovascular disease. Okay? Kasi ito parang result in, yan, nag-signify na direct siyang nag-result nga in the increase in cardiovascular disease. Ang ginagawa niya lang naman yung air allergens, ine-exacerbate niya lang or pinapalala niya lang yung mga existing na cardiovascular or cardiopulmonary disease. So 89 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, sige, let me note 83 then. And clarify with the research team. Yan. Pero ang answer talaga dyan sa answer key ay A. Okay. Ayan. Ano nasa na tayo? Ayan. 90. The following messages can be included in your advocacy, helping reduce the generation of greenhouse gases and slow down global warming, except, yan. So dito, syempre, ano bang hinahanap natin dito? Negative, no? Kasi except, hindi kasama sa messages that can be included in our advocacy. Okay. So A is something positive, di ba? It's not negative. B is positive as well. Walk or use bicycle is positive. And so the answer here is the method rin of elimination is use of electricity or cooking. So if I compare mo yung electricity or for cooking with the use of gas burners for cooking, yung gas burners daw are more energy efficient compared to the use of electricity for cooking. Okay, kaya ang answer ay cat. 90 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. It is important that every nurse knows about PhilHealth is one of the pillars in attaining the universal health coverage. Which of the following statements is not true about PhilHealth? Okay, so something negative. It provides healthcare with the arrangement of consult now, pay later scheme. It is a means for those who can afford medical care to subsidize those who cannot. It is a health insurance program for all Filipinos. Okay? And the beneficiaries have access to a comprehensive packages of services. So ito positive to. Kasi may mga packages pa rin hanggang ngayon. Tama to, it is a health insurance program for all Filipinos. How about this one? It is a means for those who can afford medical care to subsidize those who cannot. Okay? Okay. So actually, ang sagot dito ay original answer is boy. Okay? It's a means for those who can afford medical care to subsidize those who cannot. Pero kung i-check niyo yung PhilHealth ngayon, sinasabi doon na it is both a means, wait lang. It is a means for those who can afford medical care to subsidize those who cannot afford the medical care. And also, it is it is a means for the healthy to subsidize the sick people. Okay? So, not true dyan, kung isa-search nyo rin, hindi ko makita tong consult now, pay later scheme. Pero dati, meron yan. Oo. A po before. Tama ba? A ba before? Ako, nalilito na ako kasi, sorry, ang answer is boy sa answer key. Pero ang sagot ko talaga is A. Okay, so tama naman, tama. Hindi nag-iba, okay. So tama naman pala. A ang sagot dito. Kasi, wala nang consult now, pay later scheme. Okay. Mali po sa G-form, ma'am. Okay, basta ang answer now is, ayan. Answer is apple dito. Okay? Kasi tama tong boy. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Under PhilHealth, beneficiaries have access to a comprehensive package of services. Outpatient treatment is given for which of the following diseases? So ito yung mga disease condition na may mga outpatient treatment. Okay? 8. So, kasama dyan ang asthma. Wait lang. Tingnan muna natin yung options. May heart disease, walang heart disease, walang tuberculosis, walang cancer. Kasama lang dito ay diabetes. Okay? So, 92 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which of the following inpatient care are included in PhilHealth? Okay, ano daw ang kasama sa PhilHealth na inpatient care? Kasama dyan ang room and board, medicines and drugs, laboratory and diagnostics, and professional fees. So the answer here is boy. 93 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The case rate amount depends on the final diagnosis. Each diagnosis have corresponding fixed amount or package. The case rate amount means that, so yung case rate amount ay dinededuct na from the total bill before ma-discharge. Okay? So, saan yan dito? Amount shall be deducted by the healthcare insurance from the member's total bill. Okay? So, here is the answer is CAT. Walang reimbursement, yan, walang ganyan. Walang installment basis, yan. So, dinideduct na siya kaagad. 94 is CAT. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 95, which of the following outpatient benefits is not included? Okay, so dito, kung mapapansin nyo, kahit di nyo kabisado ang mga outpatient benefits, ano ba dito ang hindi urgent? Ayan, and that is cosmetic surgery. Diba? Saan ka makakahanap ng insurance na government insurance company na may benefits ng cosmetic surgery? Okay, 95 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Public health nurses serve as a unique and vital role in environmental health. They conduct specific nursing actions that may promote health, reducing environmental risk to health of the community. Nurse Lolly proposes fluoridation of municipal drinking water of the community. In doing so, she is advancing the concept of, the answer here is illness prevention. Bakit? Kasi yung fluoridation, ito siya. Fluoridation is the process of adding fluoride to the water supply. So the level reaches approximately 0.7 ppm or 0.7 milligrams of fluoride per liter of water. This is the optimal level for preventing tooth decay. Thus, pang-illness prevention siya. Okay, the answer is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Environmental factors that negatively influence health include, so yung negative, green space in the community, this is positive. Urban stretch and unplanned zoning, negative. Disparities in socio-economic status, this is negative. Gang violence, negative. Organized recreation programs, this is positive. So the answer here is 2, 3, 4, that is dog. 97 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 98. Nurse Pepita is concerned about the rise of mosquito-borne diseases in a rural community. Effective primary prevention for community intervention. So primary prevention. Measure would include 1. Monitoring the incidence of diseases caused by mosquitoes. Okay, so di ba kapag monitoring and surveillance of cases, sa secondary yon? So malito. Secondary siya dapat. Promoting ordinance that control insect breeding sites. Ayan, ito primary siya. Instituting education program about insect control, primary din. Ayan. Promoting accessibility of diagnostic and treatment services. Okay, ito naman, pumapasok na siya sa secondary kasi may diagnosing na and treatment of services. Okay, and yun yung pinapromote natin. So the answer here is 2 and 3, apple. Ang sagot. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Yan. So, ito pala ulit yung levels of prevention. Paki-screenshot na lang. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ay, wait lang. Ano? Oo nga. Okay, sige. Please consider din yung C. Okay, so both answers ay tama, A and C. Okay? Both A and C are correct. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 99. The amount of garbage collected in the middle class community is huge and excessive. The best approach nurse can take to aid in helping decrease the amount of garbage generated is. So best approach ang tinatanong dito. And gusto natin ma-decrease yung amount of garbage generated. A, promoting recycling efforts in the community. So this is part of recycling na and not about reducing, diba? So X to. Encouraging use of fewer polluting products. Pwede. Discouraging overuse of materials that generate trash. Tama to. Educating about overbuying household products. So this is not exactly the best approach kapag nag-educate ka lang. Kailangan mas maganda yung may gawa na mismo. Okay. Wait lang. Ayan. So ito palang boy, kasi nakafocus lang siya sa polluting products. Eh, di ba ang medyo may pagka-broad siya, yung topic ng pollution. Hindi siya focus siya sa garbage and sa trash na pinag-uusapan natin dito. Okay? How about yung discouraging overuse of materials that generate trash? This is actually the answer. Okay? Kasi dito, ayan, nakasulat na rin dito. Gusto natin, di ba, mabawasan yung amount of garbage or trash generated. So, i-discourage natin yan. Yung overuse ng mga materials na ganon. Okay? Tsaka not all household products kasi generate trash. Kaya mali rin siya. So, 99 is cut. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 100. A family lives near a creek and the toilet is separated from their own house. Their excreta fall freely to the creek. What type of toilet is this? So ito, it's called the overhung latrine. Okay? So, yung open pit privy naman, it consists of a shelter built above a pit. Teka lang. Ayan. So open pit privy, it's also called outhouse or pit toilet. It consists of a shelter built above a pit in the ground into which human waste falls. Okay, so yung pit nasa ground. That's open pit privy. Kapag naman sinabing antipolo latrine, it consists of a pit at least 4 feet inches deep. Tapos meron siyang large pipe. Okay? Similar siya to bored hole latrine. Pero ito kasing bored hole latrine, ang ano lang niya, ang depth niya ay 5 to 10 meters lang. Okay? Ayan. 5 to 10 meters. Kapag naman overhung latrine, it is a superstructure. It consists of a superstructure and floor built over a water. Ayan. Ito yung sample ng overhung latrine. So the answer is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Bakit iba ang answer mo at answer kahapon lang ni Sir Daklis? Anong ano po ito? Number? Ito ba for number? Number 96. Sige, let's clarify. Anong answer ni Sir Daklis? Ano answer ni Sir Daklis? C, passive health promotion. Sige, ano ko na lang, clarify ko na lang. Sir Daklis kasi din yan eh. Pero yun nga, fluoridation talaga to prevent tooth decay. Okay? 96, sige. Okay, tuloy tayo guys. Teka. Early dinner tayo ng 5 PM. Okay lang ba? Pero tuloy tayo. Okay, sige yung document na ihahabol ko regarding yung mga iba-ibang answer, ganyan. Lahat naman yan sinusulat ko. Okay? And naka-document din. So, yung document na yun, before ko ilabas sa inyo, pinapacheck ko rin yon. Okay? Para lang uniform din. Okay? Natanggap nyo ba yung pinasan ko last time? Kami nalito na. Pasensya, ayan. Ayusin namin yan. Paplansyahin namin yan, promise. Okay? Maganda palang pampagising sa G-form. 92. Sige. Ano ba yung sa 92? Anong sagot dito sa 92? Iba-iba, ma'am. Ma-add po ba yun sa scores? PB po yata, ma'am. Okay, noted yan. Sige, clarify natin yan. Thank you. Okay, sige. Ayan na. Okay. Okay. Sige. Ika-clarify natin yan. Basta yung document na pinasend ko, natanggap niya na? Yung last time? Okay, sige, good. Okay. Ha? Yung Prof. Ad, ma'am. Hindi, ma'am, iba-iba yung answers sa atin. Okay. Sige guys, ayan. Bali may document akong isa-send ha. Yung document na yon, ipapacheck ko muna bago ko ibigay sa inyo. Okay? Yan. Sige, let's go to to nursing practice 2. Ayan. Open ko lang. Tapos, 5 PM, early dinner tayo. Okay, hanggang anong oras ba tayo ngayon? 1 to 7. Mamaya na lang natin pag-usapan kung hanggang anong oras. Okay. Ayan. Recalls for nursing practice 2. Okay. Situation, this is the first post-operative. You're welcome. Ayan. This is the first post-operative day for patient Emma, who was delivered by cesarean section. Nurse Ivy, a newly hired staff, was assigned to her. 1. Emma asked the nurse why she has to get up and walk the day after the surgery. Which of the following is the best response of the nurse? Walking hastens? Hastens lactation ba? Hindi. Wala namang sinabing hindi yan nakakahasan ng lactation ha, yung walking and getting up. Ayan. It relieves the pain, it heals the wound, fast recovery from anesthesia, hindi rin. Okay. It actually heals the wound from the cesarean section. Okay, so walking hastens the healing process, but be sure to ask for help, take it slow, and stand tall when you walk. Okay, so answer is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which laboratory finding should the nurse assess on the patient 24 hours after the cesarean section delivery upon the doctor's request? Okay, so dito, wait lang ha. Okay, for number 2, isi-skip ko na lang muna. Okay? Kasi baka malito na naman kayo. Okay? Alam niyo na yan. Skip ko muna 'to, ilalagay ko siya sa document. Okay? Hinihintay ko pa yung final answer. Yung number 2. Okay, para hindi na kayo malito. Okay, next tayo ha. Number 3, Emma complains of after pains. What should be the nurse immediate action? Okay, after pains, after cesarean section. Okay, immediate action ang tinatanong dito. A, advise her to stop breastfeeding for a day. B, encourage her to drink more water. C, assess vital signs and pain level. Or D, administer an analgesic stat. So dito kung mapapansin nyo, nag-intervene siya kaagad dito. Immediate action ang tinatanong natin. Ano yung una mong gagawin? Prioritization tayo, ADPI. So una mong gagawin is assess muna yung vital signs and pain level ng client before ka mag-intervene. Okay? 3 is CAT. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Emma is to be discharged 3 days after CS delivery. Which of the following observations of the nurse would cause the delay of her discharge and would warrant notification to the physician? Okay, so hinahanap natin dito is negative kasi something that could delay the discharge of the patient, diba, from the hospital. So, negative ang hahanapin natin. Itong A, moderate amount of lochia rubra. This is positive, especially 3 days pa lang after the CS delivery. So, lochia rubra usually last up to 3 days. So, yung moderate amount na yan to low amount, positive yan. Fundus is firm at the umbilicus. This is a normal finding, okay? Dapat talaga firm siya. C, pulse rate of 61 beats per minute taken in 24 hours. This is positive din. Kahit nasa medyo low, ano yun? Low level. Kumbaga, kasi 60 to 100 ang normal, di ba? Nasa 61 na siya. Pero normal pa rin to. Okay? Ito naman D, 5 voidings totaling 240 cc in 12 hours. Di ba ang normal natin ay 30 cc per hour? So, kung i-divide mo to, 240 cc divided by 12, makukuha mo yung cc per hour. So, pag dinivide mo yan, the answer will be 20 cc per hour. Ang normal natin is 30 cc per hour and less siya doon. So, 20 cc per hour to. Ayan, pasensya na sa sulat. Ayan. So, negative siya kasi dapat 30 cc per hour. So, answer here is dog. 4 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 5. On the 3rd postpartum day, Emma reports that she has voided 5 times that morning. What should the nurse initially do? A. Insert a Foley catheter. Collect the next voiding and measure the urine amount. Catheterize the client to check for residual urine. Or call the physician. Okay. Ito naman. Teka. Baka malito kayo ulit. Ayan. Kasi di ba initially, di ba, what we do is to assess. Okay? Ayan. And then, kung mapapansin nyo rin dito in A and C, pareha silang may catheterization. And syempre, ito, hindi naman initially i-call natin yung physician eh. Okay? Ayun. And so, clarify ko muna to. Ayoko na magsabi ng answer. Okay, pero utang to ulit. Parang need ng orders, ng doctor's order yung ABC. Polycat po ba need ng order? So, B. Ayun nga, ano na lang, skip muna natin itong number na to, okay? Sige. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hinihintay ko pa yung final answer. Situation, nurses Fatima and Imelda are doing research on the common errors regarding standard of nursing documentation in the obstetrics ward of medical center. 6, which would be the major purpose of the study. So again, common errors ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. Teka. Ma'am, sabihin nyo na lang po answer nyo. Kami na po bahala mag-isip hanggang sa wala pa po clarification. Okay, sige. Okay, sige. So sa number 6, dito kasi tingnan nyo ha. Ang pinag-uusapan natin dito ang common errors regarding standard standard of nursing documentation. So nakafocus tayo sa common errors. Wala namang sinabi dito about clarity of documentation. 'Di ba? Tapos tinatanong pa, major purpose of the study. So, ay case to sa akin. Duplicate the study in other hospitals. Hindi naman yan yung purpose to duplicate. Reduce if not eliminate errors in the documentation. Tama. Protect the hospital and staff from being sued. Hindi naman din yung major purpose. So, the answer here is cat. Common errors pinag-uusapan dito. Errors din dapat yung sagot. And wala tayong pinag-uusapan na clarity dito. Okay? 60 cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Which of the following could be the best method to gather the research data? Okay, when gathering the research data, ayan. So, balikan lang ulit natin yung focus of the study, which is the common errors in the standard of nursing documentation. Okay? So, when looking for errors in the standard of nursing documentation, or errors per se in the documentation, okay, usually in the QA sense, we do audits to ensure that standards are met and improvements are identified. Okay? So, best method to gather the research data, ito yung research natin, ay A. Nursing audit. Okay, 7 is apple, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 8. What is the term used to describe the arrangement of statistical data that exhibits the number of times the values of a variable occurs? Okay, so dito, with the word itself, number of times the value of a variable occurs, that is frequency. Okay? Yung frequency distribution, may mga graph pa yan na pinapakita yung occurrence of frequency, ganyan. Kapag naman skewness, it is defined as the distortion or asymmetry that deviates from the symmetrical bell curve or normal distribution in a set of data. Yun yung skewness. Kapag survey, it's just a method of data collection. So 8 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 9. In statistics, what is the definition of a percentage? So in statistics, the definition, and according then kay Merriam-Webster, it's a part of a whole expressed in hundreds. The answer is dog. 9 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 10. Based from the study's findings, to whom are the study's recommendations generally addressed? Using the situation as foresighted, the recommendation should be addressed to. Okay, so ito ulit yung research natin. The common errors regarding standards of nursing documentation in the OB ward of the medical center. So, nursing documentation yung pinag-uusapan natin dito. Thus, it should be addressed to nurses. Okay? So, nursing educators, nurses yan, staff nurses, nursing service administrators, hindi lang hospital administrators. So, the answer is 1, 2, and 3. 10. 10 apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Patient Carlita, 19 years old, is in her first trimester of pregnancy. Because it is her first pregnancy, she went for her prenatal checkup with her mother. She asked a lot of questions which she expects the nurse to answer her. 11. The nurse asked for the personal data of the patient, which to some, Carlita did not like to answer. And so she asked, "Why do you need to know if I am married?" What should be a good response of the nurse? I ask your marital status because, so dito, tingnan natin A, if you do not have a husband, that can pose a big problem for you. This is a negative statement, X. If you're married, then your husband will also suffer from discomforts like you. Hindi naman, X. You need your husband to accompany you every prenatal check. Bawal yung mother. So, X din yan. And the answer is dog. Your husband is your best support system during your pregnancy. Okay, so 11 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Number 12, the patient asked, what is the term for signs such as breast changes, urinary frequency, fatigue, morning sickness, and amenorrhea? So kapag mga symptoms or mga subjective symptoms ng patient, ang tawag natin doon, presumptive. Okay? Palatandaan dyan, may S yung presumptive. Okay? So, subjective, galing sa pasyente. Kapag probable, objective, may O. Ayan. So, eto, tayo mismo yung nakaka-observe nito as health professionals. Okay? Okay, gaya na lang netong Chadwick sign. Ayan. Tinitingnan natin yung vagina, yung cervix, for the Goodell sign, yung uterus for the Heger sign. Ito naman through the use of pregnancy tests. Yan. Examiner feels fetal outline, contraction, kid bounce, ballotment, ganyan. Kapag naman possible sign, ito na yung confirmatory. Okay? Possible tuloy, mali. Walang possible sign, positive sign. Okay, confirmatory. Yan yung fetal heart rate, fetal movement, tsaka fetal outline. Okay? About na mismo sa fetus. So, itong tinatanong dito, this is the presumptive signs. Dito pala, may mnemonic ako dito, yung mom tells, ayan, melasma, often urinates, mom, yan, mom tells. Kasi, sinasabi ng nanay, subjective. Kapag probable, yan, check. CCHHECK. Ayan, yung mnemonic ko dyan. Dito naman, puro fetal. Heart rate, movement, at outline. Okay? So, 12 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Also pala, dito pala, kapag Chadwick's, di ba? Ay, wait lang. May palatandaan din ako sa cervix tsaka sa Hegar. Okay? Ay, sa Goodell sign tsaka sa Hegar sign. So, sa Goodell sign, di ba, G yun, Goodell sign. So, it is the softening of the cervix. So, dito, sa G, may C yan, di ba? Ayan, so sa cervix yan. Pero kapag naman, Hegar sign, sa uterus siya. So, ito yung palatandaan ko dyan, may U dito sa taas. So, sa uterus siya. It's the softening or thinning of the uterus. Dito naman, softening of the cervix sa Goodell's. Okay? Ayan. So, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Sa probable po ba, ma'am, positive patient? Sa probable, sinasabi niya lang na these are objective signs na nakita natin sa pasyente. Yung positive signs kasi, ito, confirmatory na siya na pregnant nga yung pasyente. Ayan. Ayan. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The patient asked what causes newborn babies with the total absence of extremities. Ano ulit? The patient asked what causes newborn babies with a total absence of the extremities. Okay. The nurse answered that the cause for Amelia is intake of which of the following medications during pregnancy. Okay, so ang tawag dyan, phocomelia. Phocomelia is refers to the upper or lower limbs of the child to be underdeveloped or missing. Okay, and it is attributed to antiemetics such as thalidomide. So it can cause phocomelia. Ayan. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 14. The patient complained that every morning she becomes nauseated and oftentimes she would vomit excessively. What could be the cause of this? She asked. The nurse's answer is it is due to the increased level of increased level of heartburn, increased level of heart rate, hindi. Estrogen or progesterone? The answer here is estrogen. According to Cleveland Clinic, morning sickness is caused by low blood sugar or the rise in pregnancy hormones such as HCG or estrogen. Okay, so 14 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Next. The nurse advised patient Carlita to report to her physician which of the following most important sign if ever she will suffer from it. So among the options, ano daw yung most important sign? To Carlita, who is on her first trimester of pregnancy. Ang most important dito, hindi cough, hindi headache, hindi strong fetal movement. This is actually healthy pa nga, yung strong fetal movement. Healthy sign yan. Ang most important na kailangan i-report ay vaginal bleeding. Okay? Because it's a serious complication of pregnancy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. As a newly hired staff nurse of the hospital, Erlyn learned that the hospitals have an in-service training for its staff. The in-service trainings conducted are based on hospital and staff's needs. One of the identified needs was on knowledge deficit of Mother and Baby Friendly Hospital Initiative, or MBFHI. What is the first step among the 10 steps for the successful breastfeeding? Okay, so dito, in the next slides, ayan, paki-screenshot please. These are the 10 steps to successful breastfeeding. May next slide pa. Ito 1 to 5. Ayan. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ito yung 6 to 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So, balik tayo. Ano daw yung first step dito? Yung first step ay yung development of written breastfeeding policy that is routinely communicated to all healthcare staff. So, the answer here is apple. 16 is apple. Yung B, this is the third step. Okay, this is the third step. Yung C, 10th step siya. Yung D, this is the second step. Again, B is third step. Okay. Answer is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ako, sa totoo lang, wala akong memorize na ganito. Ayan. Pero, I suggest, intindihin nyo more than memorize. And try yung pag sunod-sunod rin yung parang i-connect sila na ayun, na in order, parang ganon. Ayoko na mag-memorize. Same during the board exam. Ayan. Sino nakakaalam dito about Anki? May nag-Anki ba sa inyo? Meron ba? Wala. Flashcards. Yep. Yep, flashcards na Anki. Yes, ma'am. Ayan. Ano yun, ma'am? Ma'am, pwede po ba pabalik sa 6 to 10? Ha? Okay lang ba yung 6 to 10? Guys, pwede pa type in na lang. Thank you. Ayan, yung Anki, ano siya? Flashcards siya. Tapos may mga ginawa kasi akong mga questions, tas may sagot na rin siya. I-input mo na lang sa Anki. Yes, active recall yung ano niya, yung concept niya. Nag-Anki ako nun before. So, lag yung device, ma'am, kaya mahirap. Pwedeng cellphone din yon. So, kung gusto nyong mag-Anki, sabihan nyo lang ako, i-message nyo ako, okay? Ayan. So, okay, let's resume. Slight break, ayan. 17, when practicing rooming in, how long should the baby stay with the mother? So, ayan. So, recommended for mothers to room in with newborns at least 23 hours to promote early breastfeeding. Early breastfeeding and encourage maternal-infant bonding, okay? So, at least 23 hours, and that is boy. 24, kasi at least 23 daw eh. Ayan. So, 17 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 18, what is the correct time for which the mother should initiate breastfeeding? It should be, okay. So, according to, ayan, ito. According to RA 7600, the Rooming In and Breastfeeding Act of 1992, immediately after birth daw dapat mag-initiate ng breastfeeding. So ano yung pinaka mabilis dito? 1/2 hours. And that is 30 minutes. Okay. The answer is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Tsaka pala, ito. May parang bago na Breastfeeding Act, yung Expanded Breastfeeding Promotion Act of 2009. It's the RA 10028. So dito, based lang din siya sa RA 7600, pero it includes now the amendments, tapos yung pagkakaroon ng lactation stations, ganon, and of course, the other additionals. For more information, you may visit RA 10028. Nasa search naman siya. Ayan. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Mali po sa G-form. Ayun, so, ayun. Ma'am, pwede pabalik sa 10 steps. Okay, sige. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. 19. Early learned that newborn infants should only be given which of the following. So kapag newborn, di ba, we have exclusive breastfeeding. So dapat breast milk lang for the first 6 months of life. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 20, which is the last part of the initiative as recommended by WHO and UNICEF for the MBFHI external team to do before its final designation as an MBFHI hospital. Assess business facilities if they follow the 10 steps for successful breastfeeding. Pwede. Develop a research. Magde-develop ka pa ng research, last part na, di ba? So, hindi. Disseminate the benefits of breastfeeding to the communities. So, pwede. Follow up mothers if they are exclusively breastfeeding. Actually, the last part of the initiative is assessing business facilities if they follow the 10 steps for successful breastfeeding. Okay? Ayan. Ito. And so the last part, the external assessment and reassessment, refers to or includes assessment whether hospitals meet the global criteria and thus fully comply with the 10 steps, and then to reassess on a regular basis whether they continue to maintain the required standards. Okay, 20 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Jade is 23 years old. She and her boyfriend Kevin are planning to get married in a couple of months. Thereafter, they plan to have 3 babies. For this reason, they sought reproductive health counseling for their benefit and the proper growth and development of their future children. Nurse Nilda was there to help them. Jade asks what she must do in order to be healthy in case she becomes pregnant, which among the answers of Nurse Nilda should not be followed by Jade. So something negative. Okay, kasi not followed. Get support from husband and family, positive. May have a massage from lay midwife. Check natin yung other answers to readily accept her pregnancy. Positive. Early prenatal check-up, positive din yan. So, ang natitira na lang ay boy. Bakit? May have massage from a lay midwife. Kasi, this poses a safety risk. Kasi yung mga lay midwives, they are generally not formally trained. So, for the safety of the client, ayun, dapat hindi nyo to i-follow yung mag-massage from a lay midwife. So 21 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 22, Kevin asked what possible contribution he could give for the normal development of the baby. Nurse Jade agreed that his best contribution would be the following, except. So ano daw yung hindi kasama sa contribution? Something negative. Stroke Jade's abdomen and talk the baby. This is positive. Talk to the baby. Provide Jade nutritious food and drinks. Positive. Join wife during prenatal checkup. Positive. May smoke once in a while. This is negative. So this can cause the infant to be low birth weight. Okay, because of the decreased nutrients na nag-lead naman sa decreased development. Smoking causes vasoconstriction in the body of the mother. So, nagkakaroon ng decreased O2 or blood supply. So, nagkakaroon ng decreased development sa baby. So, 22 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 23. For the normal development of the fetus, Nurse Nilda taught the couple that Jade should prevent folic acid deficiency anemia by good diet, correct way of cooking vegetables, and taking folic acid supplements. Which of the following is not included among the outcomes of folic acid deficiency to the baby? So, not included among the outcomes of folic acid deficiency. Tingnan natin. Neural tube defect. This is a known outcome of folic acid deficiency. So, X to. Kasi hinahanap natin ay hindi kasama. X din itong cleft palate and cleft lip and cleft palate kasi there are known outcomes of folic acid deficiency. So, that leaves us with fractures of all types. Hindi siya outcome ng folic acid deficiency sa baby. So, 23 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 24. Jade asked the nurse what possible diseases should she avoid that would guarantee health for the baby. So, possible diseases daw that should be avoided. Actually, all of this should be avoided. Yung rubella, this can cause miscarriage or stillbirth. Okay? And then itong rheumatic fever naman, this increases, type ko na nga lang, wait lang, risk for marriage, ayan. At risk for marriage or stillbirth, and their developing babies are at risk for severe birth defects, ayan. Kapag naman rheumatic fever, this lead to increased maternal and fetal risks, such as death. Kapag anemia, this is associated with having a low birth weight baby and postpartum depression. Kapag naman chronic hypertension increases the risk for preeclampsia, of course, preterm birth, placental abruption, and cesarean birth. So the answer is 1, 2, 3, and 4. Boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 25. Nurse Hilda advised the couple that the best way to check the condition of the mother and the baby is to have. So, hinanap natin best way to check daw the condition. Hindi through music therapy, good food, or regular exercise. Sagot dito ay regular prenatal check-up. Ayan, 25 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Situation: a hospitalized adolescent, Robbie, suddenly has a seizure while his family is visiting. Nurse Karen notes whole body rigidity followed by general jerking movements. Robbie vomits immediately after the seizure. Which of the following would be the priority? Nursing diagnosis for Robbie. Since nag-vomit siya immediately after the seizure, this indicates risk for aspiration. Okay? So fluid volume deficit, di naman kaagad yan. Altered family processes, diba? Psychosocial to, so it's not priority. High risk for infection related to vomiting, walang ganyan. Risk for aspiration related to loss of consciousness, tama. So the answer is dog. 26 dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which of the following would be the least priority nursing care for a child with seizure disorder? So negative. Observation recording all seizures, positive to. Ensuring safety and protection from injury, positive din to. Teaching the family about anticonvulsant drug therapy. So ito kasi, ang client natin ngayon ay yung child, and this is about teaching the family. Pero tingnan pa natin yung other options, assessing for signs and symptoms of increased intracranial pressure. So ito positive din to. Bakit? Kasi most studies already confirmed that ICP increases significantly after seizures. So increased ICP is a serious condition warranting an emergency response. So the answer here is cat. Okay, 27 cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 28. Robbie will be taking phenytoin dilantin regularly for seizure control. Okay, 27 din, no? Okay, noted. Ayan, yung 27. Robbie will be taking phenytoin dilantin regularly for seizure control. Which of the following will be the most important teaching to Robbie's family? Okay, to Robbie's family ang intervention. Administer acetaminophen to promote sleep. Okay, serve a diet that is high in iron. Maintain good oral hygiene and dental care. Omit medication if the child is seizure-free. Okay, so, X natin to, eliminate natin to kasi, porket seizure-free lang, i-omit mo na yung medication, maling practice yan. Kailangan, i-omit mo lang yung medication kung sabi ng doktor, di ba? And then yung C, this is the most important teaching. Bakit? Yung phenytoin dilantin, it causes gingival hyperplasia, which is the overgrowth of gum tissue around the teeth. So, kailangan ng good oral hygiene and dental care dyan. So, the answer is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. After teaching the parents about their child's unique psychological needs related to seizure disorder and possible stressors, which of the following concerns voiced by them would indicate the need for additional teaching? So something negative. The child's feeling different from peers? Kailangan ba does this warrant for an additional teaching? Is it a concern? And B, cognitive delays. C, poor self-image. And D, dependency. The answer here actually is cognitive delays. Kasi, diba, as mentioned last recalls, cognitive delays are common in patients with seizures, but not all patients with seizures have cognitive delays. Okay. Ayan. So this would this concern about the cognitive delays would cause for a need for additional teaching. Need turuan na common siya in patients with seizures. Pero not all patients with seizures have cognitive delays. Okay, so 29 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 30. Which of the following is not a focus for teaching plan for an adolescent with seizure disorder? Not a focus for the teaching plan. Okay. So dito, letter A, pwede itong maging focus. But actually, this depends on the seizure history of the client, if pwede ba siya mag-drive or hindi. Okay? B, increased risk for infections. Wala naman silang greater risk of infection as compared to others na walang seizure disorder. So, X yan. Okay? Wait lang. Peer pressure. Teka lang ah. Teka lang. Ulit. Sorry. So, ang hinahanap natin dito ulit ay not a focus of teaching plan. Isa lang. So, something negative na hahanapin natin. Obtaining a driver's license, pwede to. Okay? Kasi nga, adolescent na yung client. Pero ayun. Pero yung yung ability niya to drive, depende pa nga sa seizure history. Pero pwede siyang gawing focus sa teaching plan. Okay? Increased risk for infection, dito kasali kasi wala namang increased risk for infections yung may seizure disorder as compared to walang seizure disorder. Peer pressure, kasali din to kasi the client is an adolescent already. Okay? Drug and alcohol use kasama din to. As can be precipitated by the peer pressure then. So the answer here is boy, 30 boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Situation. Any pregnancy may pose a risk. A pregnant woman must therefore submit herself for a regular prenatal consultation in any health facility near her place of abode. Well, a nurse can play an important role in making this pregnant woman aware of this risk in all stages of pregnancy. What chief ingredient of the prenatal vitamin for pregnancy nutrition that the patient should look for? So the chief ingredient that the patient or the pregnant client should look for is folic acid kasi this prevents, again, neural tube defects and cleft lip or palate. Okay? Ayan. So yung folic acid, it's also called folate or yung vitamin B9. Ayan. So 31 is a dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. A woman in labor is at risk for abruptio placenta. Which of the following assessments would most convince you and the pregnant woman to believe that this happened? Yung abruptio placenta. Kapag sinabing abruptio placenta, it is the premature separation of placenta after 20 weeks. If below 20 weeks naman nangyari yung premature separation of placenta, abortion na yung tawag doon. Okay? So, tingnan natin yung options. A, painless vaginal bleeding and downward trend of bleeding. Kapag sinabing painless vaginal bleeding, tas kapag sinabi pang bright red, this is usually placenta previa. Okay? Pero kapag sinabing sharp fundal pain at yung bleeding niya ay dark colored bleeding, ano naman yon? Abruptio placenta. Ayan. Mayroong sharp fundal pain and discomfort between contractions. So this is the answer. Yung B naman, yes, merong increased blood pressure sa abruptio placenta. Pero hindi lahat. Okay? Hindi lahat merong increased blood pressure. Yung pain naman at the lower quadrant and increased pulse rate, malitong wala sa lower quadrant yung pain niya kapag abruptio placenta. Usually, nasa fundus yun or at the back. Okay, kapag sa abruptio placenta. Okay? Ayan. The answer is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. A woman 2.5 months pregnant calls you by telephone because she passed out some berry-like blood clots and now has continued dark brown vaginal bleeding. Which of the following is the best instruction you could give her? So, itong mga symptoms niya, nag-i-indicate ng high datidiform mole or gestational trophoblastic disease. Okay? So, it is characterized by passage of clear fluid-filled grape-sized vesicles and dark brown vaginal discharge. Okay? So, ano daw yung best instruction na ibibigay natin sa pasyente? Continue normal activity, but take your pulse and respiratory rate. Malito. Kasi something is wrong already, di ba? Dapat may gawin tayo or may instruct tayo na gawin niya. Maintain bed rest and count the number of perineal pads used every hour. Hindi. Ang gusto natin, pumunta siya sa facility kasama nung vaginal material na nilabas niya. So the answer here is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 34. A woman 33 weeks pregnant with premature rupture of membranes or PROM had blood work ordered daily. Which laboratory report would be most important to read daily? Okay. So, ano ang kailangan i-read daily sa 33 weeks pregnant na may PROM? Okay. So, dito, kapag may PROM, premature rupture of membranes or PROM, it is the rupture of amniotic sac before labor begins. So, this poses a risk for infection because of the broken sac. So, WBC count should be monitored. Okay, so saan dyan yung WBC? Dog. 34 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tama. An 18-year-old delivers to an 8-pound baby after 10 hours of labor. In postpartum period, which of the following would be priority concern to assess for by the nurse? So dito, endometritis is the inflammation of the uterine lining. Wait lang. So ano ang mas priority dito? Yung bleeding, yung inflammation, or yung amniotic embolus? What is amniotic embolus muna? This refers to amniotic fluid, fetal cells, hair, or other debris entering into the maternal pulmonary circulation causing cardiovascular collapse. Okay? Ang endometritis, inflammation of the uterine lining. Ang thrombophlebitis naman, swelling of a vein. And a blood clot in a vein can cause this swelling. Ano kaya ang pinaka-priority dito? After delivering an 8-pound baby after 10 hours of labor, the answer here is assess for bleeding. Okay? Kasi usually kapag labor, marami talagang bleeding. Yes. Yes, tama. Laki ng baby. Okay? 35 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Situation. Patient Fe, 15 years old. G0P1, AOG 39 weeks, has been admitted at 6:30 in the morning for lumbosacral pains and strong uterine contractions every 10 minutes. Nurse Giselle was there to admit her. She uses FDAR as the form of charting. In any type of charting or documentation, which of the following should the nurse refer to and use to generate and describe the status of the patient? Okay, kapag describing the status of the patient, that is in assessment. Okay? Ayan. So, 36 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which of the following are the purposes of documentation? To
One, ensure the development of organized and comprehensive care plan. Tama. Have a clear and accurate record of what was done to the patient. Tama rin. Have an evidence of the healthcare members' accountability in giving care. Tama. Detect patients who are clinically deteriorating. Hindi naman yan yung purpose ng documentation. So the answer is 1, 2, 3, cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Next, 38. Which of the following is the correct definition of focus charting? It is an electronically form of documentation of nursing care done to a patient by a registered nurse. Di siya specific sa focus charting. It is a note written or electronically generated to provide documentation related to a specific focus. Ayan, nandiyan na. It is a nurse-centered way of documentation that describes the patient status and nursing care rendered. Not specific to focus charting. Nurse-centered approach to documentation. Mali tong nurse-centered. Dapat client-centered approach. Okay, so answer here is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oh, 5:01 na. Okay. Early dinner tayo, guys. 5 p.m. na po. Yes. Ayan. Early dinner tayo, guys. So we have around 111 questions left. Okay, so kung 111 questions left, kailangan ko ng 1 hour and 30. So 30 minutes tayo, guys. 30 minutes, G? Sige, gawin na natin 40 minutes. 5:42 p.m. Balik tayo. 5:42 p.m., okay? Early dinner. Tapos tuloy-tuloy na tayo hanggang sa dulo ng mundo. Char. Ayan. Thank you, guys, and see you again later.
Hello. Hi, everyone. 5:42 na. Let me just share my screen. Nandito na ba kayo? Paki-type nga 1. Okay. Ayan, okay. Marami-rami na rin. Sige. For those of your friends na wala pa dito, pwede pakisabi na pumunta na. Okay. If ever lang. Ayan. Sige, let's start na. Okay. 33. In the given situation, which is the focus? Okay. Teka. Okay, di ba sa FDAR charting, meron tayong focus, data, action, response. Ayan. So yung focus, that refers to the nursing diagnosis, condition, behavior, sign, or symptom, client strength. Yan, yung data naman refers to the assessment. Kapag naman action, intervention, and then response, evaluation. Ang tinatanong dito ay focus. So kapag sinabing focus, ayan, tingnan lang natin. Let's start with the admission at 6:30 in the morning. So this is a data, diba? Assessment siya. 15 years old, G0P1, AOG of 36 weeks. This is also a data kasi assessment siya. Lumbosacral pains and strong uterine contractions. This naman is a focus. Tas yung A, Giselle as the admitting nurse, hindi siya kasama kasi this is just about the patient. It's a client focused, 'di ba? Na type of documentation. Okay, so X yan. So the answer is boy. Kasi this one, it's a condition or a sign or symptom of the client. Okay, so 39 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Yan. 40. What is the term used to describe the patient's data or assessment? The action done based on the assessment and response based on the action made. Okay, so yun lang ulit, data, action, and response. So that's FDAR, and that is the focus format dog. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. Next. Situation. Head nurse Carmen supervises, teka lang, Nurse Donna, who is assigned to take care of a newborn baby named Henrich with a cleft palate. 41. The mother asked the head nurse why the pediatrician recommended that the closure of the palate should be done before he is 6 months old. She asked Nurse Donna to answer her. Which of the following is Nurse Donna appropriate response? Okay. So, normally, okay, ito na lang. Yung cleft lip repair, it's usually done within the first 12 months of life. Yung cleft palate repair naman, within first 18 months of life naman siya, or earlier possible. Okay? Ngayon, ang tinatanong dito kasi is closure of the palate. So, cleft palate repair siya. What is the appropriate response of Donna? A, after age 2, surgery is very frightening and should be avoided if possible. Actually, it is frightening pero it should not be avoided. Okay, kasi kapag pinatagal mo tong closure of the palate, pwedeng magkaroon ng speech difficulty yung bata. Okay, so X tong A. The eruption of the 2-year molars often complicates the surgical procedure. This is correct, actually. It may complicate a surgical procedure, but not all the time. Okay? And as well, the benefits outweighs the risk of this one. Okay? C, surgery should be performed before the child starts to use faulty speech Ayan, before the child starts to use faulty speech patterns, tama to yung C. As he gets older, the palate gets wider and more difficult to repair. Tama rin to actually, kasi, ayun nga, the palate gets wider. Pero kasi, over time, marami pang surgery na pwedeng gawin. Okay? Dun sa patient. Parang this cleft palate repair, this will not be the last time na magkakaroon siya ng surgery. Kasi nga, as he gets older, the palate gets wider. Okay? So, pwede pa ulit magkaroon ng surgery paglaki niya. Okay. So, anong sagot natin? B, C, or D? Ngayon, ito naman, the eruption of 2-year molars often complicates the surgical procedure. Kung sasabihin mo yan sa nanay, 'di ba? And hindi naman siya laging nangyayari. Inappropriate siya. As he gets older, the palate gets wider and more difficult to repair. This is not the primary purpose kung bakit before 6 months siya parang ni-recommend na magpa-repair ng cleft palate. Okay? So, ito yung pinaka-appropriate na response. Kasi, usually naman after surgery, meron talagang speech therapy na nagaganap. Pero, kaya na-recommend na before 6 months old siya, gawin yung cleft palate repair para maging easy yung pag-aaral ng tamang speech. Kasi hindi pa siya, kumbaga, hindi pa siya nakatry na gumamit ng faulty speech pattern before 6 months old. Okay? Ayun. So, the answer is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 42. The head nurse continued to ask Nurse Donna, a cleft lip predispose an infant to infections primarily because of which of the following reasons? So, primarily, and this is cleft lip. Now, this is possible, pero it's not a primary reason kasi pwede namang linisin yung accumulation na yan. Okay? Inadequate circulation in the defective area, di naman nagkakaroon ng infection. Deficient nutrition, hindi rin nagkakaroon ng infection. Malbreathing that dries the oropharyngeal mucous membranes possibly leads to infection. Kasi, because of the dryness, pwedeng magkaroon ng cracks and fissures at mag-lead pa yun sa risk for infection. Magkakaroon sila ng sugat. Ayan. So, the answer is dog 4, 42. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 43. Which significant statement of the mother predisposed her son to the cleft lip or palate? Okay? On my 6 months of pregnancy, sorry. Wait lang pasensya na. Ayan, nagbabalik si Tiny dito sa akin. Ayan. So, let's resume. Which significant statement of the mother predisposes her son to cleft lip or palate? Ayan. So, tingnan natin. A, on my 6 months of pregnancy, I saw a rabbit with the same case of my son. So, parang may superstition siya dito na nagaganap. How about the other choices? I am asthmatic and I usually take steroids. Okay. My mother-in-law doesn't like me. That's why she cursed me. Parang similar to A. I believe my enemy did some forms of witchcraft to me. Similar to C and A. So by method of elimination, the answer is B. But why B? Kasi yung steroids, it is known to be one of the risk factors associated with oral clefting. Okay? So that may have caused the cleft lip or palate. Okay? So, 43 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. Ayan. 44. For an infant born with unilateral cleft lip and palate, which of the following type of feeding will be best to use? Okay, so kapag may cleft lip and palate,
usually, ang ini-instruct natin ay gumamit ng cross-cut rubber nipple. Bakit? Kasi yung may mga cleft lip and palate, nahihirapan silang mag-suction. Okay, para hindi na sila mahirapan mag-suction, which is nakakapagod yun for them, bubutasan mo na mismo yung nipple. Lalakihan mo na yung butas para hindi na nila kailangan mag-suction. Okay? So the answer here is dog. Hindi kailangan ng IV. Full breastfeeding, hirap din sila dyan because of the suctioning. Rubber tip syringe or medicine dropper, kailangan nga nila ng malaking butas. So, D is the best answer. Cross-cut rubber nipple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 45. Which of the following is the number one consideration in the care of an infant after the surgical repair of a cleft lip? Okay, number one consideration daw. Okay? A, prevent the infant from crying. Pwede namang umiyak ang infant. So in this case, bibigyan na lang siya ng analgesia para sa pain. Okay? Kasi it's most probably the client is crying because of the pain. B, feeding the infant with a spoon for 2 days after surgery. Actually, hindi spoon ang recommended, but syringe ang recommended after cleft lip repair. So usually syringe is used for 7 to 10 days in some centers. Okay? And then C, placing the infant in a semi-sitting position. Tama to. This is so para hindi ma-rub ng patient, 'di ba may cleft lip repair siya dito. Hindi niya ma-rub yung sarili niya in the bed. So we should ensure that the stitches are clean dun sa repair site and without crusting. Okay, so we should place the infant in a semi-sitting position. Keeping the infant NPO for 1 day after surgery, not needed kasi feeding is assumed as tolerated by the client. Okay, so the answer here is cat. Ayan. Ma'am, cross-cut nipple pa rin po ba kahit cleft palate lang or cleft lip lang, not both? Okay, with regards to this, I will have to double check it, okay? Para tama ang maisagot ko sa iyo. Sige. Cross-cut nipple. Palate or lip lang? Alright. Sige. Okay, balikan kita dyan ha. 45 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Miel, on her 35 weeks of gestation, is admitted because of hypertension, BP of 185/110, severe headache, and blurred vision. She was placed on imposed bed rest without toilet privileges. The physician orders magnesium sulfate. Okay, so kapag ganito na yung BP, ang client ay merong severe preeclampsia. Teka. Severe preeclampsia. Ayan. Okay. So 46. Which of the following would Nurse Erica anticipate in the patient's maternal history? Okay. So tingnan natin. On and off vaginal spotting. Actually, this is unrelated to severe preeclampsia. Kapag naman esophageal discomfort is experienced after a heavy meal, GERD naman to. Sa GERD to, hindi siya sa preeclampsia. Weight gain of 20 pounds in the first and second trimester and fetus moves very frequently. Actually, this is a healthy sign of pregnancy. Yung moves frequently. Mag-worry ka kapag hindi na siya gumagalaw. Normal movements per hour, about 10. Okay. Ito naman, weight gain of 20 pounds in the first and second trimester. Okay. So actually, itong weight gain na to, ayan, it's a risk for preeclampsia.
Kasi ang normal weight gain lang in the first and second trimester ay 15 pounds. Okay? Eh, ang client, 20 pounds. 20 pounds siya. So, mas mataas siya sa normal. And so, that is a risk factor for preeclampsia. So, the answer here is cat. 46 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 47. When a patient is on an imposed bed rest, which of the following can help the patient cope? These are the following except. So, ano daw yung mga hindi nakakatulong na mag-cope ang patient? So, tingnan natin. Something negative ang hahanapin natin. Let the patient lie on her side to allow more blood to the uterus. This is positive. Increase fluid intake to 8 glasses a day to prevent constipation. Pwede to prevent straining. Discourage participation of family in patient care to prevent further anxiety. Discourage. So this is negative kasi dapat i-encourage mo yan. Okay, so allow them to remain with the patient for safety. Kasi 'di ba kapag kapag may severe preeclampsia, it might lead to eclampsia, yung may seizures na. Okay, so kailangan niya ng kasama to ensure the safety of the client due to risk for seizures. Use relaxation techniques to help cope with stress such as music and books. Tama naman. Ayan, dapat relax lang ang client natin. So the answer here is cat. 47 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Magnesium sulfate injections are painful to the patient. Which of the following is the best route for injection to prevent such negative experience for the patient? Okay, so saan dito ang walang pain? Deep intramuscular using Z-track technique on buttocks, pwedeng magkaroon dito ng negative experience ng client kasi magkakaroon siya ng pain. So, this is not the best route. Intramuscular, hindi rin kasi direct injection siya sa skin. So, ang best dyan, IV injection. Okay, so it's either mainline ba or piggyback. You will choose piggyback kasi anytime you can discontinue magnesium sulfate. Okay? Kapag kasi sa mainline mo siya nilagay, to discontinue magnesium sulfate, kailangan mo rin i-discontinue yung mainline. So, kapag kailangan mo ulit ng line, kailangan mo na naman ulit mag-insert sa patient. So, best answer dito ay boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 49. The nurse must be alert to magnesium sulfate toxicity. Which of the following is not included? Ayan. So, in magnesium toxicity, monitor burp. Okay? So, don't give magnesium if na-monitor mo tong burp. So, yung BP niya is less than 90/60. Urine output is less than 30 ml per hour. And RR is less than 12 breaths per minute. Patellar reflex is weak. Okay? So, merong urine output, okay? As in, hinalat natin dito, not included na risk factor for na hindi nag-indicate na magnesium sulfate toxicity. Okay? So, ito, positive to kasi kasama siya dyan sa burp. Kasama rin tong respiration. Ngayon, nagkakatalo na lang dito sa fetal bradycardia at sa increase in maternal pulse rate. Now, it is said na included ang fetal bradycardia kapag merong magnesium sulfate toxicity. So, hindi kasama dyan ang increase in maternal pulse rate. Okay, hindi nag-i-increase ang maternal pulse rate. So, the answer here is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which of the following hospital environment will be most conducive to Miele's condition? A room that is. So, kanina sinabi ko nga or minention ko nga na pwede siya magkaroon ng seizure. Okay? So, kapag may seizure, wait lang. Ayan, pasensya na guys. Merong naglalagari sa labas. Ayan. Okay. So, what is the most conducive to Miele's condition? So, a room that is non-stimulating, quiet, di ba? So, dito kasi sa A, bright yung ano niya, yung room. So, it is stimulating. 'Di ba? Okay? Teka lang. So, bright. So, X to. 2 or 3 other patients, syempre, stimulant din yung other patients. So, X yan. Answer is quiet and non-stimulating. Ayan. Call button for watchers use. Irrelevant yan. So, the answer here is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ayan. Situation, 13-year-old girl named Zelda tells the nurse at the pedia clinic that she took a pregnancy test and it was positive. She tells the nurse that her grandfather, with whom she and her younger siblings and her mother live, has repeatedly molested her for the past 3 years. When the nurse asks the girl if she has told this to anyone, she replies, "Yes, my mother." Okay, ang sad. Ayan. So sa 51, as a nurse's legal responsibility, which is the appropriate agency should she notify first? Okay? So dito, so syempre, ito kasi si Zelda, she's a 13-year-old. So usually in those cases, nire-report talaga natin yan sa DSWD. Okay? So, yun yung una natin pinagre-reportan. Itong Child Protective Services, hindi to kasama kasi it's a government agency in the US that is counterpart siya dito ng DSWD. Okay? Pwede kang mag-report sa PNP tsaka sa City Health Office after mo i-notify yung DSWD. Okay? So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ayan. If Zelda is really a victim of incest and agency opts that she be admitted in the hospital, where should she be placed? So, since si Zelda, she was molested, dun sa place na would make her feel safe. Okay? So dito, with an older friendly child. So dito naman, someone older. Eh, di ba nga nang molest sa kanya is grandfather niya. So, we would not consider this. In a room near the nurse's station, pwede. With another 5-year-old, pwede. Let's check yung last. In a private room. Ayaw natin to kasi we don't want to isolate the patient, especially what happened to her. Okay? Ang best answer dito ay boy in a room near the nurse's station. Doon makikita natin siya if she's safe, and at the same time, dahil nga malapit sa nurse's station, she would also feel safe there. Okay? So 52 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The abusive parent usually manifests one of the following characteristics except. So ano daw ang characteristic na hindi minimanifest ng abusive parent? So something positive. Okay, pero tingnan muna natin yung options. A history of severe mental illness, history of drug abuse, C, belongs to low income group, or low tolerance for frustration. So dito, tama to, history of severe mental illness. May mga ganyan talaga na characteristics ng minamanifest ng abusive client. Okay? History of drug abuse, yes, and low tolerance for frustration. Ang hindi lang kasama sa mga characteristics ng abusive parent ay itong belongs to low income group. Bakit? Kasi kahit na hindi siya belong to low income group, kahit na middle income or high income group na yan, pwede pa rin na maging abusive yung parent. Okay, so the answer here is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 54. When a patient who allegedly has been sexually abused, the nurse should be aware that legal proceedings may be necessary. Because of this possibility, which of the following actions is most important to be done by the nurse? Okay. So kapag may mga legal proceedings na yan, syempre, kailangan mo ng ebidensya. So to help the client, kailangan mong i-document lahat ng mga na-observe mo sa kanya during her admission. Okay, so A, determining if there are other injuries such as bruise and hematomas, okay, part of the assessment. Asking the parent for their approval for diagnostic examinations for the child. Tama naman to kasi yung child 13 years old pa lang, ano? So, kailangan niya ng consent from the parents or guardian, ganyan. C, assessing the child's physical, intellectual, emotional, developmental levels. Same with letter A. This is assessment also. D, documenting physical findings and interactions during admission. So, this is the best answer. Okay? Kasi minsan, pwede kang ipatawag sa korte na to testify and bring also the documents na pertinent to the case. Okay? So, sa 54, the answer is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 55. What typical assessment findings are observed to a patient who is a victim of sexual abuse? Okay? So, itong failure to thrive syndrome, it refers to children who have failed to develop and grow normally. Yes, this is an assessment finding, pero it's not typical. Okay? Hindi lahat may failure to thrive syndrome na victim of sexual abuse. Okay? Urinary incontinence, it's also called enuresis. It's a loss of bladder control. Okay? Ayan. Pwede rin tong assessment finding, pero hindi lahat ng victims of sexual abuse ay meron netong loss of bladder control or enuresis. Okay? Same with fractures and bruises. Hindi naman lahat ng sexual abuse may fractures and bruises. Okay? Ayan, loss of bladder control yan ha. So that leaves us with recurrent UTI. Because it's actually common in sexual abuse victims. Due to the friction and pressure during intercourse, this forces the bacteria present in or around the genital area toward the urethra. Ayan, ito. Wait lang. Ito na. Ayan. So yun nga, may friction and pressure during intercourse that forces the bacteria present in or around the genital area toward the urethra. And given the right conditions, bacteria can grow and give rise to a UTI. Yan. So this is common in sexually abused victims. The answer is apple, 55. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Situation, Nurse Vaughn is assigned to at the under 5 clinic. Most of her patients are infants. So she took the opportunity to have a mother's class on the care of infants. 56. Which of the following will Nurse Vaughn emphasize regarding the importance of play during infancy? Play enhances brain development. So this enables the infants to think more creatively, ganyan, and to think more creatively, to think more in general. Okay, so that exercise enhances their brain development. So the answer here is boy. 56 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which among the infants would show signs that he or she is experiencing maternal deprivation? Okay, kapag sinabing maternal deprivation syndrome, it is a form of failure. It's a form of failure to thrive that is caused by neglect, which can be intentional or unintentional. Okay, so tingnan natin. Hyperactive. We should look for something negative, no? Kasi symptoms of maternal deprivation. So hyperactive is something positive. Overweight is something positive as compared to underweight. Prone to illness is negative, and responsive to stimuli is positive. So the answer here is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. What should Nurse Vaughn include in the accident prevention teaching plan for a mother with a 4-month-old infant? Okay. So itong A, keep crib rails up to the highest position. Wait lang. Dito muna tayo sa D. Remove small objects from the floor. Remove poisonous substances from low areas and cover electric outlets with safety plug. Actually, this is not age appropriate with a 4-month-old infant. Okay? Ang pinakamalapit lang dyan ay keep crib rails up to the highest position due to possibility of falls. Kasi kapag at 4 months old, the infant can already hold their head and chest up. As ang pinakamalapit, 5 months old, the infant can already roll over. Okay? So we should watch out for falls and keep the crib rails up to the highest position. So the answer here is apple. 58 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 56 ay A po sa G form. Ay, wait lang. Ano po sabi ko sa 56, boy? The answer here is A, ha? Kasi brain development. Okay? Brain development cognitive. Nagkamali ata ako ng bilog. Okay. Ayan. Okay. So, 58 ay apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Naduling lang. Pasensya, ayan. So, 59, when teaching a mother how to prevent accidents while caring for her 6-month-old infant, Nurse Vaughn should emphasize that at this age, the infant can already do which of the following developmental milestones. Yung stand while holding onto furniture or yung standing without support, this is at 10 months old. Crawling short distances, this is at 9 months. Roll over from back to abdomen, this is 5 months. And sit up without assistance or without support, this is at 8 months. Okay? So, ang tinatanong dito ay, while caring for her 6-month-old infant. So, 6 months is greater than 5 months. So, dapat tapusin na tong roll over from back to abdomen. The answer is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 16, Nurse Vaughn assesses the oral cavity of a 6-month-old child and finds out that the tooth that buds first is, so yung unang-una dyan na nagbabud ay yung lower central incisors, followed by the upper central incisors. Okay? So ito lang. For reference, ayan. Ayan, so yung una yung lower central incisor. And then upper central incisor. Tapos upper lateral incisor. And then lower lateral incisor, sorry. Ayan. Teka lang, ayusin ko lang. Ayan. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Situation, Nurse Carl is caring for a mother-infant dyad. The mother has just given birth to a baby boy 2 days ago. Today, the charge nurse is doing a chart audit to determine whether the nursing process was properly done from prenatal to postnatal periods. The laboratory results of the mother and baby boy are shown below. Okay? So dito, tingnan muna natin kung normal ba yung finding or hindi. Okay? So ito, type, yung RH niya is negative. And negative din yung sa client. So wala naman tayong problema sa RH incompatibility. I mean, RH pala yung sa baby din. Okay? So normal to. Check. Check. Rubella titer naman. So sinasabi na an individual with an antibody titer of 1 to 8 or higher indicates prior infection with rubella virus. Ay! Ayun. Yan. So, ibig sabihin yung client, si Mrs. Gloria, nagkaroon na siya ng rubella virus and immunity to rubella. Okay? Please take note pala na dati ay 1.6 to. Okay? Kapag I mean 1.6, 1:6. Kapag 1:6, ibig sabihin nun, wala pa siyang prior infection to rubella virus and wala pa siyang immunity to primary protection, okay? So 1:6 to dati. Ito namang RPR or VDRL, this is a screening for syphilis. And yung negative na result, this is normal finding, okay? Yung HBS antigen, actually hepatitis B surface antigen, kapag negative yan, it means na normal findings, okay? Normal findings din to kapag HIV is negative. Kapag naman hemoglobin, ito, teka lang. Yan. So normal yung hemoglobin and hematocrit ng client natin. Yan. As well as yung PKU dahil negative siya, normal siya. Okay. How about yung blood glucose ng baby? Normal din. 45 to 126 milligrams per deciliter ang normal. Ang total bilirubin naman, normal din. 10 to 15 milligrams. Okay? Ang hematocrit niya, 45 to 61% ang normal, 50% siya, so it's normal. Ang abnormal lang dito, or nakitaan natin ng findings ay itong rubella titer. Okay? Okay. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 61. Using the chart data, which nursing intervention was correctly done by Nurse Carl for Mrs. Gloria Lim? Okay, so hindi naman, walang problema yung ROGAM, RH, yan, walang problema yung glucose, walang problema sa blood, ganyan. So that leaves us with rubella vaccination. But take note, di ba kanina, yung 1:8 nga indicates that the client already has a history or prior history of rubella infection. Okay? Teka. Rubella virus infection, yeah. So, immune na siya. So, bakit mo pa siya bibigyan ng rubella vaccination? Diba? But, kanina, I mentioned then na 1 to 6 yung original nun na titer. Diba dito? 1 to 6. Kapag 1 to 6 to, ibig sabihin, wala pa siyang prior infection ng rubella virus and wala pa siyang immunity. Thus, kailangan ng rubella vaccination. Okay? So, by method of elimination then, the answer here is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 62. Nurse Carl charted an important plan of care for Mrs. Lim. He indicated in her charting that the patient should report immediately signs and symptoms of a virus-causing disease which may affect the cardiovascular system of the fetus during which of the period of pregnancy. Okay. So, nagkakaroon ng wait lang. So, ang hinahanap niya dito ay period of pregnancy na may affectation sa cardiovascular system. So, possible na maapektuhan yung heart once na form siya. So the development of the head, heart, lungs, and spinal cords is at the 4th week. So at the 1st month, pwede mangyari na yung infection. Okay, so 62 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ang rubella titer na wala siyang normal eh. Teka lang. Kapag dito ko na lang isulat. Teka lang. Mali. Wait. Text. Okay. So kapag less than 1:8, yung result ng rubella titer, meron siyang prior exposure or prior infection to rubella virus. Leading to, tawag dito, yung primary protection niya. So, hindi niya na kailangan ng vaccine, diba? Mali pala. Kapag greater than 1:8, sorry. Greater than 1:8.
Kapag less than 1:8, yan. No prior exposure yet. And no primary protection yet against rubella. Okay? Ayan. Yan yung sa rubella titer. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So dito, 62 is apple. 63. Looking at the medication sheet, the charge nurse noted that Nurse Carl used the correct route in the administration of the vaccine, which was, so yung pinag-uusapan dito na vaccine is yung rubella, kaya yung MMR. Yung MMR, teka lang. Pwede rin siyang actually yung tama, MMR. So it is, yung root niya is subcutaneous. Okay? Tama, subcutaneous. So 63 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 64. After administration of the vaccine, health teaching was also charted by the staff nurse. Which of the following is the correct one? Okay? So ano daw yung correct na health teaching? Ay, wait lang. Ano yung correct na charting? Okay, tingnan natin. Wait lang. After administration of the vaccine, health teaching was also charted by the staff. Which of the following is the correct one? So correct health teaching. Okay, correct health teaching tayo dito. Wait lang, tapusin ko lang tong 64 Sagutin ko yan. Ayan. Which of the following is the correct one? Teka lang. So something positive. Okay, ang hahanapin natin dito. Hindi niya na kailangan mag-avoid ng exposure to rubella kasi nga binigyan na siya ng vaccine for rubella. So negative to. Okay? No pregnancy for 3 months. Actually, this should be included in the health teaching. Kasi, if naging pregnant siya within 3 months after after the vaccination, pwede magkaroon ng birth defects yung baby niya. Okay? So this is the answer. So, hindi naman kailangan immediate follow-up after vaccination eh. Hindi rin kailangan natin per orem. So, negative yan. Okay, so 64 is dog. Ayan. So, tinatanong ni ma'am kung bakit kailangan pang bigyan to ng rubella vaccination. Kasi correctly done, di ba? So, yun nga, by method of elimination, ito yung answer. Yan. And at the same time, ayun nga, minention ko kanina na originally, itong given dito ay 1.6 yan. Dati. 1.6 yan dati. So, iniisip ko, hindi pa siya nabago. Okay? Kung 1.6 kasi yun, ibig sabihin, wala pa siyang prior exposure to rubella and at the same time, wala pa siyang primary protection. Kaya kailangan niya pabigyan ng rubella vaccination. Yes, ayun. You're welcome. Ayan. Next na tayo. 65. Nurse Carl should also include in his charting an additional health education to Mrs. Lim, that is, rubella virus can be transmitted via the placenta by the process of, okay. So, tinatawag na, wait lang. So, yung pinocytosis, this refers to the method by which gamma globulins, lipoproteins, and viruses are transported through the placenta. Okay, so the answer here is boy. 65 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Situation. Breastfeeding is one of the major responsibilities of OPD Nurse Pao. Along this line, she gathers pregnant women to provide them health education about the topic. 66. Nurse Pao explains that exclusive breastfeeding is giving the baby only breast milk for 6 months. Pero in cases na kailangan nyo ng medicine, ng vitamins, or ng minerals, pwede naman yung yung mga yon. Okay? As long as ang primary or ang main component ng nutrition niya ay breast milk for 6 months. Okay? So, 66 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 67. She further explains that the specific objectives of exclusive and extended breastfeeding from 2005 to 2010 are the following except so something negative. Ayan. Yung specific objectives nung 2005 to 2010, it includes 50% of infants are exclusively breastfeeding up to 6 months, 90% of infants are started on complementary feeding, and 70% of infants are initiated to breastfeeding within an hour after birth. Ang nilang kasama dyan ay itong 12 months is the medium duration of breastfeeding, which mali. Kasi dapat ang medium duration of breastfeeding ay 18 months dapat at hindi 12 months. Okay? So 65 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 68. A mother questioned Nurse Pao in the event that she does not produce milk. What should she do? The best answer of Nurse Pao would be, okay, so in the case of the client, tingnan natin, if it is difficult in your report, then you can use local herbs said to help the production of the breast milk. Pwede naman, especially the use of malunggay. Pero, best answer would be to actually just continue breastfeeding. Okay? Supplemental lang yung mga local herbs. Okay? Kasi this will stimulate the hypothalamus in the production of breast milk. Yung breastfeeding kasi, di ba, it will stimulate the hypothalamus to actually produce yung oxytocin. So yung oxytocin naman, it is the letdown reflex. It helps the milk that is already made in the breast of the mother to flow out. Okay? And help the baby to get the milk easily. Okay, so it is the letdown reflex. So the answer here is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oo nga eh, nakisali pa siya na I do not have breast milk. Napaka-feeler ni Nurse Pao. Char. Hindi. Ito naman, mali ito kasi nakafocus siya sa sarili niya, sa nurse. Eh, di ba dapat nakafocus tayo sa client as much as possible? So, X yan. Ayan. 69. Malu, one of the pregnant women, asked Nurse Pao to teach her the proper positioning of the baby while breastfeeding. Among Nurse Pao's answers, which one is not correct? So something negative. Dito naman, dog, the baby's tummy should be close to the mother's tummy for better support. Tama to. This is positive. And this also promotes better bonding between the mother and the child. C, the baby's head and body should be aligned to promote better swallowing. Positive din to. Ayun. For better swallowing siya. Ayan. Kasi kapag hindi tama yung alignment ng body niya, mahirapan siyang dumede. Okay, the baby's face should be towards the mother's breast to have an eye-to-eye contact. Tama to. And that leaves us with A, the baby can lie down perpendicular with the mother to promote better bonding. Tama naman to. Pero kasi, it is known that parallel positions, okay, promote better bonding than perpendicular positions. Okay, so A is the answer for 69. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. To convince the pregnant mothers to breastfeed their newborns upon delivery, the best thing that Nurse Pao must do is to convince daw na mag-breastfeed. Anong gagawin? Best thing na gagawin ni Nurse Pao. Explain the hospital policy on no breastfeeding, no admission. So parang tinakot mo yung pasyente. Kapag hindi ka nag-breastfeed, sige, hindi ka ma-admit dito. Ganon, hindi. Relate her own breastfeeding experience. So again, this is about the nurse. Kasi own breastfeeding experience. The focus should be on the client. So, X to. Prepare the mothers physically, emotionally, and psychologically. Pwede. As other mothers to convince them to breastfeed. So, best answer dito ay cat. So, you have to prepare them to breastfeed. Okay? That includes yung pagtuturo sa kanila. Okay? 5, 4, 3,
2, and 1. Situation. Teka lang. Geneva is now 15 years old. She goes to an exclusive school, but she seldom interacts with her classmates, nor is interested to join school activities. Her mother brought her to an adolescent specialist and was diagnosed with malnutrition. Which of the following is not a correct statement about malnutrition? Malnutrition is for, so we're looking for something negative kasi not a correct statement. Both the urban and rural areas, tama yan. Kasi nangyayari siya in both urban and rural areas. Okay? It can happen also to both the poor and the rich, so positive. The underweight as the family income increases, or the overweight as family income increases. Ano kaya ang mali dito? So, ang mali dito ay etong C. Ito positive to. Kasi sinasabi na increase in income is associated with a lower risk of being underweight. So, bakit siya naging underweight? Di ba nga low risk na nga? So, not a correct statement about malnutrition yan. Yung sa letter D naman, ito siya. Increase in income is associated with higher risk of being overweight. So, tama siya. May family income increase, may overweight kasi nga high risk. Okay? So, answer here is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 72. Advertisement on television is said to be contributory factor for obesity. What could be a good advice to adolescents like Geneva regarding these ads that can be contributory to malnutrition? Okay, there is no truth in advertisements. Pwede, yes. Pero minsan merong truth eh. So this is not all the time. Okay, so X to. What you see is what you get. Not all the time din kasi minsan merong withhold the information kapag sa mga ads, ganyan. Syempre, gusto nilang bumili kayo. So, may mga hindi sila sinasabi. It's not what you see, what you get. Follow your desire for food and drinks. Not all the time. Kailangan meron din tayong self-control. So, the answer here is check nutritional contents before buying food. And, ito naman, this also helps in not depending too much on the advertisements, okay? Kasi yung nutritional content, syempre, actual siya eh. Hindi siya nakikita sa ads. Ayun. So, 72 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Geneva wants to see a nutritionist. She is overweight for her height. What is the normal weight in pounds for Geneva, who is 5 feet tall? Ayan. So, computation tayo. So, una munang gagawin is to convert the height of Geneva to centimeters. Okay? So, ayan, gumawa ko ng paraan para maging centimeter siya. Through, 1 feet kasi is equals to 12 inches and 1 inch is equals to 2.54 centimeters. So, cancel to. Ang matitira mo dyan is centimeters. So, 5 times 12 times 2.54 is 152.4 centimeters. Ang next mong gagawin is to compute the desired body weight using the Thon-Howers method. So, desired body weight is height in centimeters minus 100 minus 10% na itong nakuha mo na to. Ayun. Okay. So, tingnan natin, 152.4 centimeters minus 100. Substitute mo lang yan, yung height in centimeters. Minus 10%. So, matitira dito, 52.4 centimeters. Minus 10% na itong 52.4 centimeters, which is 5.24. Diba? So, the answer here is 47.16 kilograms. But wait, ang hinahanap niya kasi pounds. So, you have to convert kilogram to pounds. So, to convert that, you have to multiply 2.2. Okay, makakancel tong kilogram, matitira pounds. So, the answer here is 103.75 pounds. Pero wala siya dito. Ano yung closest? The answer here is apple. It's the nearest answer. Okay? Sa board exam, na-encounter ko yan. na wala mismo yung kinumpute ko. So, syempre, kabado, hala. So, yung closest answer. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How can Geneva be helped to reduce her weight? She can be advised to cut intake of which of the following? So, cut intake of the macros, such as the chochon fat. So, carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. So, saan yun dito? Yung salt, not necessarily. Yan. Pati yung vitamins, she doesn't need to cut off that or cut intake of that. Pati ito. So, natitira dito yung dog. Fats, proteins, yung sweets, carbs yan. So, 74 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which of the following can Geneva do to help her with her obesity problem? Okay. Skip 1 full meal a day. This is not healthy. Okay. So, X yan. Drink 6 glasses of water every day. Pwede. Pero kasi di ba dapat drink 8 glasses of water every day pa nga. So, X rin yan. Take weight-reducing pills. This is not healthy. Ito yung natural. Ayan. Exercise 30 minutes 3 times a week. So, ang recommended by CDC, ito. So, recommended by CDC is 30 minutes a day, 5 times a week. So, that is 150 minutes moderate intensity aerobic activity plus 2 days per week of muscle strengthening activity. Yun yung recommended by CDC. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Next. Baby boy Christian, 6 months, was diagnosed as having communicating hydrocephalus. Nurse Penina is planning nursing care for this baby who is a candidate for VP shunting. So when helping the patient, the parents understand the baby's problem, which of the following should be Nurse Penina's accurate explanation? So kapag sinabing hydrocephalus kasi, nagkakaroon ng extra CSF sa ventricles. So ito yung ventricles, ayan. And dito sa walang hydrocephalus, makikita mo naman, 'di ba? Hindi bulging yung ventricles. Dito sa hydrocephalus, may extra CSF sa ventricles. Okay? And that causes pressure in the brain. Okay? So ano kayang accurate explanation niya din sa condition of baby which is communicating hydrocephalus? So itong A, the CSF is prevented from adequate absorption by blockage in the ventricles of the brain. This indicates non-communicating. From the word itself, non-communicating, ibig sabihin may blockage. Okay? Kapag communicating naman, walang blockage. Pero, merong impaired absorption. Okay? Sa CSF. Teka lang, type ko lang, non-communicating to. Kasi may blockage siya. Yung letter A. Okay? Too much CSF is produced within the ventricles of the brain. Yes, pero kulang siya. Information flow of CSF through the brain cells does not empty effectively into the spinal cord. Kulang din. Ito yung best answer dito. There's part of the brain surface that usually absorbs CSF after its production that is not adequately functioning. Okay? So merong impaired absorption kapag communicating hydrocephalus. Kaya nagkakaroon ng accumulation ng CSF sa ventricles. Okay, so 76 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 77, Nurse Penina understands that hydrocephalus, if left untreated, can cause mental retardation because of which of the following rationales? Okay. So di ba kanina nakikita niyo nagkakaroon ng pressure sa sa brain because of the ventricles. So ang nangyayari doon, napipress yung brain against the bony cranium. So, nagre-result yun sa anoxia and decreased blood supply, leading to mental retardation. Okay, so the answer here is boy. Okay? Wala yung depriving nerve cell vital nutrients, walang ganyan. Okay, the answer here is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 78. What is the important nursing care of an infant with increased ICP? Okay, check the infant's reflexes at regular intervals. Pwede, pero kasi it doesn't directly address the ICP, the increased ICP per se, di ba? Itong checking, itong monitoring, itong yung weighing, ganyan, hindi siya directly nag-a-address ng increased ICP. Itong dog, elevating the infant's head higher than the hips, this actually helps in decreasing intracranial pressure by gravity. Okay? So 78 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 79, baby boy Christian just had VP shunt. His parents were worried about the prognosis. What information should Nurse Penina give to the parents to allay their worry? Okay, the shunt may need to be revised as the child grows older. Actually, this is correct. Kasi syempre, habang lumalaki yung bata, hindi nagiging parang sapat yung ginawang shunt ng bata siya kasi nga, syempre, less in height, ganun. So, kailangan ulitin ulit. If any brain damage has occurred, it is reversible during the first year of life. Actually, this is wrong. Irreversible kapag may brain damage na. Hydrocephalus usually is self-limiting by 2 years of age and then the shunt is removed. Hydrocephalus is not self-limiting. Hindi niya kayang mag-treat mag-isa. Okay, kailangan pa rin ng intervention natin. The prognosis is excellent and the valve is permanent. Valve is not permanent. As I said, it needs to be revised when the child grows older. So the answer here is apple. 79 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 80. What is a drug that will lessen CSF production that the Nurse Penina will anticipate the doctor to order? So actually itong spironolactone, wait lang. For the benefit of time, yan naman tayo. Yan. So yung spironolactone, hindi siya nakaka-lessen pa nga ng CSF production. It actually increases the rate of CSF production. So hindi siya kasama. Yung Lasix naman, it is an adjunct therapy with Diamox in the temporary treatment of post-hemorrhagic hydrocephalus in neonates. Okay? So it doesn't directly lessen the CSF production. Yung mannitol naman, it just excretes the excess fluid in the ventricles, okay? But it does not lessen the CSF production. The answer here is Diamox. It reduces the CSF, okay? It's a carbonic anhydrase. So 80 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 81. Nurse Vincent assists in the in-service training of nurses in St. James. Based from the needs assessment, the nurses need to be trained on patient safety. Patient safety. The first lecture was on medication. Nurse Vincent gave the following problems for the nurse to solve. Okay. So dito, an 8-year-old patient receiving aminophylline 3 mg per kilogram TID. If the girl weighs 25 kilograms, how much aminophylline should she receive daily? Okay, so kukumpitin natin dito yung milligrams per day. Okay? So sabi niya dito yung wait. Ang desired is 3 milligrams per kilogram 3 times a day, di ba? 25 kilogram daw ang pasyente. So ang gagawin mo dyan, i-multiply mo to, i-multiply mo yung 3 milligram per kilogram sa 25 kilogram. And so the answer is 75 milligrams ang kailangan ng pasyente 3 times a day. Since daily ang hinahanap natin dito, ito times 3 mo siya. So, magiging 225 ang sagot. The answer is boy. 81 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 82. Mrs. De Los Santos is to receive digoxin 0.325 mg per autumn because of her heart ailment. The stock is 0.25 mg per tablet. How many tablets should the nurse request for 7 days supply for the patient? Okay? So dito, ayan. So ang hinahanap natin dito ay, ayan nga, tablets for 7 days. So, kailangan muna natin ang computation dyan, desired dose over stock dose times quantity. So, ang desired natin ay, ito yung sinabi ng doktor, to receive digoxin 0.325 mg per autumn. Divided by yung stock dose, which is yung 0.25 mg. Okay?
times 1. Kasi per tablet siya. Per 1 tablet yan. So, times 1. And the answer is 1.3 milligram per tablet per day. Okay? So, kailangan nyo dito kasi is 7 days. So, times mo yan sa 7, magiging answer ay 9.1. So, ang sagot dito ay cat. Bakit? Kasi, kukuha tayo ng supply for 7 days. Kung 9 lang ang kulang mo, magbubutal siya ng 0.1. Mag-underdose yung pasyente. So, mas maganda kung sobra na yung kunin mo para hindi siya mag-underdose. So, 82 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 83, if giving insulin to an OB diabetic patient, the nurse must use an appropriate needle size and language. Among the following will this be? Okay, so ang appropriate is the smallest gauge ang gamitin kapag when giving insulin. This is to promote comfort in the client na laging nag-i-inject, 'di ba, routinely. Okay? So, kung ang smallest gauge ang kailangan natin, which means the smallest hole, higher gauge yung hahanapin natin. Gets ba? Bale, smallest yung butas na kailangan natin. So, higher gauge ang hahanapin natin. So, dito, ang highest gauge is 25. Kapag high yung gauge, maliit yung butas. And kapag ganun kasi, mas mag-bring yun ng comfort sa client kung as compared to mas malaki yung butas ng karayom mo, 'di ba? Gagaya dito sa 22 gauge. Okay, malaki na yung butas ng karayom dyan. So, 83 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 84. Ano po yung fraction na kasama, ma'am? San banda? Okay. Itong fraction, yung 5/8, yan yung inches. So, 5/8 inches, yan yun. Ito naman, yung kanina, di ba kailangan nga natin is 9.1 tablets, milligram per tablet, di ba? Ang given is 9.1 and, 9 in 10 lang ang given. Ang pagpipilian mo. So, ang pipiliin mo dyan? 9 or 10? 10 ang pipiliin mo kasi kukuha ka ng supply para sa pasyente. Mas maganda na kung mas sobra ang kunin mo kaysa kung mag-underdose ka at 9 tablets lang. Okay? Ayun. 84. Nurse Vincent emphasized that patient safety is A. Preventing errors and adverse reactions to patients associated with healthcare. Pwede. Being careful in caring for patients at all time. Pwede to. Teka lang. Pwede to, pero kasi being careful is different from being safe eh. 'Di ba? Pwedeng careful ka nga pero hindi ka naman safe, 'di ba? So, X. Providing treatment and care to patients and documenting the same. So, ito parang normal intervention lang. Wala namang about patient safety talaga. So, X yan. Being mindful of the needs of others at all times. So, wala na rin itong kinalaman sa pasyente and sa safety. So, X din to. The best answer here is apple. 84 apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 85. Nurse Vincent has provided instructions that all care provided by nurses must be documented as one of her legal responsibilities in case errors occur, which is the correct way of documenting it. So, kapag may mga errors na nangyari, kailangan mo i-include yung pasyente. In the end, kailangan sabihin mo, i-indicate mo na you observe the reaction of the patient to your error. So, best answer here, kung ano mo yung mga options, titingnan mo, best answer is apple. Dapat may patient observed yan. Itong sorry, walang sorry sa chart. Okay? Tsaka, parang hindi siya professional. Kapag, sorry, ganyan lang nilagay mo sa chart, sulatin mo ganyan. Ito naman, sinabi mo lang, patient advised. So, yun na yun. Wala kang ibang ginawa, di ba? So, mali. Medication inadvertently omitted, supervisor notified.
Yun na rin yun, hindi mo chinek yung pasyente mo. So, X rin yan. So, answer is 85 apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Situation, one of the responsibilities of a nurse in fertility specialist office is to provide health teaching to the patient in relation to the timing of intercourse to achieve pregnancy, which instruction to the patient addresses the best time to achieve a pregnancy. So, the best time is during ovulation, and that is 14 days after or before. 14 days before or after? The answer is apple. Ovulation occurs 14 days before the next period is expected. Okay? So 86 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And with regards to sexual functioning, the nurse explained the ovulation occurs on which of the following conditions. So dito, it is known that ovulation is started by the luteinizing hormone secretion and surge. Okay? So hindi yan sa oxytocin, sa progesterone, and sa chorionic gonadotropin level. So the answer here is boy. Luteinizing hormone level is high. 87 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 88. After ovulation has occurred, the nurse teaches women in the fertility clinic that the ovum is to remain viable for how many hours? So yung ovum, the ovum is viable for 24 hours to 36 hours. So the answer here is apple. 88 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 89. When teaching clients to determine the time of ovulation by taking the basal temperature, the nurse explains that the change in the basal temperature during the ovulation is shown in which of the following observation. Okay, nagkakaroon ng wait lang. So right before the ovary releases the egg, there's a slight drop in the temperature. Pero once na-release na yung egg, babalik siya sa normal, and then 24 hours after the egg's been released, mag-i-increase naman siya by around 1 degree. Okay? So, the answer here is drop slightly and then rise again. C. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 90. In response to a client's question on a chief function of progesterone, which of the following would be the correct answer? So yung chief function of progesterone is to prepare the uterus to receive the fertilized ovum. Ito, yung stimulates the follicles for ovulation to occur. This is the FSH, or the follicle stimulating hormone. Establishes the secondary male sex characteristics. This is the testosterone. Develop the female repro organs. Ito naman, estrogen to. Okay? So, 90 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Guys, kinakabilisan ng onte, ha? 6:55 na. Jana, 3 years old, admitted to pedia because of watery stool 4 times in 30 minutes, accompanied by vomiting, abdominal pain, and temperature of 38.1 degrees. Nurse Jel was the one who was admitting the nurse. Which of the following should be the primary consideration by the nurse when charting the chief complaint? So dito, kasi di ba kapag chief complaint, usually it is subjective. It came from the client, and ito yung reason kung bakit kailangan or bakit pumunta yung pasyente sa ospital. Not necessarily magpa-hospitalize, ha, but pumunta sa ospital. Okay? So, kung galing siya sa client, it's subjective symptom presented. Dito naman, significant reason for the child's hospitalization. Wait lang. Malito kasi, usually yung chief complaint kasi, it is the reason why the client went to the hospital. Not per se kapag hospitalization na. Okay? So 91 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 92. Using the FDAR charting, which of the following presenting data will be the primary focus? So yung A, this is assessment. Wait lang. Balikan natin yung situation. Watery stool 4 times in 30 minutes. This is the focus. Okay? So watery stools 4 times in 30 minutes. Ito yung focus. Ayan. Vomiting in small amount. Balikan mo dito. Vomiting in small amount. Ayan. Vomiting, abdominal pain, temperature, assessment yan. Ayan, vomiting, abdominal pain, and temperature, mga assessment yan. So, it's the data. Yung una niyang sinabi, yung watery stools 4 times in 30 minutes, that's the focus. Okay? So, answer is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 93. When getting the data on the subjective symptom excuse me, of the abdominal pain, which of the following should the nurse rely on? So, dito yung client, 3 years old na siya, nakakapagsalita na siya. Okay? Dapat mag-rely on tayo sa verbal complaint niya. Okay? Not the mother. And ito kasing mga percussion, auscultation, objective na yan. Okay? So, 93 is cut. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 94, the response should be based from which of the following categories of the FDAR? Kapag sa FDAR, di ba, ang response ay yung evaluation, and it should be based from the intervention made. So the answer here is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which of the following can be the least source of data for this case? So, yung kaso ng pasyente nga ay may watery stools 4 times a day. Tama ba? Ayan. So, kailangan i-measure yung intake and output niya. Positive to. Least source is negative. Kailangan din yung vital signs and yung laboratory findings. Ang least source of data natin ay yung immunization finding. Kasi wala namang kailangan about the vaccination records, ganyan. Okay? So, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Nurses are guided by the bioethical principles as they practice their chosen profession. What bioethical principle guides the nurse when taking care and being responsible for patients? So, dito naman, kapag sinabing stewardship, it is the execution of responsibility of the healthcare practitioners to look after, provide necessary healthcare services, and promote the health and life of those entrusted to their care. So, yan. So this serves as a guide for the nurses when taking care and being responsible for patients. Stewardship dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Yung fidelity, this is promise keeping. Yung solidarity, may kinalaman yun sa unity, mutual support, ganyan. Yung totality, the whole is greater than any of its parts. Okay? Yun yung concept doon. 97. Each person has a responsibility to take care of his body. In case a part is defective, it can be removed for the benefit of the remaining parts. What bioethical principle is this? So, yung principle dyan, yung the whole is greater than any of its parts. Okay? That is totality. 97 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Guys, 7 o'clock na, pasensya na talaga. Ayan. Dadalian ko na lang. 98. As member of the health team, the nurses are expected to collaborate with other healthcare professionals for unity and cooperation. So kapag sinabing unity, cooperation, merong solidarity. Solid sila. Okay? So 60 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 99, when another person or entity intrudes into the affairs of the patient to promote justice and welfare, what bioethical principle does he or she have? So, X to. Okay? Promote justice and welfare. Paano ka pipili dyan, di ba? Ang hinahanap niya dito, intrudes into the affairs of the patient. Saan ba dito ang intruding? Paternalism. Yung paternalism, it is making decision for a patient without explicit consent for their benefit. Okay? Okay, so dog is the answer for 99. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. As a means to solve any crisis or scarcity in any healthcare systems, providing equitable distribution of resources is based on what bioethical principle? That is justice, okay? Kapag equity, equality, distribution of resources, justice yan. 100 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay? So let's move now to tawag dito. NP3. Teka lang. Wait lang, guys. Stop share. Guys, malinaw pa ba kahit ganito? Yes po. Okay, good, good, good. Okay. So, MP3 na tayo. Situation. Rika, pediatric nurse, assigned to make care of 3 children in her unit. She just admitted 12-year-old female patient suffering from rheumatic heart fever. So, rheumatic fever. When doing an assessment, which one of the following conditions is not based on the Jones criteria? Okay. So, ito yung criteria. So, we have major criteria and minor criteria. Okay. So, ang tinatanong dito, not present in the Jones criteria. Merong erythema marginatum as major criteria, merong subcutaneous nodules as major criteria, and merong chorea as major criteria. Ang hindi kasama dyan ay bronchopneumonia. Okay, 1 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 2, in rheumatic fever, the factor contributory to the development of this disease process is brought about by. Okay. So let's define rheumatic heart fever. It is an inflammatory autoimmune disease. Okay? That affects connective tissues of the heart, joint, skin, blood vessels, and central nervous system. So with this, okay, autoimmune siya. So ano na tayo? Teka lang. Mag-eliminate na tayo. Ayan. So, autoimmune reaction to streptococcal infection ba or collagen disease? The answer here is apple. Because rheumatic heart fever or rheumatic fever usually occurs or manifests 2 to 6 weeks after an untreated or partially treated group A beta hemolytic streptococcal infection. Okay, or yung GABC. Yang dalawa na yan, rheumatic fever and GABC, huwag niyo kakalimutan yan. They are related to each other. Okay? Yung GABC, nagkakos siya ng rheumatic fever. So, 2 is A. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. Teka lang. 3. Lenny, 6 years old, receiving digitalis for having PDA with a heart failure. Prior to the administration of medicines, which of the following nursing actions should be done by Nurse Rika? Okay, so yung digoxin or yung digitalis kasi, di ba, may positive inotropic effect siya and meron din siyang negative conotropic effect. Okay, wait lang. Eto. So kapag sinabing positive inotropic effect, it increases myocardial contractions. And yung negative conotropic naman, it slows the heart rate. Kaya ang kailangan nating igawin dyan ay kailangan nating i-assess or i-take yung heart rate for 1 full minute. Okay? So, boy is the correct answer for 3. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ma'am, bakit po hindi mother's complaint sa 93? 93, mother's complaint. Balikan natin yung 93 mamaya. Okay? Kasi nasa ano na tayo eh. MP3. Okay? So, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oo. Hindi mother's complaint kasi toddler na siya. The 3-year-old is able to speak already. So, kailangan manggaling sa kanya. Pwede manggaling sa kanya yung yung assessment. 4. While Nurse Rika was doing her regular rounds, one of the mothers approached her by saying that her child who has TOF preferred to squat on bed rather than assuming a supine position. The best action of the nurse is... Okay. So, yung squatting kasi in TOF, it's actually a compensatory mechanism to facilitate increased return of blood flow to the heart for oxygenation. So, nakakatulong siya pag-improve ng cyanosis sa TOF. Okay? So, ang best answer dito, huwag mo i-discourage yung child kasi nakakatulong nga sa cyanosis eh. Hindi naman kailangan to. Hindi na kailangan mag-divert. Let the mother continue the position of her child if she feels comfortable with it. So 4 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 5, another patient in the unit is Letty, 8 years old, while waiting to be scheduled for surgery because of COA or coarctation of the aorta. With this disorder, Letty will manifest which of the following symptoms? So dito sa coarctation of aorta, nagkakaroon ng differences in blood pressure. In the in the upper extremity and lower extremity. Bakit? Kasi sa coarctation of aorta, 'di ba? Nagkakaroon ng narrowing sa aorta. So ang nangyayari, yung narrowing nangyayari siya after mag-branch yung arteries to the upper body. So, mas mataas yung blood pressure sa upper body. Yung narrowing, nangyayari siya before naman mag-branch yung artery sa lower body. Okay? Kaya merong low blood pressure doon. Okay? So, dito, the answer here is CAT, hypertension and diminished pulses in the extremities due to the narrowing of the aorta. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Next. Situation. Mr. John, 55, married car dealer, has consulted the ER because of on-off fever, the indigestion, weight loss, right abdominal pain, body malaise, itchiness of skin. Based on the health history, the patient has been a chain smoker and drinks alcoholic beverages almost every day, especially when he has clients to entertain. His PE showed he has suspected liver cirrhosis. He was advised for admission for further workup and treatment. You are the nurse on the duty when Mr. John was admitted in the pay floor. In your observational data, what additional early sign of liver cirrhosis do you expect the patient to manifest? Okay. So itong ankle edema, this is a late sign. Splenomegaly is also a late sign. Hypotension is also a late sign. While itong gonadal atrophy, which is the wasting of the testicle, okay, is an early sign. Okay? So the answer here is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Next, 7, which of the following statements is true for liver cirrhosis? So kapag may liver cirrhosis, tingnan natin, nutritional deficiency with decreased protein intake attributes to liver damage. Tama to? Okay. Cirrhosis can happen to people with alcohol intake. Tama din. Women are at greater risk for the development of alcohol-induced liver disease. Tama rin. Most patients affected by liver cirrhosis are between 40 to 60 years old. This is mali. Negative. Kasi, most patients affected by liver cirrhosis are between 30 to 40 years of age. So the answer here is 1, 2, 3, cat. Okay, 7 is cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. During Mr. John's confinement, he developed further itchiness of the skin and jaundice. Which of the following nursing actions is not recommended, as this will induce skin breakdown? A, add baking soda when bathing the client. This is actually recommended kasi it relieves itching, irritation, and or infections, or just provide or just be a detox to the client. So positive siya. Massage the skin with emollients every 2 hours. This is for dryness. Positive din siya, recommended. Use of commercial soaps and alcohol-based. So this is the answer. Kasi this will induce skin breakdown, okay? Itong rubbing the itchy skin with knuckles instead of using nails, positive to. Kasi it prevents break in skin integrity, okay? So C is the correct answer for 8. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. At early stage of Mr. John's disease process, the physician ordered a specific diet for Mr. John. You emphasize to the dietitian that he should be served foods that is bawal yung high in fat. Kasi yung fat yung breakdown, ay yung liver yung nagbe-breakdown ng fat, di ba? So, bawal yung fat. Okay. Ngayon naman, anong pipiliin natin dito? High carbs, yes, tama. Now, low sodium ba or high calorie ang kailangan? Low sodium ang kailangan natin kasi may fluid retention. Usually, di ba, may mga edema, ganyan, ascites, di ba, sa client na may liver cirrhosis. So, where salt goes, water follows. So, kailangan low sodium tayo. The answer here is apple. 9, apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 10. Mr. John started to develop ascites and a complaint of heaviness of the lower extremities to the physician. An order of spironolactone, aldactone, 25 mg per day. What adverse effect of the drug should you monitor? So yung spironolactone, let's always remember that it is a potassium-sparing diuretic. So ibig sabihin nito, it increases the urination without the loss of potassium. So pwede magkaroon ng hyperkalemia ang patient. So the answer here is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Mr. Perez, surgical nurse in Med Center, had been practicing for almost 5 years in this unit. The staffs go on shift rotation for the shift. He had 2 patients for operation. One is for lobectomy and another for nephrectomy. What is the best time for the operative consent to be signed by his patients? So the best time actually is kapag na-explain na yung procedure sa kanya. So as soon as the procedure is explained to the patient. Okay? So 11 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which of the following nursing goals are achieved when early ambulation is done by post-surgery clients? So it improves the circulation, respiratory function, prevents venous stasis, and prevents emboli formation. The answer is boy. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which of the following patients is most at risk during the induction of anesthesia? So during the induction of anesthesia, ayan, ito yung mga at risk. Ay, ang laki. Wait lang, ayusin ko na lang. Yan, basta kasama dito ay yung diabetic women. So the answer here is boy. Okay? So 13 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So bakit pala diabetic woman yung at risk during anesthesia? Kasi during operation ng diabetic patients, anesthesia and surgery can aggravate yung mismong disease condition nila, which is diabetes. Okay? Because of the stress, ganyan. Okay na? So 13 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 14. As circulating nurse, which of the following is your priority nursing action to promote safety of your patient? So dito naman, di ba, as a circulating nurse, ang primary role ng circulating nurse ay to maintain the surgical aseptic technique during the procedure. Di ba? Kapag may mga non-sterile, sila usually yung mahawak niyan nang nagbibigay dun sa nag-a-assist sa scrub nurse. So 14 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 15. Being the nurse in the PACU, which of the following is your priority concern after surgery? So after surgery, you should first monitor the vital signs. This is for baseline measurement, okay? And after that, you can proceed with the other options, okay? So 15 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 16. Len, a registered nurse, has signed a contract for 2 years in a medical center. A recruitment has offered her a fat salary for foreign employment. If you are in the position of Len, what should you do? Accept the salary. Diba? Kasi fat salary na yan eh. So, eto, registered nurse ka na. Diba? Pwede mo namang i-discuss with your parents. Pero, what is the appropriate thing to do while you're employed? Okay? So, accept the recruitment offer and go absence without leave. Masama yan. X yan. Write a letter of resignation to your employer 30 days before leaving. Tama to. Dapat may 30 days notice ka. Accept recruit's offer and give an excuse. Ganyan-ganyan. On behalf of her sick mother. Ganyan. Nagpa-excuse ka pa. Okay? So, sabi mo na lang yung totoo na aalis ka na after 30 days. Nasimulan mo pa yung 30 days leave, di ba? Ay, yung 30 days notice. So, cat is the correct answer for 16. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Yan. Liza BSN did not take NLE. Dire need of money as she applied and was accepted in a health facility. As a nurse, she submit a fake TRC license in order to be given a job. Risa is liable to be charged off. Yan. Kapag may fake na, fraud yan. Okay? C is the correct answer. Hindi siya misrepresentation kasi hindi niya naman ginamit yung ibang tao to represent as herself. Ganyan. So C is the correct answer for 17. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 18, Ms. Paras, RN, invited resource person nursing conference. The CV she submitted to PRC continuing professional development council reflects the words man after her name. She only completed the academic requirements but not her thesis writing. Which of the following did Ms. Paras violate? Okay, so it's actually stated in Section 35, prohibitions in the practice of nursing. Yan, may fine for those who appends the BSN RN. Yan, or any similar appendage to his or her name without having been conferred sa degree or registration. So it's in the Section 35 of the RA 9173. The answer here is 8A. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 19, it is the hospital policy for nurses in health facility that reporting time is 15 minutes before the official designated time. Nurse Claire reported 30 minutes late and requested her co-staff to sign in for her. This is an example of unang-una sa lahat unprofessional because 30 minutes late, may dishonesty din na nangyari and falsification of document kasi may signing na naganap. So the answer here is dog. 19 dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 20. What ethical justification is observed when administering opioids despite the possibility of hastening death? So may tinatawag tayong rule of double effect. So kapag may rule of double effect, usually nawi-waive yung yung ethical concern nawi-waive kasi ito yung sabi niya. Rule of double effect says that if doing something morally good has a morally bad side effect, it is ethically okay to do it provided that the bad side effect wasn't intended. So hindi mo naman sinasadya eh. Okay? So yun yung sa rule of double effect. Okay? Ayan. So 20 is A. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 21. There are several factors contributory to the development of disease conditions. Which of the following are the priority causative factors that should be emphasized by Nurse Lydia in her health teaching? Okay, so I think ang pinag-uusapan dito ay heart failure. So there are major causative factors of heart failure, which are diabetes, overweight and obesity, unhealthy diet, physical inactivity, and excess alcohol. So ang priority dyan ay dog. Wala namang stress na nakalagay, wala ring aging process, ganyan. Cigarette smoking hindi kasama. Okay, so 21 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 22, Mr. Jacob admitted to due to congestive heart failure. Nurse Lydia would expect that if the failure is on the right side of the heart, the patient will manifest which of the following? So kapag sa right side of the heart, systemic yung symptoms. Kapag sa left side of the heart, yung failure, pulmonary symptoms. So since nasa right siya, systemic symptoms ang hanapin natin, and that is JVD or jugular vein distension. Ito, pulmonary to. So these are sa left heart failure. Okay? So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The patient has been receiving digoxin, 0.25 milligrams per day to regulate his heart rate. Which of the following outcomes would indicate that his medication is achieving its desired effect? So, desired effects kapag meron ng increased urinary elimination. Kasi isang effect ng digoxin is to increase the blood flow to the kidneys. And through that, there is increased urine elimination. Okay? 23 is 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 24. The other patients of Miss Lydia is suffering from Buerger's disease. He has been complaining of intermittent claudication of the lower extremities, which has been giving him so much discomfort. What is the best nursing action should she perform to address the patient's complaint? So yung yung intermittent claudication, it is the cramping pain in the leg induced by exercise, okay? Which is typically caused by obstruction of the arteries. Common in Buerger's disease. Ayan. Okay, so ano daw yung best nursing action dito? So, kailangan mo instruct yung patient to lower his extremities or her extremities to improve the perfusion to the distal areas. Okay, at hindi magkaroon na ng pain. Okay? Usually, ang cause of pain dyan is hindi na aabot ng oxygen yung mga tissues. Okay? So, the answer here is SCAT. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Teka lang. 25. Which of the following information is not true of Buerger's disease? So, negative ang hinahanap natin. A, B, C. These are true for Buerger's disease. Merong small, medium arteries and veins are mostly affected. Smoking, major cause of Buerger's disease, and incidence is high in men than women. Ang hindi lang totoo dyan ay they have a strong relationship between diabetes and Buerger's disease. This is not established. Okay? So 25 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Mia, 58, petition undergone bowel obstruction. During her first day post-op, she vomited clear liquids about 3 times during your shift. Her vital signs include, so meron siyang fever, meron siyang high BP, hypertensive siya, normal naman yung pulse rate, meron siyang takip niya. Her surgical incision is intact, bleeding, swelling, and tenderness with slight pain. Which of the following manifestations would indicate the development of wound infection? Ito, marito, dapat WBC to, yung elevated. Pwede itong profuse and increasing perspiration, increased blood pressure, respiratory rate, and pulse rate. Not all the time, okay, na may infection. And the best answer here is increasing pain on the surgical incision. Kasi dun merong break in skin. So dun yung probable na entry ng infection. Okay? Kaya dun yung pain. So 26 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 27. If the wound drainage is serosanguinous, it means that the secretion is colored pinkish red. So it's combination of both blood and the liquid part of the blood, which is the serum. So pinkish red yung color niya. 27 boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 28. Later during the day, Mia became confused, started to pull out her IV fluids as well as her wound dressings, complained of severe pain over the wound area. The priority nursing action is to i-address mo muna yung severe pain and dun mawawala yung confusion ng client. Okay? So you have to administer the pain medication at once. You don't restrain the patient. Okay? This is usually the last resort. Ang hinahanap natin dito, priority action. So 28 is CAT. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 29. The drug of choice of pain relief to patients Mia considering score of 8, which was assessed by the nurse based on a rating scale of 0 to 10. 0 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. So kapag 8, ang kailangan na dyan ay severe pain na kasi. Ito yung ranges, okay? So sinasabi na kapag mild pain, ang scoring ay 1 to 3. Kapag sinasabi namang moderate pain, ang scoring ay 4 to 6. 1 to 3 pala. Okay? Kapag naman sinasabing severe pain, may severe pain ang patient, 7 to 9 na. So si Mia, ang pain niya, 8. So meron na siyang severe pain. Kailangan dyan ay yung mga potent opioids na. Gaya ng morphine, methadone, fentanyl, ganyan. So the answer here is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. When patient is receiving opioid medication, the nurse should observe the complications from the side effects by. So, anong gagawin mo daw? To observe the complications of the side effects. Ayan. So, isa sa mga complication ng ng opioid ay it suppresses the respiration. Okay, kasi may effect siya sa medulla. It can produce also euphoria and sedation and can cause physical dependence. Okay? So, we have to, wala naman siya kinalaman sa bowel movement, ganyan. Pwede yung addiction, pero mas okay yung assessing the wakefulness of the patient at least every 2 hours. Kasi may concern din dito for safety because of the sedation caused by the opioids. Okay? So the answer here is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Mr. Santos post-op given amoxicillin at 12 midnight by the nurse. The physician asked the patient during the rounds if he has received the drug. The patient answered no. The physician clarified the claim from the chart, and from the NOD. When the physician clarifies the process of drug administration, this quality improvement process is known as. So, kapag kinaklarify niya yung process, pumupunta siya mismo doon sa root ng problema. Ang tawag dito ay root cause analysis. Okay? So, root cause analysis is a process for identifying factors that bring about the deviations in practice that lead to the event. Okay? So, answer is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Which of the following is the primary reason why the physician wanted to clarify the process? Wala naman siyang mini-measure dyan. Okay? Hindi din for the better communication. Not really about the improvement care management, but to identify the gap in the medication administration. Okay, so 32 is cut. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 33. While the medical director is conducting his rounds, he observed the presence of scattered supplies and equipment along the corridor, as well as the O2 tank not properly secured. The quality circle team was informed about this observation. Which of the following is the best strategies to be adopted by the team with this concern? So, ang pinaka-best dyan is to adopt the 5S audit. Yung 5S stands for sort, set in order, shine, standardize, and sustain. So, this helps in organizing yung mga nakascatter na supplies. Okay? So, 33 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 34. The approach adopted by the quality circle team was presented to top management. Which of the following tools is appropriate to be utilized as a guide for their time management? So kapag sinabing time management, this usually pertains to the Gantt chart. So ito yung Gantt chart. This is a tool used in assisting in the planning and scheduling of the projects of all sizes. Okay? So 34 is dog. It's used in the time management. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 35. In order to determine if the implementation of the activity is successful, the first step to be done by the team is, so, sa implementation, di ba? Kung hahanapin daw natin or titingnan natin kung successful ba yung implementation. So, we need to develop a monitoring plan for that intervention. Okay? So, 35 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Nurse Ida is assigned in a surgical ward of tertiary medical center with several patients who are for diagnostic tests and for surgery. Mr. Rostom, 38, scheduled for laparoscopic cholecystectomy in the morning of the next day. He verbalizes to you and says, Dr. Alex will open me up tomorrow to remove my gallstones. Which of the following is your best response? The best response is to actually call the surgeon who will remove the gallstones para ma-explain niya sa client kung anong yung mangyayari. Okay? So let us discuss with the surgeon your operation before you go to the OR. The answer is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Critical component before Mr. Rosam goes for surgery is a nurse's pre-op teaching. Which of the following is not advisable prior to the surgery? Okay, prior to the surgery, it's not advisable to fast at midnight but can drink water if you becomes thirsty. Kapag nag-fast ka na, bawal ka na mag-drink ng water. Okay? So 37 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. While giving instructions to Rostam, he looks very anxious and said to you, I might not be able to wake from anesthesia after my operation. Your best response is to actually discuss this with the anesthesiologist para makausap niya si Rostam kasi mukhang si Rostam takot siya. Okay, so the anesthesiologist will explain the process, anong gagawin sa kanya with the anesthesia. Okay, so the best answer here is dog. Don't say that. I will discuss your concerns with your anesthesiologist. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Mr. Rostam returned back to the ward after receiving from the anesthesia. He complained of pain over the scapular region. Which of the following nursing actions should you do? So, kapag ganito daw, okay, if the pain occurs in the right shoulder or scapular area, okay, the nurse may recommend a heating pad for 15 to 20 minutes hourly. So the answer here is apple. 39 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. 40, after 5 days, Mr. Rostam is ready to go home. His discharge instructions include observations of the following complications except. So ang hindi kasama dyan ay possible na magkaroon ng palpitation, increased body temperature, and bleeding. Hindi lang loss of appetite. Okay? Ayan. So 40 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Nadia assigned as charge nurse at the cardiovascular ward in medical center. There are 20 patients classified as follows: 2 total care, partial care, and 9 ambulatory care. The ward's morning duty are 3 staff nurses and 2 nursing attendants. So very understaffed sila. So ang gagawin dyan, you should assign 1 RN and 1 NA for the total care patients and 1 RN, 1 NA for the partial care. Kapag naman sa ambulatory, pwede nang isang RN dyan. Okay, so the answer is boy. 41 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 42. Inasmuch as this cardio ward, what basic equipment or material should be available at all times? Okay? So at all times, dapat nandyan yung O2, ambu bag, suction apparatus, and endotracheal tube. Okay? The answer is boy. 42 is boy. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 43. Which of the following emergency medicine should be available at emergency card at the cardio ward? So kailangan dyan ng yan, may listahan, and napakahaba niya. Hindi kasama dito ang Demerol at ang Coumadin. So, sa emergency cart, kasama dyan ang epinephrine and ang Valium. So, the answer here is apple. Okay? 43 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 44. When stocking fluids in the emergency cart, what should Nurse Nadia instruct the nurses? Okay, so stocking fluids naman in the emergency cart. Put the recently delivered at the back of the old stock. Okay? Okay, let's see other options. Put the old stock in front of the newly delivered ones. Mas madaling gawin ang number 2 kaysa sa number 1. Yung recently delivered, lalagay mo pa siya dun sa pinakadulo. Eh kung ang gawin mo na lang, yung old stock, ilagay mo lahat sa harapan, and then lagay mo sa likod niya yung mga recently delivered stock. Okay, so 2 is the better answer. And then, check the fluids for sediments and discoloration. Tama din to. Not necessarily kailangan sa cooler. So the answer is 2 and 3. The answer is dog. Okay, 44 is dog. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. How will Nurse Nadia arrange the patients in the ward? So put the, tingnan natin, primary care in between the ambulatory patients, or primary care and ambulatory care patients together, and a total care at the corner of the room, or total care patients near the nurses and the ambulatory far desk, or ambulatory care patients near the total care ones. So ang answer dito ay C. So kailangan natin yung total care patients, syempre mas malapit sa nurses station. Kasi yung ambulatory na hindi naman sila ganun ka-urgent. Okay? So answer here is cat. 45 is cat. Yun na, malapit na. Okay. Mr. Bang, 62, an executive of a shoe company and was brought to the hospital after having vomited bright red blood immediately after a supper. He claimed he had a drinking session with his former classmates in college. He was already advised by their family physician not to drink alcohol due to suspected fatty liver. You're the nurse on duty when he was admitted. Based on your assessment and history taking for Mr. Bang, which priority finding should you document and report to the physician? So yung primary. So dito, may fatty liver ang client. Okay? Ayan. So, ang pinaka-priority dito ay use of anti-inflammatory drugs or yung NSAIDs. Kasi, kahit na major adverse effect niya ay gastrointestinal mucosa injury, ang NSAIDs ay associated sa liver failure and sa death. Okay? So, priority finding siya. 46 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 47, you have formulated your nursing diagnosis for the patient and wrote in the nursing care plan. Which one of the following? So, ano daw ang nursing diagnosis natin sa client? Okay, so dito, ang kailangan kasi natin, di ba, kapag sa nursing diagnosis, prioritization, ang actual disease precedes yung risk. Okay? So dito, X na to, fear of death, risk for aspiration, ganyan. And then yung non-compliance sa mas okay pa rin ang deficient fluid volume related to vomiting of blood and gastric secretion. Okay? Compared mo sa non-compliance, syempre. So dito, this refers to dehydration, water loss, ayan, without change in sodium. Dahil nga nagvo-vomit na siya ng blood and gastric secretions. Very severe na yung case niya. 47 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 48, the physician orders the insertion of NGT with lavage to Mr. Bang. What kind of solution will you expect to be written in the doctor's order when a patient will undergo a lavage? So kapag sinabing lavage, palabas. Lavage, di ba? Palabas siya. Yung content sa tiyan, which is, I suspect, yung bloody vomitus. Di ba? So, the kind of solution we will be expecting by from the doctor is, teka lang. Ayan, normal saline. Okay? Normal saline, yan. Usually yung normal saline, it's used to irrigate until yung nalabas na ng pasyente ay wala ng blood. Okay? So normal saline lang NSS, okay na yon. Hindi kailangan ng distilled water, lalong hindi kailangan ng tap water and D5 water. Okay? Normal saline, okay na NSS. So the answer here is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. When a patient has a gastrointestinal bleeding and there is presence of hematemesis, how should you describe this in your documentation? So in documentation, yung hematemesis kasi, usually bright red yan and fresh. Diba? Tsaka coffee ground in appearance. It's not chocolate in appearance. Hindi yan siya foul smelling. Hindi siya small amounts of fresh blood. So the answer here is apple. Bloody vomitus appearing as fresh, bright red, or coffee ground in appearance. 49 is apple. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Last number 50. The following are the practice guidance in documentation. Which one of this is not recommended to be written in your charting? So dito, ang hindi natin recommended dito ay appears. Appears to be comfortable with good night rest and sleep. Paano appears? Dapat, kung ano talaga yung na-observe mo. Para kasing unsure kapag appears dito eh. Diba? Refuse to eat dinner, yan. Tama yan. Tama rin to, had urine output. Slept from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Ayan. Tsaka yung, teka lang. Ayan. So the answer here is boy. Kasi unsure. Ito kasi may mga measurements. Ayan. Okay, so 50 is boy. Okay, guys, kamusta kayo? Ma'am, pwede po pa-send ulit ng handouts. Pwede naman. Okay pa naman, ma'am. Pa-send ng handout. Sige, sisend ko. Wait lang. Yung 39 po, ma'am, yung heating pad po ba hindi magkakos ng vasodilation na pwedeng mag-cause ng bleeding? Teka lang. Anong 39? NP3 to? Wait lang. Pwede na po humimlay. Oo naman. Uy guys, sorry ha. Wait lang. Binabalikan lang ako. Not necessarily na magkakos ka agad ng bleeding kapag merong heating pad eh. Due to vasodilation. Ayan, yung iba, kung gusto niyo na umalis, gora na, okay? Ma'am, ang angki. Ayan, sige, PM niyo ako about that, yung angki. Medyo mahaba-habang usapan yan. Guys, pasend sa GC. Ay, magkakasama kayo. Taga-saang school kayo? Hello? Ayan. Wait lang, yung yung handout. So, isend ko lang ulit ha. Ito yung Code of Ethics. Tapos, wala pala akong sound. Okay, so sayang yung, ito. So ulit, ayun nga, you have to address first yung yung severe pain ng client kasi yun yung nagko-cause ng confusion niya. Okay? Kapag na-address mo na yung severe pain, oriented na siya, dun mo na ayusin yung IV niya and yung wound dressing. Okay? Kapag hindi na siya confused. Yung sa 24, sige, ko yan, ika-clarify ko yan. Okay? Meron pa ba? Yung scores niyo pala! Kamusta yung mga scores niyo? From NP 1 to 3.5. Nako, ma'am.
Anyway, 7:47 na pala. Sorry, Ma'am Bell. Thank you so much po. Dami pong correction. Sa totoo lang. Ay, promise ko sa inyo guys, paplansyahin natin yan, okay? Thank you din. Thank you guys. Thank you, Ma'am Bell. Thank you, students. Top rankers, future RNs. Galingan natin lagi. Love you guys. Bye-bye.